The story kicks off with our guy waking up in a trashed hotel room, and there is a gorgeous girl right beside him. He rubs his eyes, completely lost on what is actually going on. He jolts upright, scrambling to remember how he even got here. Flashing back, he realizes he just spent a pretty wild night with a total stranger. Right then, his phone lights up. It is a fresh notification from his ex-girlfriend. She is blowing up his phone, demanding attention. But wait, she dumped him back in college. He is super confused by her needy tone, especially since she blocked him ages ago. He checks the date on the screen, and the crazy truth hits him like a truck. Pure shock washes over his face. He has actually traveled back in time. In his past life, that same ex utterly humiliated him. She traded him for a rich guy, claiming he was completely worthless. That betrayal left him totally shattered, proving reality destroys romance in the cruelest ways. Back in the present, he figures out she only texted him to beg for gift money. Laughing at his own stupidity, he finally sees how blindly foolish he was for that fake love. Without wasting a second, he flips the script. He fires back a text, cutting her off forever. Refusing to ever get betrayed again, he proudly declares he has zero regrets. And here is where his life flips. It congratulates his bold attitude and instantly activates a tycoon system. He stares in absolute awe. He just scored the classic reincarnation cheat code. The panel displays a passive income per second, generating an absurd fortune every single month with zero effort. Plus, the system drops a beginner package right in front of him, and he instantly claims it. As a reward, millions hit his bank account immediately. He also scores a luxury car and a crazy friendship scanner. The cash transfer proves this is all real, but that scanner ability leaves him super curious. While he wonders about the skill, the gorgeous woman beside him grumbles in her sleep. Taking the chance, he decides to test the new tool right on her. The glowing display reveals her name is Xiaokao, tracking both her friendship and intimacy levels. He gets most of the random stats, but that privacy status definitely grabs his attention. Clicking it, he discovers it tracks intimacy, confirming he was actually her first. Backing up a bit last night, he was drinking at a bar, totally miserable over his ex. That is exactly where he bumped into Xiaokao, who was also drowning her own heavy sorrows in alcohol. Letting out a sigh, he realizes she slept with him out of pure sadness, not some magical love at first sight. Suddenly, she wakes up blushing and quite startled, completely interrupting our hero's deep thoughts. She notices his mood and teases him, saying he sighs and shakes his head just like at the bar, calling him a natural charmer. He just flashes a super confident smile while looking down at the beautiful woman in his bed. Leaning in close, he denies thinking about the past. The blonde just asks why he was sighing so heavily this early in the morning. Turning on the charm, he whispers that he just regrets not meeting her sooner. That smooth line leaves the girl completely flushed. Right on cue, the system reappears, handing out sweet rewards for his quick action. He scores a critical card and a brand new skill. He is absolutely shocked to realize this tycoon system actually rewards romance too. Without wasting a single second, he activates his new skill. He dives in for an intense kiss, ready to take her straight to heaven. She physically recoils in pure shock. She instantly notices the feeling of this kiss is totally different and way better than before. But our heartthrob flashes a mischievous smile, playfully warning her that the real fun is just getting started. With that, the gorgeous girl surrenders completely to his undeniable charm, diving into an absolutely unforgettable romantic morning. Hours later, he wakes up and stretches out until he spots a massive pile of cash scattered all over the bed. Staring at the bills, he realizes she dropped about $10,000 for him, treating him like some kind of premium escort. He even finds a little note. She thanks him for the amazing time and literally calls the cash payment for his excellent service. While tossing his clothes on, he finds her whole vibe pretty funny, but shakes it off to check out his new system card. The panel explains that this item multiplies his expenses, generating a massive refund. This totally hypes him up to buy a $1 million ride. Staring out at the city skyline, he vows to never waste this second chance. He will become the absolute greatest tycoon in history. Hitting the streets, he starts plotting ways to pool some initial capital and heavily invest in big tech stocks. Arriving right next to his new sports car, he figures buying up prime real estate might actually be the smartest play right now. Out of nowhere, a very flashy woman leans against his ride. She shoots him a seductive look, asking if this beast belongs to him. Keeping a totally straight face, he just nods and casually asks exactly what she wants from him. The lady instantly puts on a pitiful face and begs for an urgent ride. She claims a pipe just burst at her place. Right away, the system scanner activates. It reveals this woman has already had 28 partners with crazy high intimacy levels. Jiang Chen thinks that level of deep friendship is pretty wild right off the bat. He decides to just walk right past her. Once inside his car, he flat out rejects her. He casually mentions that sharing space with 28 other guys would be way too crowded, With that perfect rejection, our hero guns the engine. The luxury machine leaves the gold digger eating dust in the street. Totally indignant, the woman wonders how some random guy knew her exact body count. Flustered, she tries fixing her hair to hide the massive embarrassment right as an elderly plumber happens to walk by. Hearing her complain about a leak, the old man stops and offers to unclog her pipes. This instantly totally disgusts the lady. She hugs her bag defensively, finding the whole thing completely absurd. She insults the poor worker, calling him disgusting. Confused, the old guy defends his trade. He asks why only young guys are allowed to do that kind of service. The whole crowd starts laughing at the gold digger, while the plumber walks away completely baffled. Another guy walks up to the older gentleman laughing. He explains that the pipes she needed cleaned were a very different type. The plumber finally gets the dirty joke, while the girl angrily kicks a trash can, dying of embarrassment. She grumbles furiously about her terrible luck, rubbing her foot because the impact actually really hurt. Moving on, we cut to a real estate agency. The agents watch a flashy yellow sports car roll up. A veteran agent assumes it is just another rich kid showing off. He tells the rookie named Xiao to go deal with him. The young rookie gets super nervous about going alone, but her superior just tells her to follow standard procedure. Flashing a gentle smile, the young woman introduces herself. She politely asks how she can help our protagonist out today. Jiang Chen says he wants to buy a house, so Xiao asks about his budget and any specific preferences. Meanwhile, the veteran smokes a cigarette. He figures the rookie is about to learn a harsh lesson. Xiao shows him some small, cheap apartments, but Jiang Chen quickly asks to see places in the 1 million range. Totally shocked by the massive budget, the agent hurriedly agrees and starts pulling up options. A few minutes later, she awkwardly asks if the big spender has any specific location requirements. Our hero asks for areas that are super easy to rent out. He definitely notices that this girl is quite the novice and completely inexperienced. Running a quick scan, he discovers the girl is only 19 years old. He also sees she has never had intimate contact with anyone at all. Soon, Xiao shows him well-located properties. The price tags range from 800,000 to over 1 million. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen remembers his critical strike card has a limit of exactly 1 million. He realizes buying something cheaper means losing out on a massive system multiplier bonus. So, he offers to buy 5 houses at once as long as she lowers the price to exactly 1 million each. The agent goes wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what she is hearing. He confirms he will pay everything in cash. He even tells her she can manage the rentals for the properties. Thinking of that giant commission, the young woman practically glows. She promises to get him that discount no matter what. Outside, the veteran overhears the whole conversation. He almost cries with regret for turning the rich kid away. An hour later, the store manager brings the contracts, locking in the 5 million sale. Jiang signs confidently, warning them he will specifically look for the rookie again for his next purchase. Xiao celebrates her 50,000 commission, wondering what kind of crazy billionaire this boy actually is. Next up, the system drops the good news. Those critical cards were a total success. Now get this. The guy is totally shocked because he expected a much smaller bonus. He is so grateful he pushed for that exact price. Soon, his level increases. His passive income spikes to almost 1 yuan for every single second he breathes. Blown away by the 230 million he just got, Jiang Chen decides this rookie is his lucky charm. He thinks about how living with actual system cheats hits different. He decides to be rich and entirely reckless, just this once. Soon, he calls Xiao over to talk privately. This leaves the manager standing there feeling super curious. The boss quickly whispers to the rookie. He tells her to buy the client dinner and secure a good relationship with the young tycoon. Hearing that, our protagonist pictures a sweet future, one where they share tons of romantic moments living a ridiculously luxurious life. The poor girl is completely flustered. She starts stuttering, having absolutely no clue how to react to him. She nervously suggests they get to know each other better first, but he just laughs it off and asks for her bank account number. Totally confused, the young attendant questions why on earth this rich boy wants to send her money out of nowhere. I flash a charming smile, explaining that she was my lucky star. I just wanted to give her a thank you gift. Even so, the beautiful agent just stares. She understands absolutely nothing her client is actually saying to her. Minutes later, pure shock. She checks her phone and lets out a loud shout, seeing a transfer for $350,000. I just smile. I figure the amount is totally fair since her help netted me $1 million profit. Plus, good karma never hurts. Just like that, her friendship level shoots up to 85. She asks for my contact information, absolutely radiant with pure joy. I watch those numbers change right in front of me. It really shows how terrifyingly powerful money is for winning people over. While we exchange contacts, she starts noticing how handsome her new young tycoon really is. The agent actually thinks spending the night with me would be great if I wanted to. but I just thank her for all the hard work and say goodbye. I tell her I really need to head back home. Right at that moment, she desperately runs out after me. She really wants to try stopping me from leaving so soon, but I am already settled inside my luxury car. I just wave and smile, scheduling a meeting for our next time. Watching my vehicle depart, the beautiful woman suddenly feels an enormous void in her chest. She doesn't even understand the real reason why. 20 minutes later, I finally arrive home. I loudly announce my return to the family. My mom welcomes me back with a slice of cold watermelon, while my dad immediately asks about the graduation trip. Eating the fruit, I reply that I want to visit Mado University. I need to check the place out before officially enrolling. My dad totally agrees with the idea. He says my mom will make a quick transfer to cover all the costs of my trip. However, she starts complaining right away. She says giving easy money will turn me into a spoiled brat who will never find a wife. That comment hits me right in the chest, but I swear to them that this time I will definitely find a wonderful daughter-in-law for my mom. The very next day, picture me boarding a plane, seriously lamenting these incredibly cramped economy class seats. Then I start awkwardly squeezing my way through the aisle, asking other passengers for permission to find my seat. I bump into a beautiful girl in a crisp white shirt and recognize her right away. I call out her name, Chao Ying. The surprise is totally mutual, and we discover by pure coincidence we ended up buying seats right next to each other. She gently thanks me, making a bit of space so I can finally settle down into my seat. A guy in glasses suddenly approaches Chao Ying. He starts flirting, saying it is a truly great honor to fly right next to her. I step in right away. I ask her to take the window seat, completely pushing the annoying intruder to the side. The guy in glasses gets clearly irritated. He states that the seat was for the lady, and we cannot just switch chairs like that. Flashing a confident smile, I warn him that we are actually together. We do not need any of his permission to sit down. Once we get settled, the guy keeps trying to strike up a conversation. He asks the beautiful girl the reason for her trip. She ignores him completely. Chao Ying just turns the question right back to me. I reply that I am just traveling for business. I add that I was bored at home, which is why I decided to take a nice vacation to relax a little bit. The glasses guy tries to get overly friendly, introducing himself as Quan Shen. He says he is also traveling. Thinking he is a huge deal, he offers us a ride in his dad's car. He smugly claims that airport taxis are a total ripoff, but I politely refuse. I warn him that my hotel already includes transport, so we really do not need his help. Quan Shen mockingly questions what kind of hotel that would be. I casually reply that I reserved a spot at the luxurious Amon Yang Yun. The guy swallows hard. He knows perfectly well that is a billionaire place built with ancient relics, and it is ridiculously expensive. Desperately trying not to lose face, he argues that the normal rooms do not have transfers, but I quickly reveal I actually rented a villa. Speechless. The annoying intruder is left completely shocked by my insane level of wealth. You can actually see the surprise hit Chao Ying's face. She knows a villa costs 80,000 per night and never imagined I was this rich. I smile modestly and return the compliment, suddenly remembering the past of my beautiful former classmate. Back during our school days, she was super rich and incredibly famous. She arrived every single day in imported and very expensive luxury cars. She was the ultimate teacher's pet and really intimidated all the boys. Yet, she was always very humble and focused strictly on her studies. I remember that back then I only had eyes for my ex. But later on, I heard rumors that Chao Ying's family had gone totally bankrupt. With a somewhat sad look, she slowly lowers her head. She softly confesses that she is no longer part of that elite group of rich kids. I realize right away that I touched on a super delicate subject. I decide to change the course of our conversation as quickly as humanly possible. We then start to reminisce about fun school stories, just trying our absolute best to break that sudden heavy mood. The tactic works out very well. The beautiful young woman returns to smiling, laughing, and saying our old school was a very crazy place. Discreetly, I use my system and discover that her friendship level is already sitting at 75. That number really gets him thinking. It basically proves she has been keeping a close eye on him since their school days. The flight rushes by. They touch down at the airport and immediately spot a woman holding a welcome sign. She introduces herself as his villa's private butler. Jang is genuinely impressed by this top-tier service. He checks on his colleague's plans next. The girl mentions she is crashing at a friend's place and catching a taxi. Not taking no for an answer, Jang tells the butler to drop his friend off first before heading to the hotel. Meanwhile, Chun-Shan watches from a distance, completely eaten up by jealousy. He immediately starts plotting revenge to win the girl back. 25 minutes later, she thanks him for the ride. She asks for his contact info and promises to buy him dinner sometime. Jang totally agrees to that, playfully warning her not to forget. She just stands there smiling with her phone, looking super grateful. Flashing a charming smile, he tells her it was absolutely nothing. They quietly scan each other's phones and say their goodbyes. Over on the other side, the guy in glasses sees her driving away. He groans, completely crushed over losing his perfect romantic evening. A bit later, our young tycoon reaches his luxury villa. Taking it all in, he decides this amazing place is worth every single penny. Right then, the butler softly lets him know his bath is ready. He agrees, figuring a nice soak sounds like a brilliant idea. Suddenly, she steps up and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Jang is completely caught off guard by this wild level of service. She calmly explains that undressing guests is included in the package, though she kindly notes he has to handle his own underwear. Now submerged in the hot water, the slightly panicked guy tries to tell her she can leave, but she sits perfectly still on the edge, towel in hand. Wearing a soft bath glove, she points out that scrubbing a guest's back is another standard perk of this millionaire resort. She begins giving him an incredibly relaxing back massage. The young tycoon finds himself totally blown away by how amazing it feels. Getting splashed by the hot water, the beautiful woman catches herself secretly, thinking that taking things a bit further wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, he is incredibly charming. She leans in a bit closer, noticing his body temperature is practically boiling over. She provocatively asks if the water is too hot. Jang turns completely red, totally overwhelmed by this intimate situation. He desperately tries to shove down all the very impure thoughts suddenly invading his mind. 5 minutes later, she mentions a special evening reception just for VIP guests and warmly invites him to join. It is a casual rare jewelry auction hosted by a massive client, she explains, adding that he definitely does not need formal clothes. Later, Jang arrives at the massive event. She escorts him inside with pure pride, treating him like a true guest of honor. Flashing a warm smile, the friendly butler says her goodbyes. She wishes the young tycoon a highly entertaining night ahead. Stepping into the hall, he notices the auction is already in full swing. Massive million-dollar bids are closing left and right. The announcer steps up to present the next item. It is an incredibly rare wristwatch from a brand rivaling the absolute best worldwide. A giant screen displays the limited edition piece. The host proudly announces that the opening bid will start at a cool $15 million. The entire audience immediately gets rowdy. Up on stage, the old man eagerly hypes up the wealthy guests to start burning through their fortunes. Throwing his hand up with wild enthusiasm, he finally declares the bidding war for this priceless treasure is officially open. Quickly checking the market on his phone, Jang realizes this specific watch model is guaranteed to double in value within 5 years. Eyeing an easy $10 million profit, he shoots his paddle straight up. He bids $15,500,000 for the golden piece, but things instantly heat up when another wealthy guy jumps into the fray. They trade million-dollar jabs back and forth, right until Jang bluntly offers $18 million. You can just feel the room shift. Everyone starts whispering, totally shocked and desperate to know who this crazy young guy is. Nobody else dares to challenge that insane amount. The announcer slams his hammer down, selling the rare watch to the newest heavy hitter in the room. Shortly after, 2 sharply dressed guys walk over to introduce themselves. Jang instantly recognizes them as the wealthiest heirs in the entire city. The blonde heir explains his friend was actually just bidding on his behalf. Smiling, he asks if our guy happens to be some high-end watch collector. Jang casually waves it off, saying he isn't a collector at all. He just bought it as a fun novelty for his very first purchase. Laughing out loud, the wealthy guy thinks dropping $18 million like that is absolutely incredible. Jang casually explains he actually just moved to the city yesterday to start college. Totally surprised, the blonde guy points out that him being only 18 makes this flex so much more epic. He shows him some genuine respect. The heir gives him a friendly hug, inviting Jang to hang out together sometime soon. Our guy just smiles and agrees. Out of nowhere, his system chimes with a massive level-up notification. It now guarantees an absurd millionaire tier income every single second. Heading down the stairs, the young tycoon suddenly freezes. He just bumped right into the gorgeous woman from last night. The blonde recognizes him instantly too. Finding him casually strolling through these insanely luxurious halls leaves her completely stunned. He approaches with a charming smile, bringing up his payment. She just laughs it off, claiming she actually thought he was some broke college kid. Playing along, the boy claims he is a student. Then he casually invites her back to his massive millionaire villa for some special attention. She accepts without hesitation. Flashing him a dangerously seductive look, she warns he will definitely have to try harder this time around. But then a guy in a suit storms over, screaming furiously. He barks at the blonde to drop our hero's hand immediately. This furious guy gets right in her face. He asks if she has no shame flirting with other men while being engaged to him. Talk about a massive mood shift. The fiancé insists their engagement party already happened, sealing her fate to marry him. Disgusted, she exposes his real motive using their marriage to hide his endless cheating. Right on cue, the system pops up with 2 options. Option 1 is running away like a coward. Option 2, slap this total jerk twice. Our protagonist finds the choice completely obvious. He never backs down, immediately asking if his physical power boosts also work for romantic encounters. The system confirms it. Wasting absolutely zero time, the young man winds up and completely rocks the annoying ex right in the jaw. Furious now, the boy declares he absolutely hates hypocrites who hide their true colors and delivers a second brutal slap. The rival hits the deck hard. This coward instantly starts sobbing for security, while the blonde simply stares in awe at our hero. Security rushes over to de-escalate things, but the guy just bawls louder, demanding they call the cops to arrest the boy immediately. Still grounded, the humiliated man threatens to sue everyone. Panicking, the staff begs for calm to avoid offending these wealthy guests. Stepping up, the beautiful lady hugs our hero, promising to tell the police he just saved her from harassment. Enraged, the fiancé screams that he will pull the security footage to prove everything. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes down the corridor. A crazed man wielding a knife bursts in. He viciously attacks an employee for refusing to give up a guest room number. Total panic erupts across the lobby. People scatter in absolute terror, scrambling to escape this deranged criminal. Completely unhinged, the attacker threatens to end everyone right there, unless they hand over his cheating girlfriend and her new lover. Terrified, the ex screams at the guards to find that couple just to save his skin. Immediately, the system presents two options: flee or stop the crime. The reward? A beauty boost and a divine message technique. Eyeing those rewards and wanting to keep the lobby safe, the hero decides to handle this maniac himself. Before moving, the tycoon pops his enhancement item, multiplying his physical stats by 10 for the upcoming fight. The card activates. Immense power floods his veins, leaving the young man completely blown away by his crazy new strength. Bursting with limitless energy, he rushes the armed criminal at blazing speed to save the security guard. Zero reaction time allowed. He buries a devastating punch straight into the attacker's face, knocking the knife away instantly. The crazy impact sends the madman flying. He hits the floor, knocked out cold, while the guests watch in shock. The beautiful lady is stunned. Turns out this guy is not just filthy rich, he is a total monster in a fight. Witnessing that absurd power firsthand, the cowardly ex-fiancé starts shaking like a leaf. He realizes how lucky he is to survive those slaps. But our protagonist is not letting things slide. He casually lifts the whining ex off the floor by his collar with zero effort. The surrounding rich guests erupt into applause. They start praising the hero for his bravery and how smoothly he handled the chaos. The police soon show up to drag the invader away. The leading officer directly thanks the young tycoon for stopping a massive tragedy. But this coward seizes his chance. He loudly accuses the boy of assault, begging the cops not to let his heroic act fool them. Totally confused, the officer steps closer. He seriously asks if the boy actually beat this sniveling man up like he claims. Quickly taking charge, the beautiful blonde defends our hero. She explains that her ex was just trying to force a fake marriage. Right then, the system chimes in. Her affection level just spiked up to 90, proof that she is definitely falling for him. Playing the part perfectly, he pulls her into a warm hug, promising to protect her from that trash forever. The cop dismisses it all as a huge misunderstanding. The ex totally loses his mind. Furious, he demands they roll the security footage immediately. Since this loser refuses to quit, the young man decides to teach him a lesson. Watch closely, he triggers his card of pure bad luck. Right then, a thick aura of bad luck swallows the coward whole. Something awful is definitely coming. Suddenly, his phone rings. A major bank alert. 200,000 stolen in a massive fraud scam. Before he can even process the theft, a terrified woman runs in, yelling that a giant tree just crushed his car. Totally broken by these absurd losses, the coward runs away crying. The police, the fight he started, completely forgotten in his absolute panic. Now watch the vibe completely shifts here. With his rival gone, the hero smiles at the instant karma and calls his girl back. Alone together in the villa, the beautiful blonde sits him on the bed. She slowly unbuttons his shirt, checking for injuries. The hero just smiles and calmly reassures her. He swears a weak little loser like that could never hurt him, but she leans in anyway. Flashing a deeply seductive look, she insists on checking his body for safety. While gently caressing him, she asks if it bothers him that she actually has a fiancé. The hero calmly denies it, saying he was only surprised. She explains her sick grandfather arranged the whole setup, and honestly, it happened right after she discovered that scoundrel's disgusting trail of betrayals. Tears well up in her eyes. She asks if he is actually okay with keeping things casual between them. Zero hesitation. He immediately pulls her right into a deep, intimate embrace. He promises to take incredibly good care of her, wiping away every last trace of doubt. Her cheeks flush bright red. Fully surrendering to the romance, the two of them enjoy this luxurious night in the best way imaginable. Morning rolls around, two maids clean the absolutely wrecked room. totally stunned by the wild stamina of youth these days. They keep scrubbing the room, joking around about the guy's completely insane energy levels. You really cannot blame them for envying the blonde here. Later, the couple enjoys a gorgeous breakfast while he casually scrolls through his phone. Right there on his screen, an old classmate is completely showing off flexing a bunch of expensive gift watches. Our guy finds that pretty pathetic. Having a way better idea, he asks the blonde to lend him her legs for a quick photo. She asks if today is his birthday. He says he just wants to post something casual, and she happily agrees, finding the whole concept hilarious. Flashing a bright smile, the gorgeous girl leans back against the window and kicks up her legs, rocking some incredibly elegant high heels. With that, the boy simply snaps the picture. He thinks this 18th birthday present is way better and much faster than any sports car. The young tycoon then drops the picture on social media. No big words, just a simple rabbit face in the caption. The post instantly blows up online. His classmates are absolutely burning with envy, suddenly realizing their own luxury gifts are just a massive joke. Other boys are literally hugging their pillows in tears. They cry and lament not having the same crazy luck as our hero. Cut to the next scene. The young man strolls right into a high-end car dealership and quickly asks to see the available models there. The friendly receptionist politely agrees. She happily leads our protagonist straight through a massive hall packed full of million-dollar rides. Further inside, a bald rich guy tries way too hard to impress a gorgeous red-haired actress, promising to buy the exact car she wants. The creepy old man tries to grab the lady, claiming he would personally give her daily rides everywhere. But the young lady smoothly dodges him, saying she only wants the main role. Watching this mess unfold from a distance, the boy notices the harassment and sighs. Looks like he just walked straight into some huge drama. But wait, taking a closer look, the boy recognizes the redhead. He remembers she will become one of the absolute richest, most famous actresses anywhere. The obnoxious businessman keeps pushing the car on her and demanding they drink. She firmly rejects the offer, quickly making up an excuse. Getting seriously irritated by her rejection, the businessman threatens to pull all his movie investments and completely blacklist her name. Even totally cornered, the brave actress stands her ground. She firmly warns him she will never give in to a disgusting old man's whims. Right at that exact second, a bright blue screen flashes directly in front of the young tycoon, indicating a brand new special mission. The system tells him to save the girl and sign a contract with her. But to pull this off, the hero knows he must flex his massive wealth. The boy raises his voice, asking about the conditions to buy their priciest model. The salesperson explains the exclusive rules. Playing completely innocent, the protagonist gives her a perfectly confused look. He follows up, does that mean he just cannot buy it? The lady thinks it over. Flashing a smile, she warns him there's still one small chance if he really wants it. She explains he could take a canceled spot by paying a premium fee. Without hesitation, the hero agrees to pay pure cash. Wide-eyed and absolutely stunned, the employee wonders if this kid even grasps the vehicle's totally absurd price tag. On the flip side, that filthy old man hears every word and just grumbles, dying to know which wealthy family this brat actually belongs to. The redhead just stares at our hero. She is seriously impressed even that wealthy businessman hesitated to drop $3 million on a ride. Gulping hard, the poor salesperson chimes in. They nervously warn that a fully custom model hits the $50 million range. Not even blinking, the tycoon casually agrees to the price. The panicked salesperson begs for a minute and scrambles to find the manager. The manager quickly arrives, bringing along that rich blonde guy. He greets our hero, totally shocked to see him gunning for that specific model. Flashing a modest smile, the young man just shrugs. He casually explains he recently arrived in the city, so he only wanted to buy a little car. His blonde friend is absolutely floored. He points out that calling a hypercar a casual ride is a whole new level of flexing. The rich buddy quickly explains things to the manager. He points out our guy is wearing an $18 million watch, instantly guaranteeing the sale. The tycoon just stands there with his hands pocketed. That absurdly expensive jewel catches the light, grabbing everyone's total attention. Utterly stunned, the manager stares at the masterpiece. He can barely comprehend just how stinking rich this mysterious client actually is. Wasting no time, the salesperson shakes the hero's hand, promising to entirely skip the credit check to speed everything right up. From a distance, the redhead and that disgusting old man watch everything unfold. They are completely shell-shocked. The boy is tossing around absolute fortunes like it is nothing. Thoroughly intimidated by that insane wealth, the bald businessman gives up on buying anything. Instead, he demands the young actress go drinking with him. But the beautiful lady politely refuses. She quickly invents an excuse, claiming she urgently needs to head back to her company. Furious, the creep threatens to blacklist her across the entire industry. He storms off, leaving the poor girl in a terrible spot. Right then, a familiar voice calls out to her. The beautiful actress turns around in total confusion, trying to see who is speaking. Our protagonist strolls up with a charming smile. He admits he overheard the argument and smoothly offers to invest in her career. Blushing bright red, the young woman asks if he is actually serious. She genuinely fears he might demand dirty favors in return. Keeping things entirely respectful, the tycoon mentions he is currently busy. They agree to talk properly tomorrow, quickly exchanging their contact info. Just like that, the two scan their phones and add each other. The redhead waves goodbye, her heart suddenly full of hope for the future. Back to business. Our guy asks when the ride will be ready. The manager nervously warns it takes at least a year. Our hero is pretty disappointed by the wait. He really wanted to take his brand new millionaire machine out for a spin immediately. Reading the room, his blonde friend invites him to a massive auto show. Watch closely, it happens soon, letting him buy something insane right on the spot. Later on, the young man hits up a luxury restaurant. The beautiful woman from last night waves him over, wearing an absolutely stunning dress. The blonde beauty guides him to their table with a very intimate touch. She strongly suggests he try the famous local crab rice dish. She proudly shows off several chic, crazy expensive dishes she ordered, doing it all just to please our protagonist. But the boy mischievously hugs her from behind. He whispers right into her ear, saying he is only interested in savoring her today. Turning beet red, the girl begs the tycoon to give her a break. She playfully complains he was way too intense last night. Flashing a seductive smile, he agrees to let her rest. But there is a catch: she has to call him a very cute, affectionate nickname. Yielding, the young woman presses a sweet kiss to his cheek and calls him hubby. The hero looks incredibly satisfied with that royal treatment. Sitting down, the boy asks if his blonde date knows the redhead from the dealership. He quickly discovers they both work for the same company. The beautiful attendant suddenly tenses up at the question. She anxiously asks if he is actually feeling attracted to that young actress. He brushes off any romance, explaining it was just a completely casual meeting. He then asks if his date sees any real potential in her. Looking thoughtful, the woman admits the company totally undervalues the actress. Still, she confesses the redhead possesses massive talent to make it big. The blonde beauty promises to help him win over the beautiful actress. She swears she will always support him, guaranteeing she will never cause trouble. Touched by that, the young man gently caresses the blonde's head. He promises to always treat them both incredibly well. The girl then asks if he is truly investing in the redhead. The tycoon confirms the plan. But the woman warns him breaking the actress's current contract and building a new agency will cost many millions. The hero simply tells his blonde companion not to worry about the funds. He promises to let her manage everything, even offering her company shares. But the young woman completely refuses the equity. She prefers focusing purely on managing the company, totally happy just pulling a very generous salary. The boy thinks that humble attitude is total nonsense. He gently reminds his beautiful partner that there is zero need for them to be so formal. Right then, the girl gets deeply emotional. She openly reveals her life felt completely empty before meeting him. She finally confesses she feels truly alive now. They share a tight, caring hug, locking in a brand new date for tomorrow, making perfect use of the moment. Smiling, our guy easily realizes his future superstar is in a massive hurry to lock this deal down. The very next day, the beautiful redhead walks right up to his flashy yellow sports car to finally greet him. Flashing a gorgeous smile, the actress slides into the luxury ride. She directs our tycoon to a chic little restaurant so they can chat. Once they sit down, he casually asks if her new project is super expensive. The redhead explains it is just a low-budget series, $5 million. Hearing that tiny number, he instantly loses interest. But she pushes back smaller productions, bringing those profits way faster. Completely shocking her, our hero agrees to drop the cash right then and there. He does not even bother reading the new series script. He just pulls out his phone, ready to transfer every single cent on the spot. The actress is absolutely stunned by this totally mysterious investor. But our guy drops one strict condition: she has to join his company. Contract breach fine, he guarantees he will pay it off easily. Naturally, she gets pretty suspicious of this overwhelming kindness. She knows nobody hands out massive financial help without demanding some serious favors in return. She briefly considers giving herself to him since he is incredibly handsome, but she quickly snaps out of it to keep her morals firmly intact. Extremely curious, she asks if he actually owns an agency yet. The young man promises he will open one incredibly fast if she agrees to this deal. Our protagonist totally trashes her old agency. He promises to dump all his resources solely into her career for the next 2 years. Cheeks completely flushed, the beautiful actress gives him a highly seductive look. She asks if her generous investor has any other special conditions. The hero flashes a dangerously mischievous smile. He guarantees he will never force her into doing anything shady with anyone at his brand new company. Thrilled with this proposal, her affection for him skyrockets. She quickly asks when they sign the papers, wondering if she should start calling him boss right now. The tycoon finds that title way too distant. He prefers being called older brother, which immediately makes the young woman try guessing his actual age. The redhead thinks 20 is pushing it. Remembering he just started college, she easily deduces he is actually only 18. Messing with her, he jokes that he thought she was guessing a completely different size. The embarrassed girl loudly calls him a pervert. She tries to cover the lunch bill, but our hero stops her. He insists his real payoff will be watching her acting career explode in the future. Out of nowhere, the system drops investment firm shares directly into his lap. This gives the tycoon a completely flawless excuse to justify his massive fortune. He gives his parents a quick call to announce his financial success. Better to do it now than suffer through long, annoying explanations later on. His dad is insanely proud of the firm. Playing along, the young man casually drops that his monthly income will easily top $600,000. Hearing this, the incredibly proud father stays on the line. He loudly brags about his boy pulling in over $7 million a year. The tycoon then asks if they want any expensive gifts, but his folks just beg their son to stay completely humble. Shifting gears here, our hero finishes eating and invites his beautiful new employee to walk around a little more. The redhead eagerly suggests going shopping for some new things. The protagonist easily agrees, telling her they should get moving right away. Walking into a luxury watch store, the lady is completely shocked by the insane prices, while a smiling salesperson greets them both. Browsing the store, the actress bumps into a famous work colleague. The woman rudely asks what she is even doing in a place like this. Feeling awkward, the young woman hesitates to call our guy her boss. Instead, she just quietly replies that she is accompanying a great friend. Right then, the filthy old man standing next to the famous woman stares down our hero's partner. He evaluates her beauty with pure malice. Suddenly, the system pulls up that famous woman's hidden status. Turns out, she has already been intimate with 78 different wealthy men. The creepy elderly guy immediately demands to know who this pretty rookie is. Mocking her, the famous woman replies that she's just a lowly extra. Trying to get lucky, the businessman hands over his card. He offers up huge investments if the redhead ever wants to film something. The famous star instantly makes an ugly face. She totally views her colleague as inferior, thinking she is only good for pleasing bosses in bed. Zero patience left for this fake friend. Our heroine shuts the conversation down and decides to walk away. Meanwhile, the attendant brings out a beautiful women's watch. It is available for the staggering price of 380,000 coins. But get this, the protagonist actually thinks that price is way too low for his mother. He demands pieces worth at least $500,000. Hearing this insane demand, the famous girl gets absolutely furious. She had to suffer with that gross old man just to get something much cheaper. Seeing this play out, the redhead casually pretends to read a magazine. Inside, she is dying of laughter at that arrogant woman's completely shocked face. The young man steps closer, asking if his new employee liked anything. She quickly denies it. She admits she has absolutely zero money for this stuff. Right then, the system launches a new mission, and our tycoon offers to buy any jewel she wants. The beautiful actress absolutely refuses that kind of luxury. She guarantees she will earn everything with her own hard work. Watching from afar, the bitter rival figures it is all a fake show. Time to completely humiliate them. The chic salesperson quickly returns. She brings out some absolutely gorgeous watches for our young billionaire to try on right there. That heavy gold accessory fits his wrist perfectly. It honestly matches his natural charm. He turns and asks his stunning colleague for her thoughts. She praises the flashy piece with a pretty shy smile. The strap looks a little loose, so the redhead leans in to fix it. He totally lets her, dropping a ridiculously provocative comment. Her face goes completely red. The actress definitely catches that double meaning. Is her new boss actually flirting with her? Her affection meter immediately ticks upward. The young billionaire just laughs off the tension. He tells the employee to box up both watches right now. The attendant is literally stuttering. Dropping that kind of insane cash so easily is just unbelievable to her. The old man and the rival stand there with jaws on the floor. These kids are clearly not pretending to be loaded. Next up, the tycoon asks for help picking out a gift for his mother. The employee quickly points to the most elegant jewel. She explains this piece holds 450 diamonds. The price tag easily breaks 800,000. He casually asks the actress to try the luxury piece on her own wrist. Admiring the fit, he loudly declares both look way better than that cheap junk. The rival is absolutely seething. Without even blinking, he hands over his black card. Wrap all 4 watches up right now. The redhead quickly tries to take the jewelry off, but he gently grabs her hand, telling her it is actually a gift meant just for her. Blushing hard, the beautiful actress tries to refuse. She insists it is way too expensive to just accept like that. He just smiles and tells her to stop overthinking things. The payment already went through anyway. No takebacks allowed. Plus, he points out a trendy model like that would never suit his mom, so it works perfectly as a welcome gift. Stepping closer, he looks right into her eyes. Will she really reject his genuine kindness? Not wanting to offend her insanely rich future boss, the actress finally accepts. Her affection score jumps up quite a bit. The salesperson rushes back with the card. She confirms the 4 million transaction and hands over a special complimentary gift. Watching from the sidelines, the rival bites her lip in pure rage. This total rookie just scored something vastly more expensive. Hoping to score a freebie, the creepy old man tries asking for a store gift too. The employee shoots him down with a polite no. Totally humiliated, the older guy turns his back and storms out. He complains loudly that the kid completely ruined his mood. Another attendant asks if the rival still wants to buy her item. The woman plays it off, claiming she will just come back later. Right on cue, the system chimes in to confirm the mission success. It informs the young billionaire he is getting a random cash refund. A bright blue screen suddenly lights up. His good deed is paying off big. He hits a wild triple multiplier, yielding over 13 million. The tycoon checks his phone as the massive deposit hits. Time to buy even more gifts and win this redhead over completely. Strolling through the mall, he casually asks what kind of bag she wants. She tries to say no, absolutely dying of embarrassment. Completely ignoring her protests, he waves his salesperson over. They quickly bring out the two most popular models in the entire high-end boutique. Without a single second of hesitation, he flashes a brilliant smile. He tells the staff to just charge everything to his premium card. The cashier thanks him for dropping 120,000. Meanwhile, the actress just stares at him in absolute shock. Honestly, who wouldn't be stunned? Blushing hard, the star finally grasps the terrifying financial power of her charming new boss. Once they are back inside his luxury car, she softly thanks him. She even invites the tycoon upstairs to her apartment for a drink. Flashing a charming grin, he playfully jokes back. He says, handsome guys really need to watch out for dangerous women. But he quickly drops the teasing act. He tells her to get some rest, and she waves goodbye with a truly gorgeous smile. Watching his ride drive off, her affection score instantly hits 80. She is officially enchanted by this wildly generous guy. Meanwhile, the young billionaire drives away looking incredibly confident. He knows for an absolute fact he is going to win this redhead over soon. Pulling up to his luxury villa, the butler immediately offers a hot bath, but he prefers to swim a little instead, sipping on cold champagne. The manager watches his athletic build in the water. She silently swears to provide absolute top-tier service to keep this VIP happy. Chilling in the pool, he asks the manager if the estate offers any truly unique, ridiculously expensive dishes. The gorgeous manager confirms they have incredibly elite options. She suggests a special dish featuring rare fish and white truffles. Hearing that price tag, I suddenly remember these ingredients cost millions. Perfect time to finally swipe my special food card. I step right out of the water, giving the employee a certain look. I ask her to set up a nice relaxing massage. Her face turns completely red. The manager agrees on the spot, suggesting we head back to the room for some special service. I am already chilling in the luxury bed when the beautiful attendant slips off her blazer. She is completely ready to work. Not wasting a single second, I flip over face down. I anxiously wait for whatever this stunning woman has planned. Her soft touch catches me totally off guard. I honestly thought I was just getting a regular old back rub here. In this super sweet voice, she whispers that this is actually a hotel specialty. She tells me to close my eyes and relax. Right then, the gorgeous employee actually climbs on top of me. She starts a way more intimate treatment, clearly packed with ulterior motives. Her real intentions hit me as she rubs against my back, absolutely guaranteeing an unforgettable VIP service. Blushing hard, I reflect on this absurd level of service. Maybe I'm just letting my wild imagination get the best of me. After the service ends, she actually says goodbye in a completely professional way. I let out a huge sigh, confirming I definitely imagined things. Cut to the next day, a massive luxury auto show packed with photographers checking out gorgeous cars and models. Walking through the noisy event, I feel pretty disappointed. The most expensive vehicle in this entire place does not even cost 3 million coins. Suddenly, I spot a highly familiar group right in the middle of the crowd. I immediately recognize my old high school classmates. The guys are all busy staring at my beautiful childhood friend. Turns out, the stunning lady strikes an elegant pose right on top of a car. Her dazzling red dress easily steals all the spotlight. Seeing this, our guy suddenly remembers something. She actually turned down their graduation trip invite, claiming she was totally swamped with work. Wasting zero time, the tycoon strolls up to greet his old classmates, leaving them completely shocked by his sudden appearance. Flashing a super confident smile, our hero jokes around, complaining that they set up this fun little hangout without breathing a word to him. The guys swallow hard, sweating cold bullets in this incredibly awkward spot. Truth is, they actually left him out of the loop on purpose. Trying to hide his obvious guilt, one of the rich kids just laughs nervously. He points right at his friend, dumping all the blame onto him. Changing the subject completely, the girls suddenly notice the protagonist's face. They are honestly blown away by how incredibly charming he looks right now. Playing along, the friend hugs our hero tight, mockingly asking if he went and got plastic surgery. Soon enough, one girl points at the stage. She defends their beautiful colleague's hard work, completely shutting up the envious guys standing around. Now, get ready for this. Opening his system, the tycoon checks her status and his jaw drops, seeing her friendship level sitting well over 90. Confused, the young guy realizes they barely even spoke back at school. He genuinely pities his friend who was completely head over heels for her. Completely clueless, the green-haired boy walks up to our protagonist, excitedly asking what he is currently up to. Feeling sorry for his buddy, our hero just gives him a gentle shoulder pat. He tells him to take care, leaving the green-haired friend looking totally confused. The young tycoon walks right up and compliments Jiao Ying, saying she looks even more stunning than before. The beautiful model asks if he came to see the event. The guy nods along, casually saying he was just stopping by to take a quick look. Right then, an envious old classmate starts mocking him. He smugly asks if they seriously plan on buying that insanely expensive vehicle. Another guy chimes in, claiming that imported model easily costs over 5 million coins. The class representative keeps poking at our hero, basically suggesting he is way too broke to even stand there. Seeing this messy drama, the beautiful model apologizes. She warns them she is getting paid to work, meaning they really cannot cause a huge scene around the venue. Clearly bothered by our protagonist, the rich kid starts making things up. He brags about his good grades, claiming his family wanted to gift him a fancy luxury car. But the gorgeous model politely shuts his flirting down completely. She tells the guy to go bother the other salespeople for info instead. This jealous rival just keeps pushing it. Our hero watches and openly laughs at his absolutely pathetic attempt to pick her up. Furious, the guy challenges our rich MC to actually buy a car on the spot. He agrees, then asks if the model comes included. She blushes hard, assuming he has to be joking. But get this, the protagonist swears he is dead serious, making his rival absolutely seethe. Right on cue, a manager in a sharp suit marches over to see why there is so much commotion around his expensive car. The boss immediately rips into the poor girl. He snaps that she gets paid to work, not stand around chatting with her buddies. Trying to look like the big man here, the class leader blames our hero for the chaos. He demands he actually buy the vehicle now. Ignoring the jerk completely, our guy takes a second to admire the view, a gorgeous luxury car perfectly matched by his beautiful friend standing right there. Catching sight of the seriously expensive watch on our guy's wrist, the manager instantly changes his tune, promising the beautiful model comes right along with the vehicle. Flashing a confident smile, our young tycoon pulls a sleek black card from his pocket and tells the manager to swipe for the full amount right then and there. His classmates stand there completely shell-shocked, knowing full well that specific car easily costs over 8 million. One of the girls from their group practically has a meltdown, totally unable to process how her former classmate could casually drop millions of dollars out of absolutely nowhere. The jealous guy tries stepping in, telling our hero to drop the fake act, but our guy immediately calls him an idiot right in front of everyone. The salesperson quickly agrees with our hero, confirming that the massive commission from this millionaire sale would go straight to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's affection for him spikes up quite a bit, while our boy reminds the manager again about the girl coming with the shiny new ride. Breaking into a cold sweat, the manager secretly prays the card declines the massive charge, so the kid ends up totally humiliated. Our guy just asks to speed the whole process up and drive off today, getting immediately ushered right into the exclusive VIP lounge. Just seconds later, the machine beeps confirming the gigantic cash payment and perfectly sealing the massive deal. Flashing an absolutely enormous smile, the manager hands back the card and orders his beautiful employee to take extremely good care of the young master. The jealous rich kid completely freezes. Imagine his face right now, realizing he just humiliated himself for absolutely no reason. The green-haired friend stares blankly at that crazy wealth and immediately begs for a ride, while Zhou Ying's affection totally skyrockets. One classmate with glasses suddenly points out a huge problem. The imported sports car only has 2 seats, leaving 0 room for them. Super jealous of the whole setup, the other girl loudly claims she deserves the passenger seat since the model supposedly hangs around lots of guys. Taking his seat, our hero thinks quietly. He actually feels pretty confused about why that jealous girl's affection level just shot up so high out of absolutely nowhere. Looking over at Zhou Ying, our guy totally agrees that the luxury machine matches her beauty perfectly. Meanwhile, the jealous guy completely convinces himself that our hero dumped his ex because of this model, already plotting some kind of payback. Hearing this, the other classmate is super shocked to find out about the breakup, remembering how great the old couple used to get along. Standing right up, the young tycoon wraps an arm around the model's waist, declaring that any guy would fall for such a star. Totally stunned, the green-haired friend spots the watch. He loudly accuses our guy of faking being completely broke during their school days. Flashing a modest smile, our hero simply lies, claiming his family rewarded him with a small fortune just for getting decent exam grades. Completely unable to accept this crazy reality, the manager quickly changes the subject, inviting everyone out for dinner before it gets too late. Jumping on the chance, the fake friend invites our hero to grab food with them, suggesting a quick trip to the mall afterward. But our guy politely turns the offer down, warning them he already has entirely different plans for this incredibly busy night. Desperate not to miss her golden opportunity, the girl blushes hard and begs the rich kid to keep in touch once they all head back home. Saying his goodbyes to the model, our boy mentions he wants one more quick tour around the hall, while Jo Ying flashes a deeply grateful smile. Stepping in close with a super charming tone, he tells her to drop the formalities, officially setting up a date for next time. A bit later, another salesperson shows off a gorgeous pink vehicle, pitching it as the absolute perfect luxury ride for any lady. Staring at the machine, our guy pictures a pretty romantic scene, deciding right then and there that this is the absolute perfect gift for his girl. Our young tycoon quickly asks for the price, and the woman honestly replies that the final cost easily hits the 9 million range. Without even letting the employee finish her pitch, the rich kid hands over his card, closing the gigantic purchase right on the spot. Next up, our hero asks for delivery service. The attendant happily agrees, guiding him over to a comfortable area to sit down. He waves off the seat, explaining the car is a special gift, promising to send the lucky girl's address over as fast as possible. Now over on the other side of the hall, a famous streamer girl is broadcasting live, showing off that exact same pink car to her fans. Flexing her online fame, she chats up a millionaire fan. She tries incredibly hard to convince the guy that buying this machine is a genius deal. To farm some more views, she points her camera right at our protagonist, promising her chat a live interview if they hit the like goal. But a salesperson in a sharp suit quickly interrupts the broadcast, bluntly asking if the streamer is actually here to buy anything for real. Completely embarrassed by the sudden call-out, the internet celebrity just stutters, awkwardly confessing she only wanted to admire the gorgeous machine. Keeping a completely serious face, the employee straight up demands proof of income, causing an absolute massive uproar inside the live chat. The girl finds the charge totally unfair and immediately points right at our hero. She argues he never had to prove a single thing to walk inside. Pride completely shattered, the famous woman stays dead silent. Meanwhile, her own fans start laughing at the humiliating scene. Off to the side, the beautiful model just processes everything. She is entirely stunned watching her coworker drop millions in a single afternoon. Face completely flushed, the beautiful girl admits something crazy. Even at the peak of her family wealth, they could never afford a spending spree like that. Cut to our young tycoon stretching his arms. He is happy to have handled the gift and heads out to grab his new Ferrari. The salesperson hands over the keys and asks about a license plate. This makes our hero realize getting a local registration might be a massive headache. Right on cue, his system pops up. It generates a custom plate with his exact initials, providing some seriously perfect timing. An employee quickly jogs over with a fresh envelope. He announces the brand new registration is ready for installation. While bolting it on, the worker freezes in absolute shock. Those letters spell out the young tycoon's name perfectly. Watching nearby, the manager goes completely speechless. He suddenly realizes just how much power this rich client actually holds. Smiling smoothly, the hero calms the panicked salesman. He claims he just reserved the plate earlier. The man obviously knows that is a total lie. Playing along, the employee heavily praises the guy's crazy luck. He swears securing that specific registration carries some serious weight. A few minutes pass, the worker bows with deep respect and announces the beautiful plate is finally installed. Seeing all this bowing, the manager draws a wild conclusion. This kid has to be the billionaire heir to some insanely powerful national family. Shift over, the gorgeous model walks up to our hero. She warmly thanks him for all his help today. Since she is clocking out, she invites the wealthy young man to grab dinner together. She really wants to reward his massive effort. At that exact second, his phone suddenly starts buzzing. The loud noise completely shatters their growing romantic tension. He answers the call calmly. Who on earth would interrupt him at a moment like this? It is his green-haired friend crying desperately on the line. He wails about being dumped and begs for some heavy drinking company. The hero is totally caught off guard by the intense drama. Meanwhile, the model watches him, trying to figure out what is wrong. He explains his friend's tragic breakup situation. Apologizing, he promises to reschedule their big dinner date for the very next day. The lovely lady just smiles and agrees to postpone it. He lets her know he will handle his buddy's crisis immediately. Arriving at the dark bar, the hero jokes about him not jumping into the river yet. The friend just cries louder, begging him to sit down and drink. Through ugly tears, the guy confesses he was just a backup plan for the girl. Our tycoon leans in and tells him to keep going. The heartbroken guy complains that his rival constantly bosses him around, and yet, that rich jerk just has to glance over, and the girl follows him around like a puppy. Seeing his friend spiral into massive drama, the hero tells him to stop stalling. He orders him to get straight to the actual point here. Slamming his glass down, the poor guy admits the truth. He followed them and watched them passionately kissing and hugging, which completely shattered him. Munching on some bar snacks, the hero bluntly points out they never actually dated. His buddy bawls, whining about the cruel sarcasm right now. The hero simply advises him to forget her entirely. Let the girl deal with that rival's mess. The suffering friend asks if he knows something. Taking a sip, the tycoon mentions the wild rumors about that rival's chaotic life. He reminds his buddy he tried warning him about her red flags. Full of regret, the green-haired guy admits his total blindness. He decides to drown his sorrows, throwing his glass up for a quick toast. Stepping outside the bar, our hero shoves his wasted friend into a taxi. He ignores the drunk promise to console him during future heartbreaks. Now standing beside his car, the young tycoon opens an app to hire a designated driver. Turns out he is actually pretty responsible today. Out of nowhere, a stunning woman leans right against his vehicle. Get a load of this, she lies, that the Ferrari belongs to her boyfriend, warning him to back off. Proving he is the real owner, the hero instantly unlocks the doors. Caught red-handed, she suddenly claims she feels dizzy, making up a cheap excuse to flirt. The hero faces the woman and casually jokes that she doesn't look like his girlfriend at all. The obvious gold digger freezes in total shock. Recovering fast, she tries flirting again. She praises his deep voice and asks about driving one-handed, but our guy instantly cuts her off with a harsh lesson. Undeterred, she steps closer in a highly provocative way. She offers to play along with his little game, desperate to win his attention. Keeping that cold attitude, the tycoon rejects the offer. He makes up an excuse about playing another game just to shake off the gold digger. Right then, the famous pink-haired girl from the mall walks up. She asks if our hero is the one who called for a ride app driver. She introduces herself on her live stream and realizes his face looks super familiar. Meanwhile, the chat instantly recognizes him as the wealthy guy from the recent event. Flashing a charming smile, our hero steps up to the camera. He warns that filming someone this handsome does not come cheap. Blushing bright red, the streamer stammers out an apology. She aggressively turns the camera away, practically dying of embarrassment from the sudden scolding. He actually finds it pretty weird that she streams and drives simultaneously. Hoping for a pass, the young woman politely asks for permission to record inside the vehicle. Once inside the luxury machine, the girl totally flips out with pure joy. She shows off the Ferrari to her fans, hyping up its insane speed. Scanning the chat, she gets seriously nervous. Her followers are all pointing out that the exclusive license plate belongs to an absolute billionaire. Hoping to impress the wealthy young man, the beautiful driver leans close. She offers her top-tier driving services completely for free, but the tycoon simply holds up a hand, shooting the offer down. He claims that taking free favors always ends up causing massive headaches later. Needing to change the subject, he straight up asks if the young driver actually has any experience handling supercars. Acting completely confident, she snatches the key. The system panel pops up, revealing her intimacy status sits at 0. It proves she is genuinely pure. The beautiful streamer asks if she can keep recording just her own face. Our hero gives the green light, finding her quirky vibe pretty amusing. With that settled, the guy tells her to hit the road. The girl very carefully mounts her phone on the dashboard before starting the trip. She admits to her fans that piloting such a crazy expensive machine is nerve-wracking. Then she locks all her focus onto the highly congested road. Analyzing her highly provocative dialogue, our hero figures something out. Anyone would think she was totally easy if the system had not exposed her real purity. The tycoon decides to check out the stats on her live stream. It is honestly just sad seeing that her biggest donor only sent absolute peanuts. Taking a closer look at the digits, he spots her daily income. The beautiful streamer's earnings are completely miserable, barely enough to even cover basic bills. Witnessing this massive internet failure, the guy just sighs. He realizes that working full-time as an app driver would definitely pay way better. Trying to strike up a conversation, she explains to the chat why she streams city traffic. She openly admits she lacks any actual entertaining talents. She asks how he managed to stroll straight into that luxury store earlier. The rich guy answers easily. He says someone spotted him buying his luxury Ferrari. And guys, her reaction is priceless. The driver's eyes go wide, utterly stunned he just bought this millionaire vehicle outright. Right after that, the luxury sports car accelerates through the busy streets. The sweet ride instantly earns massive admiration from everyone watching the live stream. Pulling up to the hero's private villa, the girl hands back the keys. He actually praises her smooth driving, promising to hire her services way more often. Cheeks burning a bright red, the beautiful streamer thanks him for the rare compliment. Her heart starts beating super fast for the charming wealthy guy. Feeling curious, the lady asks what kind of videos he usually watches. The tycoon flashes a huge smile, admitting he is a massive fan of gorgeous beauties. Taking full advantage of that perfect opening, the young woman strikes a seductive pose. She heavily hints for the billionaire to support her channel as a dedicated fan. Still smiling, our hero pulls up his viewer profile to show the young woman. He proves he is literally just a free spectator, definitely no rich donor. Unbothered, the pink-haired lady gives him an incredibly seductive look. She boldly asks to come inside for a drink, calling it an alternative form of support. Finding the routine funny, the tycoon straight up rejects the offer. He figures the gold digger just wants to spark spicy controversy for her channel. Even so, the beautiful influencer nervously bites her lip. She starts imagining some intensely indecent things happening between them. But the protagonist refuses the drink entirely. He makes a weird excuse about hotel water being awful, promising to buy her tea next time instead. This flat rejection leaves the young woman incredibly frustrated. Meanwhile, her loyal chat followers immediately start insulting the guy in every way possible. Surprisingly, the lady's friendship meter actually increases. The boy waves from afar, planning to invite her to eat later on. Walking down the wide corridors, the wealthy student reflects. He definitely needs to train up those social skills for the future. Once he arrives back at the luxury restaurant, he finds the manager. He casually orders the absolute most expensive dishes they have for 5 people. The attendant blushes, nervously explaining something crazy. Just 2 rare fish alone would cost roughly 1 million each. Unfazed by the absurd price tag, the young man simply smiles. He orders the beautiful employee to bring everything out as quickly as possible. Later, his old classmates arrive at the hall. They are totally blown away by the incredibly chic banquet on the table. Utterly in shock, one of the guys points it out. Just those 2 fish alone could buy a whole entire car. The manager politely chimes in, explaining that the fish they just ate is actually some of the rarest, priciest seafood on the planet. She also brings out white truffles. The total dinner cost? Over 3 million coins. Hearing that insane number leaves one girl absolutely stunned. That much cash could literally buy a massive mansion back home. Playing the perfect host, Jiang Chen tells everyone to dig in. The jealous guys swallow their pride and just say thanks. After the meal, they try dragging him out for drinks. He turns them down flat. He is already completely satisfied. The students finally wave goodbye, promising to book a cool place to meet up later. Soon, the manager applies a quick discount, bringing the total to nearly 3 million, and he pays up immediately. But wait, the system refunds him with a massive multiplier, generating a completely absurd profit of 140 million. Jiang Chen just grins. Treating these people to dinner literally handed him an absolute fortune. The beautiful manager confirms his transaction and bids the billionaire farewell, sweetly reminding him to call if he ever needs anything. Already resting in his room, the young man grabs his phone. Just looking to kill some time, he opens a live streaming app. He searches for that car girl's channel and the interface immediately flags her as having an incredibly high beauty rating in the system. Right on cue, the magical interface gives him millions of virtual coins. Boom, instant max level account. Coming up with a catchy nickname, he drops a comment in her chat, asking if the lady plans on going out tonight. Seeing a max level user enter her room, the beautiful influencer goes wide-eyed. She is completely blown away. Flashing a sweet smile, she warmly welcomes him in, explaining she is about to join a channel battle. The screen suddenly splits. A live duel kicks off against another streamer who looks completely full of herself. Checking the rival's profile, Jiang Chen notices the system only gives this arrogant woman 69 beauty points. He is totally baffled. And honestly, wouldn't you be? How does a stunning level 94 girl lose to someone so basic? On screen, the rival puts on a totally fake, friendly act. She asks the younger girl to basically let her win this first round. The beautiful streamer sighs sadly. Sad reality? She actually needs to win twice tonight just to cover her rent. Forcing a polite smile, she greets her opponent, asking the rival's top donor to maybe go easy in this virtual duel. But the arrogant streamer winks, telling her rich fan to save his energy. Then it happens. The system triggers a mission, offering Jiang Chen a massive 50 times multiplier if he steps up to help. Trying to hype up her main fan, the redhead strikes a playful pose, asking if there is anything he wants to see. Jiang Chen just smiles. Stepping up as this gorgeous influencer's biggest donor could definitely make things very interesting between them. Playing it up, the beautiful girl dramatically begs her chat for donations. Her chat just laughs, typing out that they aren't spending a single cent today. You can tell she is getting stressed by the trolls, but she forces out praise for the cheapskates watching her live. Finding this hilarious, Jang Chen decides to mess around. He tosses over some incredibly cheap gifts just to test her reaction. Genuinely surprised by the tip, the streamer leans into the camera, sweetly thanking her mysterious new benefactor. But her smile instantly drops when she realizes this max-level fan just sent her absolute pennies. On the split screen, she sighs in pure defeat, watching her older rival proudly show off the expensive gifts piling up. Sliding into chat, Jang Chen promises to secure her victory on the condition she becomes his personal driver. She agrees immediately. Instantly, 3 luxury rockets appear on stream. The beautiful redhead is left completely shocked and absolutely thrilled. She thanks him, practically in tears, asking what her new tycoon wants to see. Meanwhile, her rival freezes in total shock. The arrogant woman bites her lip in bitter envy. She definitely did not expect a massive whale to materialize out of nowhere. Being completely fake, the older lady invites the millionaire fan to visit her channel. But the redhead acts fast, naming him moderator to keep him there. Since she can't dance, the beautiful influencer tries singing for her hero but ends up completely butchering the high notes. Finding her desperate performance kind of adorable, Jang Chen laughs. He drops a chat message, warning her she can just do whatever she wants. Terrified of getting eliminated, the disgusting woman fake cries, begging her own rich fan to turn the score around. With the stakes through the roof, the platform's magical system officially announces the start of this massive duel. Her top fan quickly fires off a barrage of luxury rockets. She immediately breaks into a bizarre victory dance for the camera. Finding this little war hilarious, Jang Chen smirks. Watch this flex. He casually drops 3 more insanely expensive treats without any effort. Over on the other side, the older lady drops into absolute despair when she realizes this random rich kid just effortlessly tied the score. But soon, the opponent's fan drops 5 more luxury rockets. The woman absolutely flips out with joy. Seeing her friend feeling down, the redhead gets pretty sad herself. The student just laughs at her lack of experience. He starts tapping his screen, prepping a massive combo. Suddenly, the redhead's stream completely overflows with millionaire gifts. She genuinely thinks her phone is glitching out. 20 shining rockets rain down across her screen. The redhead is totally stunned by her biggest fan's insane generosity. On the split screen, the arrogant rival scrambles to contact her sponsor. She breaks into a cold sweat, her sugar daddy just vanished. The redhead notices her opponent's dead silence. She quickly figures out that massive donation just guaranteed her the win. The older rival takes a brutal defeat. Meanwhile, the redhead happily invites her rich savior to watch her future streams. Thanks to all that hype, the redhead's channel smashes past 10,000 live viewers in the blink of an eye. Super emotional, the redhead takes a deep bow. She thanks him for the gifts and asks what he wants to see next. Noticing the platform's beauty filter actually makes her look worse, the student tells her to turn it off. The whole chat gasps. Totally insecure, the redhead hesitates. She nervously warns that her real face might just scare off her newest benefactor. Terrified of losing his billionaire support, she sighs and kills the visual effects. She is fully bracing herself for the insults. But surprise, her natural, unfiltered face is actually way more gorgeous. The chat instantly floods with absolute praise. Getting emotional, she realizes going makeup-free didn't ruin the broadcast at all. Instead, it just pulled in a massive wave of new followers. Gaining some real confidence, the redhead begs her wealthy fan for help in the next round. The student just tells her to start it up. Round 2 kicks off, revealing a brand new opponent rocking a schoolgirl look. She immediately starts flattering the redhead's rich fan. Playing the total gold digger, the pigtail girl tries stealing his attention away, promising him a private dance. Spotting her rival's dirty little trick, the redhead frowns. She decides to trigger the virtual battle right then and there. Playing innocent, the pigtail girl puts on a sickeningly sweet voice, thanking her own wealthy sponsor for a drop of 5 rockets. Thinking that amount is totally pathetic, the student just smirks. He effortlessly fires off 5 rockets of his own to match her. On the other side of the screen, the redhead flashes a cute hand heart. She sweetly thanks the student, calling him the absolute greatest. Seeing the scores tied, the pigtail girl desperately tries calling her donor. But nope, that guy already bailed from the live stream. From there, the broadcast rolls on. We see the redhead scoring easy back-to-back victories against some truly bizarre content creators. Thanks to the student's endless financial backing, she makes it all the way to the grand finale. Her final opponent, a seriously glamorous star. Suddenly sweating, the redhead recognizes this new challenger. This chic woman is straight up one of the most famous streamers on the entire platform. The chic star shows some respect for the rookie. She suggests starting the battle immediately, well aware of the student's massive wallet. Wasting zero time, the famous star launches into an incredibly elegant dance, doing everything she can to secure those whale donations. A few minutes later, she wraps up her performance. She blows a super charming kiss to all her viewers. Relaxing on his couch, the student actually praises the gorgeous routine. Meanwhile, the chat starts spamming that the redhead lacks the talent to compete. Reading those nasty provocations, the redhead gives a sad little pout. She begs her wealthy knight not to abandon her at the finish line. Suddenly, she gets the shock of her life. Someone yanks her backwards, and she tumbles onto the bed with her gorgeous friend. The app system randomly suggests a partner workout. The redhead completely freezes with embarrassment, tangled up in her beautiful friend's arms, but she manages to snap back into focus. She shoves the heavy embarrassment aside, deciding to lock in and win this insanely heated grand finale. Looking into the camera, the redhead begs her top fan to keep pushing. If she wins, she promises to dance to whatever he wants. Right then, three massive whales on the rival's side make a move. They each drop three super luxury rockets for the famous chic star. Feeling the enemy's smug mockery, the chic model plays it smart. She fakes a few tears, loudly thanking her fans for their enormous support. Scanning the chat, the student notices everyone doubting his bankroll. The viewers actually think his insane wealth just dried up. Smiling confidently, the guy remembers his billions. Watch how a real whale plays, he refuses to take this defeat. Suddenly, the redhead's screen completely explodes with millionaire gifts. The stream lags so hard she actually thinks her phone is broken. She sits there completely stunned. A massive screen-shaking animation of 20 shining rockets completely dominates her entire chat. Still processing the shock, she tells her audience this is a literal battle of the gods way beyond anything a normal mortal could afford. Cheeks completely flushed, the influencer flashes a little heart thanking her favorite billionaire for that massive generosity. That huge donation pushes her score past the 1.5 million mark, completely humiliating her older rival. The famous streamer breaks into a cold sweat, absolutely terrified of losing this massive showdown to a total rookie. This arrogant rival slams her desk in pure rage. Her supporters just stop donating, while the redhead keeps raking it in. On the flip side, the young beauty gets pretty emotional. She honestly never imagined seeing this much wealth in her entire life. The desperate opponent bites her lip, putting on a super provocative act to beg her fans for more gifts, but her top sponsor shuts that down fast. He refuses to spend another dime, leaving the nasty woman totally crushed. Jiang Chen casually closes the diamond purchase tab. He just watches the clock run out, sealing an effortless victory. Winning this duel makes the gorgeous redhead explode in popularity, instantly scoring 50,000 fresh followers for her channel. Over the moon, the star gives Jiang Chen her personal contact, promising to do absolutely anything he wants to satisfy him. The girl quickly offers to be his personal driver. The rich student agrees, handing over the address to his luxury hotel. Meanwhile, some sharp viewers read the chat and recognize Jiang Chen as that insanely wealthy guy from the recent event. The chat loses its mind. They realize this billionaire just bought an imported luxury car earlier that very afternoon. Grabbing her other phone, the beauty finally sends a friend request, stepping up her intimacy level with him. Checking his stats, the wealthy guy sighs. He is missing exactly 5 points to guarantee the massive system prize. But suddenly a magical screen lights up. It announces a completely absurd random gain, dropping over 2 billion into his account. Flashing a huge grin, Jiang Chen rubs his chin. Making money and flexing luxury on the internet is just insanely easy. First thing, the very next day, the young man wakes up. He gets a text from his newest friend, asking if he needs her at all today. Looking at his phone, the tycoon praises the beauty for always making herself so boldly available to him. Over in her room, the redhead waits anxiously. She barely slept all night, just praying for a good response. Heading to brush his teeth, the billionaire replies that he has an appointment with a colleague and really needs a ride. Jumping for joy, the beautiful girl squeezes her pillow. She is dying of happiness after finally getting that long-awaited text. Thinking about their date, the redhead hugs the pillow tighter, wanting to fall asleep fast so she looks perfect for him. But the pressure of driving him makes her super agitated. She just rolls around the bed, trying desperately to calm down. Now watch this. Jiang Chen arrives tonight and is totally surprised by the lady, who already insists on driving for him. Getting into the car, the eager driver mentions that their destination bar is incredibly famous. Jiang Chen tells her to lead the way. Walking into the trendy spot, 2 random women instantly notice his handsome face and luxury watch. Right on cue, a group of costume girls spot the tycoon's expensive clothes and decide to try their luck. These gorgeous gold diggers quickly surround the boy, begging for his number and offering him some company for tonight. Pulling out a classic seduction trick, a bunny girl pretends to trip, throwing herself right into the student's arms. Catching the girl, the billionaire easily notices her little stunt. She thanks him with a deeply suggestive, lingering look. Ignoring the bunny girl, 2 other beautiful women invite the young master into a private box to have some fun. Watching this unfold, the redhead freezes in total shock. Her boss is suddenly swarmed by all these beautiful girls. Acting pretty ruthless, the other women shove the beautiful driver aside, ordering her not to get in their way. Feeling a sharp pinch in her heart, the influencer totally loses patience. She yells out, demanding everyone back off right now. Looking completely fearless, the young beauty pushes straight through the crowd of women to rescue her precious sponsor. Right then, she grabs Jiang Chen's hand with some serious strength, proving she will absolutely not give him up that easily. Glaring at her rivals, the brave redhead loudly declares that this handsome boy already has an owner. Everyone just stares in confusion. Frustrated by the drama, the gold diggers finally give up on him. They wander off to hunt for a brand new rich target across the trendy bar. Finding this little jealousy crisis hilarious, Jiang Chen pulls the girl in by the waist. He teasingly asks, "So I have an owner now?" Completely flushed, the girl pushes his chest away. She makes up a quick excuse, claiming she only helped because he looked way too crowded. Jiang Chang throws a smile and thanks her for helping out, but tells her not to bother next time. The driver looks pretty grumpy. Right on cue, a friend in a sharp suit walks up. He jokes about the bar's warm welcome, calling Jiang Chang young master. He points out how the girls completely ignored him. Then he spots the stunning driver and immediately asks who she is. Jiang Chang introduces the lady as his personal driver. The friend praises his incredible style, patting his back and guiding him inside. Walking down the luxury corridors of this massive event, they take in the trendy vibe. The place is absolutely packed with rich folks. Gorgeous women in flashy outfits are everywhere, completely ready to cater to any millionaire client walking in. Several beautiful receptionists quickly bow in deep respect, greeting Jiang Chang by name. Treated like absolute royalty, our wealthy tycoon catches the seductive stares of multiple stunning women all at once. Brimming with total confidence, the student waves right back at the girls. He highly praises the management for their excellent service. Totally hyped, his wealthy friend asks the manager to prep a massive combo of wildly expensive drinks to kick off their night. Completely mesmerized by the luxury, the redhead driver confesses something. She's only ever seen that famous drink in random internet videos. But the suited friend actually thinks the drink is pretty cheap. He remembers Jiang Chang dropping literal millions on a single fish just last night. He loudly brags to the girls about that millionaire dinner, leaving every single one of them totally shocked. Right after, several gorgeous waitresses dressed in bunny girl outfits walk over to their table, carrying the luxury bottles. The beautiful attendants pour the drinks, guaranteeing the absolute best service for their VIP clients tonight. Just then, a gorgeous brunette with a very deep neckline walks up. She introduces herself as Xiao Chung and wants a toast. Jiang Chang pulls up the system and checks her attributes. He notices she boasts a figure of level 98. The admiring tycoon figures her beauty is genuinely rare, realizing she would look even better with a touch of makeup. Wasting zero time, the charming student clinks his glass with Xiao Chung, happily accepting her toast. From afar, the redhead driver watches the whole scene. A heavy squeeze of jealousy hits her heart. She absolutely hates being left aside. Totally bothered, she reflects on how he spent so much on her, only to hang with others now. The beautiful influencer steps up, trying to match the mood, and offers a special toast to her sponsor. Flashing a charming smile, Jiang Chang just hands her a can of energy drink. He tells the lady to hydrate herself a bit more. Pushing the drink away, she claims she is already full of energy. Our hero casually jokes back, saying he really could not tell. Flushed red, the driver provokes him right back, boldly suggesting he come a little closer to look. Evaluating the entire situation, the billionaire decides to focus purely on his driver. Xiao Chung will just have to wait for another occasion. Noticing the shifting mood, Xiao Chung announces she's going to dance for a bit, but she promises to return for another toast right after. With that, our protagonist leans right in. He proposes they actually leave together tonight, just so he can properly evaluate her energy. Hearing this bold proposal, the redhead driver remembers those internet dating tips. She decides to play a little hard to get. Trying to keep her cool posture, she gently pushes him back. She asks if he really thought she was such an easy woman. Jiang Chang frowns, clearly irritated. He spent millions on her, and she is still trying to play these silly games. Having zero patience for this type of drama, the rich young man stands straight up from the couch. The influencer looks completely confused. Walking right through the VIP box, the student decides to hit the dance floor. He heads toward the beautiful dancing women to distract himself. One gorgeous dancer stops her routine, seductively asking if the tycoon enjoyed her moves. Almost immediately, a girl in a plunging red dress walks up, demanding to know what he thinks of her. Our hero highly praises the young woman's performance, boldly stating that her curves are incredibly interesting. Loving the compliment, the woman in red leans her body against the billionaire. It is a super obvious flirt, packed with ulterior motives. Taking full advantage of this opening, Jiang Chang hugs her waist. He invites her to continue this night in a much more private place. Right on cue, Xiao Chung returns and grabs his arm. She eagerly asks to join in on this private little meeting. Hugged tightly by both beauties, he spots the fierce rivalry between them. Honestly, you have to wonder how long he can keep his sanity here. Laughing out loud, the protagonist suggests all three of them head back to his hotel. He guarantees the night will be incredibly fun. Toasting with the other women, his suited friend finds this whole situation hilarious. He loudly praises Jang Chang's wild sense of humor in front of everyone. The companion raises his glass high, totally hyped to keep drinking. Meanwhile, our protagonist casually walks off with the two dancers. Driven by obvious ulterior motives, the women press in even closer. They are all dying to toast with this incredibly rich young master. Watching that brunette act so bold, Eli's heart sinks. She figures he's ignoring her purely because she played hard to get. The pink-haired girl lets out a heavy sigh. Seeing the trio walk off, she realizes something she'd actually give him a shot if he tried. Drowning in regret, she admits to herself she saw this coming, just feeling a bit humiliated by how it went down. Right then, our young tycoon flashes a subtle smirk. Her affection meter just shot up exactly as he planned. 2 whole hours. He kicks back and flirts heavily with the dancers, completely icing out his gorgeous driver standing there. Having soaked up enough of the party scene, they call it a night. Vague plans are made for another drinking round later. Once outside, Eli flags down a random taxi. Meanwhile, the billionaire smoothly ushers those 2 stunning women into the back. Playing the absolute gentleman, he casually tosses a thick stack of cash to the cabbie get these ladies home safe. Totally stunned at being dismissed, the girls shout after the rich kid. They refuse to believe their crazy night ends here. He just strolls over to his own ride and snaps his driver back to reality. Shaking off the daze, she slides inside. A quick 30 minutes later, they pull up to the hotel. He turns around, genuinely asking why his driver is following him inside. Blushing bright red, Eli makes up some weak excuse. Late night transport is sketchy, so can she just crash here tonight? He openly mocks her right back. Calling out her bluff, he just wires the exact cab fare straight to her phone. She scrambles to hide her total embarrassment. Just kidding around, she claims, but the boss flatly orders her out for good. Losing whatever cool she had left, she grabs his shirt tight. She yells out loud she is absolutely not going home. Staying completely unfazed, he shrugs and agrees. He tells the flustered girl she can pick any spare room in the suite. Working up some serious nerve, Eli suggests they share that massive bed. He shuts it down instantly. No sleeping with strangers. Watching her sit on the edge of the mattress, he knows his wild trap worked. He just needed her to snap. Overwhelmed, the driver drops to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She grips his leg tight, pouring out every ounce of pure desperation. Looking pretty surprised, he asks what all the tears are actually for. She genuinely thought he hated her for rejecting him earlier at the bar. He lets out a heavy sigh. Being this incredibly innocent just causes messy misunderstandings. Feeling pretty bad now, the young billionaire kneels down. He comforts his beautiful Eli, gently asking her to stop crying. In that highly charged second, they lean in close. The young master plants a warm, lingering kiss right on her lips. Fingers laced tightly together, the pink-haired beauty spills all her hidden feelings. She finally admits she really likes this charming guy. She brings up his crazy financial support on her streaming channel. Her huge crush started on that exact unforgettable day. He quietly listens while brushing away her tears. She calls him her absolute Prince Charming, the one who pulled her from despair. Completely surrendering to the moment, she wraps him in a tight hug. Incredibly sweet words are whispered right against his ear. He just flashes a soft smile and scoops her up. He isn't letting her run away now. She's definitely staying the night. Now lying right in the center of that massive bed, she blushes hard, anxiously waiting for her dear boss. Wasting zero time, he closes the distance. A long and incredibly passionate night kicks off between them. Through the dawn, they enjoy the closeness, deepening that intimate bond even further. Now, watch this shift. The next morning, a stunning redhead manager strolls right into the office, greeted warmly by a dazzling blonde. The manager quickly offers the girl a seat. She asks what was so urgent they needed to talk right at shift start. The blonde instantly asks if she actually knows Jiang Chang. The redhead nods, confirming they met during a pretty wild trip. The employee asks about rumors of a new hiring contract. The manager confirms that she is actually preparing to switch jobs entirely. Completely shocked, the blonde's eyes go wide. She demands to know if her respected boss is really throwing in the towel. Flashing a bright smile, the redhead admits she's jumping ship to the tycoon's new agency. She's helping this colleague debut first. The blonde looks pretty worried, remembering how insanely hard she worked. She straight up asks if trusting that boy is smart. The boss promises her trust in him is absolute. He's super responsible. Plus, he basically asked her to act like an older sister. Suddenly, another worker interrupts the chat. A massive surprise is waiting for the manager right down at the front desk. Out of patience, she orders them to reject the delivery. She assumes it's just another batch of annoying romantic gifts. But the poor guy swallows hard. He stammers out it's a ridiculously expensive luxury vehicle, and they can't refuse it. It's fully paid off. Completely stunned, the redhead jumps up fast, and her blonde colleague suggests going downstairs together to check out this crazy super machine. The second they step out onto the street, boom, a massive confetti party. The other workers absolutely shower the two women in a huge celebration. Right then, an elegant salesperson in a sharp suit walks over. He politely asks the lovely manager to finally reveal the big prize. She pulls back that huge dark cover, revealing a glowing, luxury pink Lamborghini. Everyone standing around just drops their jaws in pure shock. The blonde is practically dying of envy. She congratulates her boss for scoring such an insane millionaire gift. All around them, employees start gossiping about her new rich boyfriend. They are totally jealous of the guy's absurd financial power. Flashing a massive smile, the attendant hands over the keys to this absolute beast of a machine. He warmly congratulates the lucky woman. Wanting absolute confirmation, the redhead asks who sent it. The salesperson happily reveals that young Jung Chang really hopes she liked it. Pure emotion takes over, and the beautiful manager flushes bright red. She realizes no man has ever treated her this well before. Cut to our tycoon, and this is where his luck gets wild. A system notice pops up his intimacy with the redhead just hit near maximum. Our hero scores some extremely valuable cash return cards. Looking closer, he finds the weird name of one magical prize pretty darn curious. Thinking it over, the billionaire realizes he has to be super careful using those bonuses just to avoid upsetting his beautiful girls. Soon enough, the system drops a brand new opportunity. He can open an investment company promising a massive rate of annual profits. The young man grins, totally satisfied. He knows the more cash he dumps into this fresh business, the more massive his returns will get. Feeling pretty bold, the rich student dumps $500 million into it right off the bat. Now he just waits for the platform to build his company. Staring at the blue screen, our protagonist smiles. He is thrilled to see his new investment company already up and running. At that exact moment, his beautiful new driver steps out wrapped in a towel. The boy notices her physical attributes are still insanely high. Taking full advantage of this romantic mood, the rich guy hugs his sweet partner from behind. The bold move leaves her feeling slightly embarrassed. So yeah, the tycoon simply ignores all those new magical system functions. He decides to completely focus on having some fun with his beloved girlfriend instead. Fast forward an hour, and the couple is enjoying breakfast. The lovely redhead asks her biggest fan to please stop dropping so much cash on her live streams. The young lady then complains about the ridiculous fee charged by the app. Meanwhile, a beautiful brunette hotel manager listens to their entire conversation from afar. Being naturally very frugal, the driver sighs. She honestly points out that donating $2 million in one single broadcast is an enormous waste. Standing nearby, the highly surprised manager thinks about the boy's crazy luxury life. She finds that amount of money absolutely absurd. Finding this whole situation pretty funny, the billionaire tries calming her down. Then the girl asks if he minds her continuing to record videos. The hero just smiles gently. He gives her full permission to do whatever she wants, mostly because he trusts her good sense quite a bit. Absolutely thrilled by her beloved's enormous support, the happy influencer makes a choice. From now on, she will focus purely on making cooking videos. Looking super affectionate, the student lightly squeezes her cheeks. He tells the lady to warn him immediately if anyone tries causing trouble on her site. Shortly after that, the boy walks over and hands his shiny luxury card to the brunette manager, casually asking to extend his stay for 2 entire months. Totally shocked by the request, the woman tries warning him. She points out he really does not need to reserve this space for so long if he isn't even going to use it. Watching this unfold, the redhead suddenly remembers something crazy. That extravagant suite costs an absolutely absurd $80,000 for every single day rented. Now watch this power move. Flashing a mocking look, Jung Chang warns that the famous hotel owner would be quite disappointed with her attitude. Completely flushed, the manager quickly tries justifying herself. She explains that spending almost $5 million is just too high for a barely used place. Quietly eating a strawberry, the influencer watches this curious interaction play out. She really wonders why this older woman cares so much about him. Activating his magical ability, the hero instantly scans the beautiful manager's profile. He notices a truly massive amount of affection built up in her heart. The tycoon is genuinely impressed right now. He realizes this gorgeous woman is actually super willing to approach him in a deeply romantic way. Feeling the billionaire's heavy, intense gaze lock onto her, the hotel employee tightens her legs. She gets super embarrassed, terrified she was way too direct. Deep in thought, the manager remembers how this charming client used to bring other women around to have fun here. Even knowing all about the boy's notorious fame, she feels deeply drawn to him. The beautiful woman quietly admits that the mysteries surrounding this handsome boy leave her incredibly curious. Getting increasingly enchanted by him, the employee sighs softly. She helps tidy up the place, desperately wanting to please her very important VIP guest. With her heart racing fast, the beautiful manager actually asks herself a dangerous question. Would she accept an intimate request if he got a little daring? Reading the blushing woman's feelings, our protagonist thinks this is all very interesting. But he smartly prefers not trying anything right in front of his girlfriend. Playing it completely cool, I tell the attentive manager to just open up a brand new room. Better to avoid any future headaches. The brunette gives me a highly respectful bow and hurries off right away to get everything sorted out. Out in the hallway, her coworker catches her weird expression and asks if I was being a totally demanding brat. Fixing her hair, she quickly clears up her friend's doubts. She swears that dealing with me was an absolute dream. Her receptionist friend complains about the hotel being dead, completely jealous of how lucky this gorgeous manager always gets at work. Looking super frustrated, she whines that not just anybody can manage to hook a wildly rich guest for an entire week. Trying to cheer her up, the manager smiles gently. She points out the month just started and things will definitely pick up. The short-haired girl jokes about stealing all her luck, saying she plans to crash hard the second her exhausting shift ends. But the manager waves goodbye. She says she urgently needs to find the director to score me a massive discount. The receptionist's eyes go wide in pure shock, especially after finding out I actually plan to stay here for 2 whole months. Completely, totally shocked, her coworker points out that I clearly have money to burn, so why even bother giving me a discount? Getting a bit flushed, she confesses it just felt wrong to charge me full price. Knowing I'd barely even be around, the short-haired girl gets super curious and starts playfully teasing her. She offers to take over my room service herself, practically begging to know if I am hot. Remembering my muscular build, the manager blushes hard, which only makes her friend tease her worse. The receptionist quickly pitches a wild deal. She offers her own personal services for a cut of that fat commission. The manager shuts that joke down fast. Guys with cash can get anyone, so she refuses to build up false hopes. Even so, the long-haired beauty sighs deeply, wondering exactly what I thought about how she looked. Changing the subject fast, she waves her friend off and hurries away to get my room sorted. Overhearing all this, the chubby manager rushes to process the payment. He decides to call the president to thank me directly. Meanwhile, I am lying on the couch. That tiny charge on my card seems weirdly low. The system immediately drops 100 times bonus in my lap. Right after, the luxury resort's absolute top brass knocks on my door, desperate to talk to me in person. I open up, and the executive president greets me like royalty. He practically bows while handing over his personal card. The mustached man explains everything. That sweet employee secured a massive discount and endless VIP perks just for me. With a look of pure disgust, I put it together. The sweet manager's really good intentions just cost me a serious chunk of potential system cash. Still, I manage a smile. The woman actually gave up her own heavy commission just to make me happy. Shaking his hand, I pretend to be thrilled. I call the executive a true friend and thank him for all his generosity. Riding high on our new friendship, the hotel boss orders his beautiful employee to do absolutely anything I demand. With matters settled, the mustache man gives a super friendly goodbye. He leaves the gorgeous manager totally in charge of my stay. I politely thank him for dropping by. Then I close the door, flashing a pretty seductive look right at the lady. Out of nowhere, my redhead driver jumps straight onto my lap. She whines that she really doesn't want to leave. Smiling, I explain I have business to handle and suggest my beautiful partner stay here to enjoy the suite. Pouting, she completely rejects the idea. Staying here alone would be incredibly boring, she says, revealing she already has plans with friends. Accepting her choice, I fix her clothes and promise to track her down the second my schedule clears up. An hour passes. I am walking down the street when a dazzling blonde woman waves at me, oozing absolute charm. She interrupts my walk with a tight hug, trying to thank me for all my help, but a sudden scream cuts her off. This super loud, red-haired guy points right at us. He starts hurling seriously heavy insults at the blonde woman in public. The absolute lunatic threatens to jump into a famous river nearby. He screams he will do it unless she agrees to marry him instantly. Watching this bizarre scene play out, I ask my partner, had she really not dealt with this cowardly stalker yet? The dazzling blonde sighs heavily. She admits the guy keeps causing scandals at work, and she just didn't want to worry me. Hearing their talk, the guy completely loses his mind. He insults the young couple, calling them traitor dogs plotting behind his back. Not wanting a scene, the beautiful blonde clings to Jang Chang's arm. She begs him to just ignore the guy's crazy ranting. But this absolute nuisance refuses to let it go. He threatens to throw himself right into the river. It is a cheap trick trying to pin the blame for his own tragedy onto the lovebirds. Suddenly, the madman lunges forward to grab the blonde. She shrinks back, genuinely terrified by the sheer aggression coming from this absolute idiot. Jiang Chang steps right in. He blocks the attack with ridiculous ease, clamping a firm grip onto the cowardly guy's arm. Staring coldly into his eyes, the tycoon gives a warning. Since he talks so much trash, they should really help him out with that jump. The billionaire gestures to the local guards, offering 5 million cash to each one. He tells them to just pretend they tried to stop this red-haired pest from taking a river dive. Getting utterly ruthless, he suggests they accidentally let the guy slip into the water. That would guarantee the end of this screaming madman. Completely terrified now, the trashy guy accuses Jiang Chang of ordering a public murder right in the middle of the busy street. Totally baffled by the insane escalation, the guards break into a cold sweat. They awkwardly ask if the young master is just joking. Flashing a freezing smile, Jiang Chang promises to pay up front. He even guarantees 5 million more to their families if they actually get arrested. Blinding greed takes over. The guards think about their miserable daily wages and quickly decide this little crime is entirely worth the payout. Sweating bullets, the red-haired guy scrambles back in mortal terror. He screams that murder is a massive crime, there is no coming back from this. Jiang Chang wants this annoyance gone. He orders him to just jump in already, finishing the dramatic act off very quickly. The tycoon just smiles, mocking his utter cowardice. He bets the loser would not even have the guts to throw a basic punch. Right then, a massive transfer notification hits the guards' phones. That proves the billionaire student is being deadly serious. Oh, you know what happens next. Highly motivated, the guards rush forward and unleash a brutal beatdown on the loudmouth right there. Watching the total chaos unfold, the beautiful blonde leans against his chest. She whispers for him to forget it, to stop lowering his own standards. Extremely gentle, Jiang Chang calms his partner, telling her to ignore human trash. 5 minutes later, the guards drag the broken guy away, promising a clean sweep. Praising their excellent service, the tycoon turns to his girl. He tells her never to hide problems like this again, he will handle it all. Suddenly, his magical system drops a huge reward. He scores a private security agency to handle future pests just like this. Pretty hyped about the new prize, Jiang Chang invites his dazzling partner to check out their headquarters. Surprise, the blonde sees his bright smile. She genuinely thought that massive headache of a fight would have completely ruined his mood. Heading for his luxury ride, the billionaire laughs, no way he lets some trash ruin today's fantastic business streak. Staring up at the huge commercial building, he checks out the new headquarters of his agency. Pacing through the massive office, he loves the sharp modern decor. It is absolutely perfect. Sinking into the boss's comfortable leather chair, the young tycoon decides to wrap the deal up and move in immediately. Right then, the charming boss pulls his beautiful partner close. He gently suggests she should sit down and rest a little bit. The stunning employee catches onto his real motives. She walks over to lock the door and shut the blinds. Flashing a wicked smile, she drops to her knees on the office floor right in front of her boss. She completely seizes this moment of privacy, deciding to reward him with a highly specialized kind of service. A few minutes in, he fakes total shock. He jokes that he only asked her to take a purely innocent seat. Now blushing furiously, the blonde calls him super annoying. She threatens to completely ignore him if he keeps teasing her like this. But watch how fast things escalate here. The seductive woman quickly hops onto his lap, finding a much more provocative angle. Smiling wide, the rich student leans back and lets his partner take total control, telling her to do whatever makes her happy. Wasting absolutely zero time, the passionate employee slips her clothes off. They kick off a very long, intense session right there. Back at the luxury hotel, the attentive manager greets them warmly, asking if they want dinner or a hot bath first. Face burning red, the gorgeous woman imagines washing him down, but the tycoon kills the mood fast, saying he would rather just eat. Totally surprised, the employee is just standing there disappointed. Seeing me head to the big room like that, she cries internally. She actually practiced several secret techniques to please her special guest. As she serves the tasty food and sighs, I figure the timing is completely wrong. Best to save the romance for later. The next day, I meet my rich friends at a luxury car event. Now watch how this mess plays out. Walking through the trendy venue, I spot a dazzling model wearing a golden dress, posing right next to a massive car. Staring at her wonderful figure, my friends totally praise the organizers for hiring a beauty who looks like an actual goddess. But watching calmly, I quickly notice the beautiful girl seems really uncomfortable with this one photographer getting too close. Getting closer, this disgusting guy is taking photos right under her dress, while she practically begs him to stop. Thinking it is funny, the harasser laughs. A simple model shouldn't wear clothes this short, especially since she hates photos. I completely lose my patience with this absolute human trash. I launch a flying kick, completely destroying the disgusting creep's phone. Sprawled on the floor, the crazy photographer goes into absolute despair. He cries over the photos and accuses me of being blind. I step on the broken device and lie that my foot just slipped. I promise to pay for the damages without any issue. Boiling with pure hatred for my attitude, the disgusting guy stands up fast and tries to throw a solid punch at me. But thanks to my combat skills, I dodge his cowardly blow with total ease. I don't even take my hand out of my pocket. I give a dark smile. I definitely remember that this guy attacked first, and with that fact alone, the laws of self-defense completely apply. Clenching my fist, I land a brutal hook right on the rival's chin, launching the harasser straight up into the air. With that creep dropped on the floor, I raise my victorious fist, just showing everyone exactly who is in charge here. The event manager runs over desperately. He begs me for forgiveness and orders his guards to call the police quickly. Looking super tense, the suit-wearing guy demands security, hurry up and arrive fast to avoid any more problems here. Approaching me, my friend praises my awesome punch, while I just lament how many absolute madmen live in this city. Jumping to defend the venue, the gray-haired guy claims everyone else here is decent. No bizarre fetishes allowed. Right then, the dazzling model approaches me. She thanks me for the huge help and asks if I got hurt at all. Smiling widely, my rich friends notice the sudden intimacy between us and joke that I literally just fought for pure love. I keep things very gentle. I introduce this wonderful woman to my colleagues, just calling her an old school friend. Soon, I also introduce my good friends to the beautiful lady. The wealthy guys all greet her with massive friendly smiles. Curiosity hits her. The dazzling model in the golden dress asks if I came here to check out more luxury cars. I explain that I actually intended to buy a nice gift for my dad, while she invites me out to grab some dinner. Flipping the invite, I suggest she join our group for the night, and the young woman says yes right on the spot. Moving on, the manager in the sharp suit is now showing me a ridiculous luxury four-door sports car on the floor. Trying to justify the sale, the salesperson lists off several powerful parts of the machine, but I cut him off, just wanting to know the actual price tag. Being direct, the guy states a value of more than $2 million. I completely ignore the cost and demand delivery to my city. Clapping his hands with pure joy, the experienced manager guarantees a super safe and fast delivery anywhere in the whole country. Without thinking twice, I hand my valuable black card straight to the salesperson, ordering him to just collect the money now. Getting pretty excited, I ask the guy to prepare a massive delivery party. I want to make a beautiful surprise for my dad. Hearing that, my friends find it hilarious that I consider a super sports car like this to be something very discreet. Reflecting on my ridiculous wealth, the red-haired guy concludes that whoever has the money basically makes all their own rules. Lamenting life, the guy in the jacket jokes about begging his dad for a car, while I just bought one straight in cash. By the end of her shift, I invite my dazzling friend to head home with me, leaving absolutely everyone else boiling with envy. Inside the luxury supercar, I buckle my seatbelt and ask if the beautiful lady plans to go back to college anytime soon. She gets totally sincere. She reveals she works for extra cash because her poor family went completely and utterly bankrupt. With a distant look, she confesses she does not care at all about the school's idiot gossip. She takes real pride in her own sweat. Getting it completely, Jiang Cheng praises the girl's serious grit. He figures she is way more down to earth than people think. The stunning girl feels bad about missing out on buying her old friend that chicken dinner. She owes him a massive favor now. Speeding through the gorgeous city streets, the magnate tries to keep her comfortable. He brushes off eating out as total nonsense anyway. Pulling up to a famous rustic spot, a group of rich guys calls Jiang Cheng and his gorgeous guest over to sit. But the mood instantly tanks. A foul-mouthed guy just strutted right in, completely uninvited by anyone in their group. Whispering, the gray-haired friend complains about this super annoying rival. He genuinely wonders who the heck would even invite a guy like that. Trying to pick a fight, the rich kid mocks the blonde with a really annoying nickname. The guy sulks immediately. Seeing the tension, the red-haired boy forces a stiff smile. He asks the loudmouth to chill out, reminding everyone they just came to eat well. Tempers finally cool down. The group gathers around a massive pot of chicken, getting ready to throw back plenty of drinks. Fast forward half an hour, the blonde guy starts bragging loudly, claiming he got some incredible investment tips for the city's stock market. Totally impressed, the girl starts fawning over him. He plays the big shot, claiming everyone desperately needs wealthy friendships just like his. Hearing this trash talk, the gray-haired boy glares. He realizes this guy is totally throwing shade right at their group. Absolutely furious now, he demands the arrogant blonde pay back a massive old debt. The blonde immediately flips out with pure anger. He orders him to shut up. Completely fearless, Jiang Cheng's friend slams the table. Warning that he is being quite polite right now, he asks if this rival seriously thinks he runs things around here. Stepping into the mess, Jiang Cheng holds his buddy back. He asks him not to ruin their fun night over some stupid fight. Right then, the blonde completely loses it. He hurls his drink straight at the magnate, screaming for the country hick to shut his mouth immediately. But the purple drink misses. It splashes right across the beautiful model's blouse instead. The poor girl jumps back, letting out a terrified scream. Moving fast, the rich guy pulls his stunning guest close to him. He shoots a pure death glare at the unhinged guy. Absolutely disgusted by this insult, the red-haired host jumps to his feet. Furious, he demands to know what the aggressive madman's actual problem is. Seeing this, the gray-haired boy steps right up too. He seriously asks if this guy just showed up to act like an absolute lunatic. Seeing these elite guys defend the newcomer, cold sweat drips down the blonde's face. He suddenly realizes Jiang Cheng must be incredibly powerful. Pointing a sharp finger right at the rival, the red-haired guy demands he stop causing so much insane chaos in the middle of their party. Trying to save face, the arrogant idiot slams the table furiously. He cannot accept everyone fawning over some random hick from the countryside. Now watch this. Staying perfectly calm, Jiang Cheng faces the trash, ordering the guy to apologize for ruining his guest's gorgeous clothes. The long-haired lady gently touches the young master's chest. She insists she is totally fine and quietly begs him to just let it slide. Ignoring her warning completely, the billionaire repeats his demand. The rival just laughs in his face. He warns he will not do any such thing. Moving with terrifying speed, Jiang Cheng suddenly raises his hand. He lands an insanely powerful slap directly into the face of that annoying guy. The brutal blow completely crushes his arrogant cheek. The impact launches his entire body flying violently backwards through the air. Watching the hit land, the student laughs to himself. He figures this absolute trash actually thought he was just some fearful weakling. Clutching his newly swollen face, the crazy blonde screams furiously. He simply cannot believe he just caught a beating right during dinner. Flashing a mocking grin, Jiang Cheng tells the rival to find a doctor. He even offers to cover the bill if the guy is too poor. Losing his mind entirely, the guy hoists up a heavy wooden chair. He lunges straight at our hero, totally intent on killing him. Barely even trying, the magnate unleashes a brutal kick. It shatters the chair into pieces and instantly smashes right into his face. Sprawled on the floor, the defeated guy coughs up blood. Jiang Cheng coldly orders him to vanish before things get quite a bit worse. Shaking with pure rage, the blonde stands up with the girl's help. He limps away, swearing serious revenge on that big hick later. A little curious, the hero asks about this rival's background. The red-haired friend explains his family actually owns food industries. Flashing a genuinely dark smile, Jiang Cheng stares out. He casually mentions he would love to test that arrogant family's true capacity. With that settled, the beautiful model approaches, looking pretty worried about causing problems. But the magnate quickly reassures her. He decides to just take her home early. Being incredibly polite, Jiang Cheng raises a hand to say goodbye to his good friends. He warns them they have probably had enough drinks tonight. The gray-haired friend sincerely apologizes for the whole mess. But Jiang Cheng brushes it off as nonsense. They are all big brothers here, after all. Already out on the street, Jiang Cheng tosses the keys of his absolute beast of a machine to the young woman, asking if she can actually handle driving it. Smiling, our hero recalls that this lady used to be a wealthy heiress back in the day, while she playfully tells him to cut it out with the jokes. Cruising smoothly through the city streets, the beautiful woman mentions it has been quite a while since she last drove. She sighs. She really wishes she could step on the gas right now. Watching her pure excitement, the young master thinks out loud he honestly never imagined this beautiful girl was such a massive car fan. Totally sincere now, the model explains her family was incredibly strict, and right now, she just does not have the money for luxuries like this. Keeping things super gentle, Jiang Cheng says that is an easy fix. No worries. He promises to take her out for more spins later. Outside the ride, she grabs the billionaire's hands, thanking him for everything, while Jiang Cheng finds her suddenly affectionate attitude a bit strange. Blushing hard, the girl quickly invents a random excuse, pointing out how late it is getting and saying she really needs to head out soon. As the beauty sprints off, our charming student just strokes his chin, easily figuring out that she is totally embarrassed. Shaking his head, our protagonist decides to bench the romance for now. Time to handle real business. Phone in hand, the hero prepares to deploy his new magical security agency, fully ready to teach that disgusting blonde guy a massive lesson. Later, chilling with his beautiful blonde manager, the hero checks the news and finds the rival factory tangled in a massive hygiene scandal. Just like that, his friend calls him up in pure excitement, reporting that every bit of dirt on that disgusting company just got leaked online. Over on the other end, his partner completely confirms the wild news. The truth? He reveals the rival factory was using completely rotten ingredients. Total chaos. The news warns that suppliers are yanking products off the shelves, leaving the corrupt company taking heavy losses. Totally stunned, the young guy in the jacket swallows hard, asking his partner if he remembers the exact words our magnate said earlier. Completely shocked, Both rich friends suddenly realize our hero orchestrated this entire massive corporate takedown. Flashing back to the student's cold stare, the guys break into a heavy sweat, realizing he single-handedly crushed the arrogant family's true power. Super impressed, the boy points out his insane level of influence, adding that the enemy family is about to lose basically everything. The red-haired friend totally agrees, recalling the incredibly intense and strange aura he felt the second he first met our student. Meanwhile, at the rival estate, the arrogant blonde's father screams into his phone, desperately trying to buy enough time to somehow save his business. Furious, the bald old man grips the receiver, panting with sheer hatred, demanding to know which exact person destroyed his massive empire. At that exact moment, the snobby blonde casually strolls over in a bathrobe. He looks incredibly confused about all the panic happening around the house and asks what is going on. Glaring at his heir, the father immediately notices the severely swollen face, demanding to know exactly where this stupid kid managed to find trouble. Scratching his head, the boy defends himself, claiming some countryside hick beat him up, but he proudly declares his revenge plan is already in motion. Smack. The bald old man violently slaps his son straight across the face, screaming that his mobster act only ever causes pointless trouble. Oh, it finally clicks for him. The father swallows hard, realizing his son's random rival actually crushed their entire company single-handedly. Utterly desperate, the patriarch grabs the boy by the shirt, ordering him to explain everything right now because their family corporation is bleeding dry. Hearing the full story, the old man absolutely loses it, calling the heir complete trash and demanding the idiot go beg for the rich guy's forgiveness. But the stubborn blonde totally refuses. Kneeling for the enemy is just way too humiliating. He angrily yells back, telling his father to just file for divorce instead. Suddenly, his mother yanks his arm, completely horrified by the incredibly stupid and rebellious attitude coming from her son. The woman quickly points a finger straight at her husband, calling him crazy for not just solving this tiny little fight with some cash. Furious, the man screams that she is being stupid, finally revealing that their entire family fortune crashed into nothing, literally overnight. Completely out of patience, the patriarch marches up the stairs, warning her that their marriage is finished if this massive problem goes unfixed. Covered in a cold sweat, the terrified blonde holds his swollen face, wondering if that hick from last night really caused all this destruction. His desperate mother agrees, practically ordering the heir to get on his knees and beg for mercy from this powerful, completely untouchable man. Meanwhile, our hero casually enjoys his breakfast, getting a sweet report that the rival company is totally destroyed. Right then, his stunning manager approaches the table, politely asking the young tycoon if he actually enjoyed his food. Praising the delicious meal, our charming student grabs his pajama collar, suddenly asking if this beautiful woman changed his clothes last night. Blushing deeply, the attentive manager flashes back to the previous night, remembering her beloved boss bringing home a gorgeous new woman. Feeling super jealous, the pretty employee actually tried to win over our rich guy. She brought him hot soup for his massive hangover. But she gets totally let down walking into that room. She realizes the young master is already passed out cold on the couch. The couch simply won't be comfortable enough. Being incredibly careful, the woman decides to just carry the tipsy boy straight to bed. That heavy smell of alcohol hits her, so the blushing manager takes charge and actually starts undressing our sleeping guy. She hesitates, but honestly, this is the absolute perfect chance to practice those massage techniques. Sweating a bit and looking totally captivated, the gorgeous employee runs her hands over herself while admiring the young man. Back in reality, she covers her face burning with pure shame and swears she only changed his clothes. Seizing his chance, our guy pulls her right in by the waist. He fakes a whole story about having some intimate dream, casually complaining that it was not real. The beautiful girl leans in seductively. She offers a sweet, relaxing massage to completely soothe her generous sponsor's exhausted muscles. Not wasting a single second, the manager invites the wealthy man to lie down on the massive double bed, eager to provide her absolute best service. Flashing a seriously confident smile, our protagonist happily plays along, teasing the gorgeous woman that he might actually be quite a handful for her. Inside the bedroom, the gorgeous employee slides right onto his lap, getting that massage started. He starts thinking the mood is getting way too heavy, but right on cue, the gorgeous girl's short skirt rides up just a fraction, revealing some daring lingerie, leaving the charming student completely stunned. Taking in that stunning sight, the tycoon instantly breaks into a cold sweat. He realizes she actually trusts him completely and desperately tells himself to just calm down right now. Feeling a sudden tug on his silk pajamas, the billionaire breathes a massive sigh of relief. He barely managed to keep those masculine instincts in check. The manager just glances right over her shoulder, seductively asking the tycoon if he was enjoying that fantastic service. He flashes a completely relaxed smile, praising the beautiful girl's skills and calling her an absolute professional. Taking the hint, The stunning employee switches positions, sitting right on top of the young man to make the service even better. But right then, the young master practically has a heart attack the second he spots the beautiful woman's incredibly daring nightwear. Catching the student staring, the blushing manager frantically tries to hide her absolute embarrassment over this wildly spicy situation. The rich guy definitely doesn't miss his chance, pointing out how this romantic vibe feels exactly like a dream he had before. Completely won over, the gorgeous girl shyly asks if the great billionaire wants to share a really intimate moment together. Our guy agrees without a second thought. He tells his beautiful partner, "Do whatever you want." She pulls him into a deep kiss, calling her beloved boss quite the mischievous man. Giving in totally, the young couple surrenders to desire, kicking off one seriously long, passionate night. Meanwhile, you have got to see this, that crazy blonde guy swaggers into a motel, demanding their absolute priciest room for his date. The receptionist processes it, sliding over the key card so the arrogant heir can enjoy his night. Always the stubborn idiot, he secretly stews absolutely no way he apologizes to that hillbilly like his dad ordered. But then the clerk politely drops a bomb. The system totally declined the Playboy's card. Figuring it is just a dumb machine glitch, the arrogant guy stays cool and tosses over another luxury card. Denied again. The attendant confirms 0 funds, leaving the suddenly broke heir in complete shock. He rubs his head. Remembering his last expenses, he realizes his old man is seriously punishing him. Desperate to hide it, he awkwardly hugs the girl, begging her to pay for the room. He promises to pay her back later, but she is highly opportunistic. She just slaps his hand away. She calls him a totally useless piece of trash for faking his wealth when he is flat broke. The broke blonde guy just stands there paralyzed with sheer embarrassment. He watches the beauty walk away, leaving him completely alone. And making matters way worse, the local receptionist asks if the fake heir still wanted to book the room. Taking his rage out on everyone else, the guy screams about his missing partner and cruelly insults the totally innocent employee. Calling his father, the spoiled brat screams and desperately demands all his money back. The response? Figure it out yourself. Finally, realizing the gravity of the whole situation, the arrogant playboy breaks into a cold sweat. He knows he has to turn to his old friends. Now completely desperate, the blonde guy paces back and forth, frantically trying to contact our heroes group. Hopping on a video call, the broke guy forces this massive smile. He tries pleasing his old rivals to beg them for help. Over on the screen, the billionaire's partners live it up by the pool with gorgeous women. Meanwhile, the blonde guy begs to speak with the so-called hillbilly. Completely humiliated, the idiot confesses to making a massive mistake. He cries his eyes out, begging them for some kind of divine salvation. Pouring a glass of wine, the rich partner laughs right in his former rival's face. The newly broke guy just keeps on sobbing and begging. Actually feeling slightly sorry for him, the partner agrees to pass the message to the young master. He orders the blonde rival to wait for an answer. Back by the pool, the young partner questions if they should really help this broke rival. After all, the young master was the one personally dealing with him. Laughing, the redhead points out a brutal fact. Even if the boss forgives the idiot, his family is completely bankrupt anyway. Their business is already totally dead. Calling him up, the redhead invites the young master to a nightclub. He warns him that someone is coming to beg for forgiveness, and the student accepts immediately. Relaxing in a bubble bath, the billionaire invites the stunning model to join the party. The girl totally lights up and agrees right away. Later that night, the charming student hits the trendy club with his gorgeous companion. His partners immediately start calling her sister-in-law. Blushing super hard, the beautiful model decides it is not even worth explaining the misunderstanding. She probably will not see these guys again anyway. With that settled, the suited-up friends gather around the venue doors. They wait anxiously to hear the young master's orders. Flashing a confident smile, the student orders them to prepare their most luxurious drinks. He also requests a few cans of special milk for his beautiful guest. Eager to please, the club manager quickly agrees to the huge request. He then tries offering several escorts to entertain the wealthy group. But the gray-haired partner grabs the manager right there. He warns him that the billionaire brought his own girl to have fun tonight. Sweating bullets, the manager furiously apologizes for the terrible mistake. He promises to get those luxury orders out as fast as possible. A few minutes later, beautiful attendants dressed like bunnies arrive at their table. They serve the ridiculously expensive champagne the young master bought. Admiring the glowing bottles, the stunning model leans in close. She whispers in the student's ear, confessing she would really love a taste. Playing the protective role, the student tells her to just drink a little bit here. He promises to bring bottles home for her to enjoy properly. Her heart absolutely races. She notices his deep respect in not trying to get her drunk, which totally earns him way more affection. Suddenly, the mood gets incredibly heavy. The arrogant blonde guy from earlier approaches their table. This leaves the beautiful model visibly tense. Sensing her sudden fear, the young master tells her to relax. Honestly, you will love the crazy spectacle about to unfold. Right in front of everyone, the blonde guy bows in a massive plea for forgiveness. He makes up an excuse about spouting nonsense due to alcohol. Keeping up his intimidating aura, the billionaire coldly warns him any sincere apologies should not be directed at him right now. Completely confused, the broke heir breaks into a cold sweat. The young master just mocks him, telling the disgusting guy to use his brain and remember. Super calmly, the student brings up that massive offense from before. He demands a long, proper apology directed right at his beautiful guest. Shaking with absolute terror, the arrogant loser finally realizes his own stupidity. He bows down, loudly calling the model's sister-in-law. He openly begs for forgiveness. Acting super affectionate, the beautiful young lady leans on the student, trying to diffuse the tension by saying everything is fine. But soon, she completely melts with love. She realizes the billionaire set this whole thing up just to defend her honor. Sweating absolute buckets, the blonde loser keeps degrading himself in front of the group. He begs them to forget the past drama once and for all. Leaning into the mockery, the young master jokes about being called a hillbilly. He offers to forgive this trash if he smashes bottles over his own head. Flashing an extremely dark smile, the student slides over an empty bottle. He really wants to watch this crazy guy put on a show. Boiling with pure hatred inside, the broke heir pauses. He realizes this so-called hillbilly just invented the absolute worst punishment imaginable. Pressuring his defeated rival, the charming young master casts a freezing look. He wants a very quick response from this pathetic loser. Left with literally no way out, the broke guy accepts the humiliating deal. He remembers his wealthy father will only return his money if he obeys. Carrying out his own punishment, the blonde guy violently smashes the bottle against his skull. He takes heavy damage, much to the total delight of everyone watching. Completely desperate, the guy continues this bizarre punishment. He shatters even more glass against his own face just to pay off that massive debt. The impact forces the spoiled heir straight to his knees on the club floor. He just moans in pure agony, surrounded by sharp glass shards. Laughing hard, the young master actually claps his hands. He loudly praises this great spectacle his former rival is putting on for the audience. Just then, the gray-haired friend ironically praises the guy's insane willpower. He acts surprised the loser had enough courage to actually hurt himself like that. Completely exhausted and utterly humiliated, the arrogant blonde guy finally faints on the cold dance floor. He officially paid the price for his grave mistake. The venue manager asks if he should just call an ambulance. Our hero just orders them to clean up the messy event. The beautiful partner is worried sick about police trouble, but the rich man guarantees he did absolutely nothing wrong there. Subject changed. The tycoon excitedly raises his glass. He proposes a toast to celebrate an epic night. Serving the drinks, the beautiful girl sighs, quietly wondering how this charming client can be so incredibly scary and cruel. Sipping her drink, the redhead reflects on the blonde guy's pure terror, concluding our hero is definitely hiding a scary power. Later outside, the stunning model suggests a private future date, confessing she really hates dealing with big crowds. Giving him this incredibly sweet look, she thanks him for forcing his enemy to apologize, showing some major affection. Being super protective, the billionaire promises that on their next date, he will not let any crazy person ruin the perfect mood between them. Blushing hard, the long-haired beauty tells the young man to go get some rest, warning him that he drank quite a bit tonight. Checking his phone, the hero gets a quick message from his personal security guards. The warning: another rival is trying to sue him today. In the attached photo, the investigators show this long-haired rival chasing down lawyers to stir up serious trouble. The spy reports that the annoying guy keeps harassing that beautiful blonde every single day, causing major headaches for everyone. Completely out of patience, the young master orders them to set a massive trap, demanding this trash gets kicked out of the country fast. Walking back into his luxury room, the rich man is welcomed by the attentive hotel manager with major affection and immense respect. Smiling mischievously, the hero wraps his arms around the stunning manager's waist, asking why she is being so formal right now. Freezing from embarrassment, the beautiful woman begs him to stop, totally terrified of being seen. But our guy just mocks his partner's fear. The brown-haired girl insists someone might walk by, so the young man smoothly suggests they head inside. Private room secured. Our protagonist totally relaxes on the plush couch. He suggests they enjoy themselves right there, totally changing up the scenery. Completely surrendered to the moment, the seductive manager blushes hard, accepting her boss's idea without a single second thought. Now watch where this gets weird. Over in a suspicious bar, the long-haired rival orders a super flashy drink from the bartender. Tragic. Downing his glass, the crazy guy's cheeks are flush red, clearly suffering from some lost love. Glancing at his screen, a woman brutally texts that she already has a new boyfriend, telling the idiot to completely forget their passing romance. Right then, a waiter serves a man with glasses sitting at the counter. handing a generous drink to the mysterious guy. Feeling daring, the rival slides up to the man with glasses, proposing they drink together while guaranteeing that true love never fails. Sipping his own glass, the man with glasses laments out loud, wondering how someone like him could ever find real love. That is when the drunk rival openly flirts, introducing himself as Jang Yu and eagerly asking for the charming guy's name. Smiling back, the guy says his name is Lin Hang. He offers to buy a round to hear the stories of this broken heart. Just like that, an hour and a half flies by with the two young men drinking and chatting incredibly close at the bar. Thanking him for the company, the long-haired guy says he needs to head out to catch a super early flight tomorrow. Being painfully dramatic, he explains he is heading to Thailand for one final trip to officially say goodbye to his old romance. Time to go. The crazy guy says goodbye to his new friend, playfully stating that fate might cross their paths again. Checking his phone, the rival realizes there is only one flight at that scheduled time, so he decides to buy the ticket immediately. And sure enough, the next day his plane is flying high while the deluded guy literally dreams of finding true love on this trip. By the afternoon, our hero touches down at the massive Thailand airport, walking with absolute style right through the main lobby. A man in a suit steps up quickly. The security captain introduces himself, swearing absolute loyalty to the powerful tycoon. Right away, the rich man demands to know where his rival is hiding. The guard confirms the target is already detained, leading them straight to the hotel. The entire staff welcomes the young master with deep respect upon arriving at the massive luxury hotel. They guide him down the long corridors. Entering the private room, the hero finds his rival completely tied up. Now watch. Surrounded by guards, he orders them to wake the subject up immediately. Splash. The man with glasses throws a heavy bucket of water. Waking up, the captive just smiles, assuming his beloved loves weird pranks. This crazy guy is completely tied up, yet he confesses feeling super excited. Total madness. He suggests they try even more daring tricks. The billionaire steps up right behind him with a mocking fake cough. He demands to know why this guy kept harassing his beautiful friend. Getting a massive scare, the long-haired guy totally freaks out when he recognizes our insanely rich student right there. Zero mercy. Jiang Chen lands a brutal kick, knocking the rival and his chair straight to the luxury room floor. Staring down at this trash, the tycoon reminds him of his last threat. He promised to shut his mouth permanently. Pure terror. Shaking with fear, the guy begs for mercy. He warns that committing crimes is forbidden, frantically begging for calm. Flashing a dark smile, Jiang Chen warns him. Accidental deaths are incredibly common in this country without drawing any attention. Dripping cold sweat, the pathetic guy swears to never approach the model again. He begs God to spare his miserable life. Turning his back, the protagonist casually orders his guards to completely confiscate all the money and documents from that guy. Being pretty ruthless, the rich man states that if this trash somehow manages to return home with nothing, it is simply the heavens acting. Left completely humiliated in just his underwear, the guy shivers from the cold while security guards record the pathetic scene. Walking out of the hotel, our student decides to enjoy the trip, heading to sign papers for System Magic shares. Pulling up to a massive company, a suited man welcomes our hero with a huge smile, excited to meet his partner. Shaking hands, the rich young man greets his new partner, and the two walk straight into the building for business. While signing the contract, the young master says he trusts him completely. The suited man carefully checks for any lingering doubts. Casually reading the system screen, the tycoon stays calm, seeing his new partner's loyalty, practically guaranteeing his future profits peacefully. Right then, the man in the suit suggests a quick tour of the local culture. Hard pass. Our hero easily refuses the offer, claiming he is just an innocent young guy. Laughing pretty hard, the partner gets it. He tells the charming student to make himself at home, offering help if needed. Now watch this shift. During the drive, he asks to cruise around, and his driver quickly suggests the nearby night market. Without thinking twice, Jiang Chen totally agrees with the great idea, asking his guard to head straight to that exact location. Arriving at the crazy busy street, our protagonist sips coconut water until he notices a terrified little child crying nearby. Real danger. With a razor-sharp look, the billionaire gives a subtle signal for his loyal guard to act immediately. Moving with brutal force, the guard lands a powerful flying kick, launching both kidnappers directly into the middle of the stalls. Lightning fast, the suited henchman knocks the criminals completely out. The poor little girl is absolutely shocked by the sudden action. Job done. The charming student crouches right in front of the girl, gently asking where her parents are. Crying her eyes out, little Anne thanks him for the massive help. She confesses she ran from her mom just for candy. Sighing out of pure tiredness, the young master deduces this little girl is actually quite stubborn and spoiled for causing such confusion. Keeping perfectly calm, the hero slowly pulls out his modern cell phone. He casually asks if she remembers her mom's actual phone number. Being extremely attentive, the rich man gently hands his device to the kid, telling her to call the woman right away. A few short minutes later, her beautiful mother comes running in, thanking him immensely for saving her precious daughter from danger. Completely desperate, the woman strictly reprimands little Anne, heavily warning her about the real dangers on these dark streets. Seeing her kid crying so hard, the long-haired mother finally gives in. She hugs the little girl, promising not to hit her. Introducing herself as Ning, the stunning beauty thanks him again. The student calmly advises her to take better care of her girl. Looking completely embarrassed, the stunning woman quickly agrees with the tycoon, swearing she will absolutely pay more attention next time. Not her fault. The little girl jumps to defend her mother, asking our hero not to scold her, bravely taking the blame. Flashing a genuinely gentle smile, Jiang Chen softly strokes the little kid's head, telling her she needs to obey her mom now. Being super polite, the mature woman offers him a ride, wanting to know the young man's name to buy him a nice meal later, but the billionaire refuses her offer. He warns her he returns to the city of Rong tomorrow, leaving the gorgeous woman visibly surprised. Thinking this is an insane coincidence, the beauty eagerly asks for his contact info, revealing she actually lives in that exact same city. Reading her hidden system stats, our protagonist is completely confused. How does she have a daughter without ever making love before? While walking down the street, the woman's personal guard suggests investigating our hero. No way. The beautiful, mature woman quickly tosses that dangerous idea completely away. Wearing a dead serious look, the mother notes this young man clearly possesses some hidden power. Investigating people like him is incredibly dangerous. By the very next night, the young master relaxes on his couch as his parents arrive, asking what crazy thing he bought now. With a big bright smile, the good son hands a ridiculously expensive watch to his dad, who jokingly calls him a rich brat showing off. Back at home, Jiang Chen hands a luxury purple bag straight over to his dear mother. Naturally, she is absolutely thrilled with the gorgeous new gift. Smiling brightly, the matriarch praises his surprisingly good taste, pointing out he picks better things than his father. With plenty of affection, the lady gives her husband a warm hug. She really wants to know the actual price of that beautiful new wristwatch. He lies. Anything to not completely scare his poor father. Claiming he paid over 100,000 through a well-connected industry friend, his good mother advises him to save up, hoping to arrange a blind date. But the rich man completely rejects that idea. Watching the student finally leave, the proud parents finally feel well taken care of by their beloved son. Just then, the old man manages to ruin the romantic mood a bit. His wife jokes right back, thanking him that Jiang Chen did not inherit that annoying defect. Arriving at the commercial center, our hero notices a massive crowd admiring a beautiful girl. Overhearing the young woman's name, the protagonist gets quite a surprise. He realizes someone is actively trying to ask his old friend out. Right in the middle of the crowd, a guy in a suit kneels down with a ring. He loudly swears he can make the beautiful Joy Ying incredibly happy in the future. All the onlookers around them are totally shocked by the rich guy's romantic gesture, taking note of a ridiculously expensive necklace right in his hands. Looking super uncomfortable, the young woman flat out refuses the offer. She explains she only sees him as a friend, practically begging the guy to stand up. She snaps. Furious with the massive public pressure, the girl issues a sharp warning. Instead, she threatens to just walk away if this annoying guy keeps pushing the issue. Acting incredibly arrogant, the man in the suit claims he fully expected that harsh refusal. Get this, he guarantees he has a pretty solid backup plan already prepared. In a presumptuous move, the playboy snaps his fingers, calling his several henchmen out of the huge crowd. Quickly, dozens of people hold up big signs. They try forcing the girl to accept the relationship in exchange for a fat monthly allowance. Right then, the system screen suddenly shines, offering up missions for the hero to either completely ignore the whole scene or help out his defenseless friend. Finding the quest rewards pretty funny. The charming student pulls some simple flowers straight from the garden. He decides to save the beautiful woman. With a highly confident smile, the tycoon approaches the awkward couple. He loudly announces that he will just take the young woman's silence as a huge yes. Acting quite gallant, the rich young man offers up those simple daisies. He smoothly asks if the girl accepts being his girlfriend right then and there. Naturally, the audience starts to laugh at his huge boldness. They openly mock those small, wilted flowers for showing zero sincerity. He scoffs. Trying to humiliate our protagonist, the preppy guy tells him to just go home and sleep. Conquering girls actually costs a lot of money, he points out. All the gossiping people strongly agree with the rich man. They deduce that any normal person would choose the expensive jewelry over basic weeds. Completely ignoring our charming hero, the man in the suit insists the beauty should give in to the shiny luxuries and stop resisting his love. Surprising absolutely everyone, the beautiful woman smiles, accepting the wilted little plants and thanking him. He panics. The rejected guy is incredulous, while the others assume she is totally crazy. Looking very seductive, Jiang Chen pulls his new partner by the waist. He praises her beautiful eyes, guaranteeing he purposely chose those exact colors. Sweating bullets from sheer nervousness, the rival tries to force a confident smile. He figures the hero is just some old friend trying to cause jealousy. Keeping his cool class, the billionaire taps the loser's shoulder. The billionaire advises him to act like a man and start looking for other fish in the sea. He completely loses it. Full of fury, the rejected guy yells for the young master to disappear, swearing a broke loser would never make her happy. The student counters his loud provocation, questioning how the guy knew he could not financially support her. Flashing an arrogant smile, the preppy guy reveals her high monthly value. He aggressively demands to know if a simple poor guy could ever afford all that. Desperate to humiliate our hero, the guy continues asking if he could even afford luxury cars or very expensive jewelry. Totally ignoring the loser, the rich man asks if the young woman actually liked those luxury things. The beautiful girl smoothly states it depends entirely on who gives them. Being very seductive, the charming tycoon questions if the beauty would ever accept his personal luxuries, receiving a very positive response. Absolutely furious with this little romantic theater, the rich guy pulls out his cell phone. He promises to hand over a lot of cash if his rival just left right away. Leaning against his shiny sports car, the loser mocks the student, highly doubting this fake poor guy owned an equal vehicle. Suddenly, a beautiful saleswoman approaches them. She politely warns that the young master had actually forgotten an item from his last big purchase at the store. Acting completely naturally, the billionaire agrees. He casually asks the woman to place his new luxury item into the vehicle parked right there next to them. Just then, the entire crowd is in absolute shock, realizing the car pointed out by the rich man is a model millions of times more valuable. Pressing your defeated rival, you ask what he thinks of your super machine, leaving that preppy guy completely shaking. You just grab your beautiful partner's hand and walk away. Meanwhile, that humiliated rich kid basically accepts his clown status. Sitting down inside a coffee shop, you apologize for all the confusion earlier. She brushes it off that annoying guy is just the son of some family acquaintance. Giving you this incredibly affectionate look, the beautiful girl thanks you for the help. She says you are just as playful as back then. Honestly surprised, you think out loud. Did this beautiful goddess actually pay attention to you during those old school days? Taking a bite of her sweet, the beauty confesses her family was always super strict. She secretly envied the rowdy student groups. Taking a sip of coffee, you warn her that she is underestimating herself way too much. Her incredible presence is absolutely undeniable. Staying humble, she denies being popular at all since almost nobody actually chased her. But you explain the real reason everyone thought they were way too ugly for her. Blushing hard, the stunning young woman leans right across the table. She wants to know if you felt that exact same fear. Wanting to completely dodge the subject, you just claim you went to school strictly to study. But she quickly brings up a certain ex-girlfriend. Breaking into a cold sweat, you confess to ending that tiny passing relationship. It did not even have many luxuries anyway. Sighing softly, the beautiful girl imagines going back in time to hang out with you, instantly bumping up her loyalty points. Watching your gorgeous partner, you realize something big. She does not really care about your money, making her quite difficult to actually conquer. But watch this carefully. Right on cue, the system drops a mission, suggesting the perfect luxury gift for you to enchant this goddess. Wasting zero time, you gently grab her hand. You pull her along for a quick walk straight into a high-end fancy store. Feeling your soft touch, the beauty practically boils over with absolute embarrassment. She is completely frozen by your sudden sweet attitude. Greeted warmly by the manager, you do not hesitate for a second. You tell the employee to grab the absolute best piece from that incredible poster display. The sales clerk praises your highly refined taste. She reveals the valuable gold jewelry actually features incredibly rare diamonds in its structure. Turning to the side, you ask if your adorable companion likes this beautiful, super shiny gift. Completely caught off guard, the gorgeous girl insists her earlier comment about luxuries was just a joke. But you look at her and state that you are dead serious. Looking thoughtful, she points out you two are not exactly that intimate yet, but you guarantee this is just a tiny little souvenir. Admiring her reflection in the mirror, the beautiful goddess feels pretty wonderful while you openly praise your gorgeous partner. Making the call, you order everything wrapped up. The employee nervously warns that these treats will cost a cool $1 million in total. Showing off your confidence, you brush off that minor obstacle. The thoroughly shocked shop assistant quickly agrees to process your request. The saleswoman is stunned. She feels a huge wave of envy, wondering how you can drop so much cash so casually. Get ready for the best part. The system screen flashes, granting you a massive $50 million refund. You just smile at the insane profit. Later, standing in front of a rather humble building, the beautiful girl explains her family recently lost a ton of money. They live here out of pure necessity now, playing the perfect gentleman. You tell her no thanks are needed and offer to carry those bags. Looking super embarrassed, the beautiful goddess politely refuses your offer. She mentions her mother is upstairs right now, saying goodbye to an old family friend. Entering the tiny apartment, the girl sighs in relief. Meanwhile, her mother wrongly assumes that arrogant rich kid had bought her those luxuries. Losing patience fast, the beautiful young woman clears up the confusion. She definitely did not go out with that preppy guy, calling him total trash. Giving a very sad look, the matriarch brings up the massive debt hanging over them. She honestly fears only a forced marriage can fix it. The older woman keeps insisting. She claims to know that rival family well, genuinely thinking her beloved daughter would be safe marrying into them. Hearing that, the brave girl snaps back. She claims she can get a job, complaining that the preppy guy is incredibly cruel. But the discouraged mother argues that paying off millions would take an entire lifetime. She foolishly guarantees the spoiled rich kid will eventually change. Completely irritated now, the girl tells her mother to drop the subject. She turns her back and storms straight into her bedroom. Suddenly, the mother notices the extremely valuable necklace shining on her daughter's neck. She fiercely demands to know what your true relationship is. Standing there completely flushed, the goddess turns her face away, trying to hide. She quietly reveals that you, the charming tycoon, are an old classmate. Staring at those huge shopping bags, the mother gets totally spooked. She realizes nobody buys luxuries like that unless there is some serious romantic vibe happening. Waving her hands, the girl completely shuts down the dirty idea, insisting her school friend is just too rich to care. Staring her mom down, she swears she couldn't care less about fortunes. She just wants some real, sincere romance. Her mother just sighs, looking completely exhausted. Teenage romance will definitely not put any food on the table. Completely over the conversation, the girl tells her mom to drop it. Grabbing her designer bags, she just wants to sleep. Left alone in the living room, the older woman laments her daughter's total naivety, remembering when she chased great love herself. Fast forward to the next day, he picks up a call. It is the sweet voice of that little girl he saved. Over the phone, the child's stunning mother apologizes for bothering him, formally inviting the young magnate to a small party for her daughter. Right on cue, the system screen pops back up with a brand new mission ordering the young master to play with the kid. Seeing the pretty excellent rare reward, the rich guy happily agrees to attend the event, making the little girl sigh with pure relief. Later that afternoon, he meets the adorable duo. He congratulates the kid, suggesting a massive shopping spree for gifts. The excited little girl promises to be perfectly behaved, but her mom shuts it down, forbidding the billionaire from spending his fortune. Hugging the hero's leg, the kid insists she only wants presents from him. She playfully points out that her mom really likes him too. Walking down the street, the child blurts out that her mom never stops talking about him at home, leaving the woman dying of absolute embarrassment. Blushing super hard, the mature woman scrambles to justify it, quickly clarifying she only talked about him saving her little daughter's life. Flashing a huge smile, the hero completely reassures her. He tells her everything is totally fine and not to worry. Then, the excited billionaire grabs the little kid by the hand. Time to finally go buy all those beloved gifts. Staying a step behind, the stunning mom sighs in deep relief. She desperately tries to calm her wildly beating heart. They end up having so much fun at the toy store that all the other customers actually think they are a real family. The local gossips cannot stop praising the couple's good looks. One even confesses she would totally have kids if she met a charming husband like him. By nightfall, she thanks him for everything. But right then, the hero's own father walks down the street and spots his son holding a kid. Completely shocked, the old man does the math. The kid looks 5. He genuinely fears his son made a baby back in high school. The terrified dad's imagination runs absolutely wild. He pictures incredibly intense, romantic scenes of his son with that gorgeous woman. But he quickly shakes off that terrible thought. He remembers his son used to be super innocent, mostly just caring about watching cartoons. Getting creative, the dad imagines the beauty seduced his boy. But he scraps that too when he notices her incredibly elegant designer clothes. Right then, an old business partner walks up to the spooked patriarch, asking why he is just standing there frozen on the sidewalk. Looking across the street in the exact same direction, the rich man in the suit gets a massive shock of his own when he sees who is standing there. The man instantly rushes over to the stunning mother, respectfully. Now, this is where things get interesting. Hearing that heavyweight title drop, our hero gets pretty curious about the situation. Just then, he casually asks what his dad is doing here. The flustered old man quickly claims he was just discussing important business. Staying totally cool, the young man replies he is just taking a night walk with his beautiful partner. His dad immediately raises an eyebrow. Acting incredibly polite, the mature woman introduces herself to the patriarch, warmly adding that she would absolutely love to visit their family residence soon. His eyes practically bug out of his head. Breaking into a cold sweat, the dad assumes things are getting way too serious between them. Watching the gorgeous couple walk away, the patriarch clenches his fists, vowing to do absolutely everything to crush this absurd relationship. Suddenly, the man in the suit tightly grabs the father's hands. He actually guarantees a massive company project, all just because they know this highly influential woman. Heart hammering in his chest, the sweaty patriarch just stands there completely frozen. Now he desperately wants to know this mysterious woman's true identity. Returning home later that night, his mom happily welcomes him, announcing she just arranged some fantastic blind dates with incredibly rich girls. Kicking off his shoes, the young master turns her down flat. He points out that literally nobody goes to those fake romantic setups anymore. Crossing her arms, the suspicious matriarch demands the real truth. He knows full well that if he mentions his literal harem, she would hit him. Trying to dodge the headache, our hero just smiles and lies, claiming his love life is way too complicated right now. But at that exact moment, a sharp wave of pain suddenly hits his entire body. The furious father jumps right out of his chair, yelling at Jiang Chen that he stayed awake all night thinking about this exact problem. Completely confused, our billionaire asks what he even means, so the old man demands to know if his new partner has a kid. Keeping his cool, the protagonist just asks what the big deal would be. What if his beautiful partner actually had a daughter? Super worried, the old man tries giving his son some advice, warning that a relationship like that is basically a guaranteed headache later on. The patriarch breaks into a cold sweat, highlighting the woman's massive wealth, mistakenly convinced she is financially supporting the young student. Scratching his head, the young master finally catches on. The old man is just furious over a totally ridiculous misunderstanding. The rich guy grabs his mother's hands, asking them both to take a breath and sit on the couch so he can explain everything. With a few calm gestures, our hero gives them the full story about how he saved that poor little girl during a recent trip. Pure relief. His mom laughs, admitting she was terrified, while the patriarch quickly apologizes for ever suspecting his completely innocent boy. Sometime later, the news flashes, showing a famous redhead actress getting brutally slapped around by an arrogant veteran during a recording session. Our hero scrolls through the massive internet gossip right from his bed, discovering that his very own employee is out there suffering. It spreads fast. Across social media, awful photos of the bruised young woman go viral. Idiots online actually praise the attacker with zero shame, and the comments show netizens calling the gorgeous actress pure trash. They straight up accuse her of using the most famous star just to gain some cheap fame for herself. Just looking at this mess, the billionaire instantly realizes the attack was completely intentional. The enemy is manipulating the whole media narrative. Absolutely furious at the sheer cowardice, Jiang Chen calls his loyal security guards, ordering them to obliterate that rival's entire career. Shortly after, the beautiful redhead actress is waiting out on the street for her beloved boss, totally admiring his insanely gorgeous sports car. Once inside the luxury vehicle, the seductive woman jokes about the heat. She teasingly suggests just taking off her clothes right there. The beauty hides her bold side, quickly sweating from embarrassment. She tells our hero to drive fast since she is buying a crazy expensive dinner. Tucked away in a private restaurant, the two enjoy an amazing meal as the waiter serves up several cuts of tasty meat. The redhead goddess gulps down some beer, sadly lamenting being so useless. She finally confesses to suffering a lot from all those heavy insults flooding the internet. Completely outraged, the woman slams her bottle onto the table, feeling huge hatred for this tremendous injustice she has to live through. The magnate just eats some meat, maintaining his total calm as he advises his partner to always hit back against any aggressor. The beautiful employee wipes away her tears, thanking him for the support and mentioning that her management team is already handling the fake gossip. Feeling totally protective, the guy questions why she still accepts tiny roles when she officially belongs to a very rich agency now. Right on cue, his guard sends a message they successfully leaked all the serious dirt on that arrogant actress to her biggest haters. Reading the report, our ruthless hero orders his team to spend fortunes, no limits. He commands them to sink that trash's reputation, burn it down all at once. The charming student gently holds her arm, truly wanting to take care of his friend while affectionately asking her to slow down on the drinks. But the completely drunk redhead tells him not to stop her, confessing she only has the courage to act like this around him. Hours later, the young master carries his sleeping partner up to the room while she quietly mutters, begging for even more drinks. The rich protagonist falls back onto the bed, totally surprised when the woman suddenly pulls him close, awkwardly inventing an excuse for the moment. Playing it incredibly clever, the gallant hero fakes a sudden headache. He teasingly asks what exactly this naughty woman is trying to pull. Super embarrassed now, the stunning goddess mutters under her breath, swearing she does not remember absolutely anything that just happened. Right then, the actress playfully scolds the rich man's wandering hand, all while silently amazed at how fit her great boss actually is. Blushing furiously, she quickly grabs tightly onto her own blouse. She takes a breath. She drank way too much tonight, totally losing control of her actions. Faking a strong headache, the beautiful young woman decides to flee, telling her beloved boss he can just sleep alone in the room. The employee washes her flushed face in front of the mirror. It is her first time getting this close to a man, and the desire is real. By the next morning, the stunning employee is calmly eating breakfast until she reads her phone screen. Massive jump scare. Completely confused, the woman immediately questions our hero, wanting to know how the rival's dirt somehow leaked so incredibly fast overnight. Nibbling on a snack, the redhead goddess swallows hard and asks if her beloved boss was somehow behind that whole crazy media explosion. The young master takes a casual sip of tea and confirms her big suspicions smoothly, stating that their agency possesses very strong background support. And yeah, she is falling fast. Completely in love, the actress imagines ways to repay his massive help, realizing her awful old company would never do this. Flashing a radiant smile, the beautiful woman thanks him. She swears to play her part perfectly, bringing in serious cash for the charming magnate. But Jiang Chen warns her this scandal is way too small. He wants to dial up the heat and utterly destroy their enemy. Suddenly, pretty embarrassed, the talented woman thinks about the insane amount of money he is dropping just to avenge her honor right here. Heart-pounding, the stunning employee breaks into a cold sweat. Jiang Chen's sheer financial power is actually kind of terrifying. Laughing it off, the rich man jokes that she seems to be the real target here. His partner quickly begs him to drop the jokes. Looking incredibly mischievous, Jiang Chen just props his face on his hand. He casually asks why she is getting so anxious over such a great opportunity. Face completely flushed, the redhead asks how her boss can say such nonsense so seriously. The billionaire just replies, having some nerve is enough. Cut to the rival company. The bosses gather in total despair, panicking over the absolutely absurd drop in their social media followers. Forcing out fake tears, the arrogant actress tries blaming other girls, while her assistant points fingers at some jealous enemy agency. Highly suspicious, the man in the suit demands the real reason for this cowardly attack. He already suspects the actress who got beaten earlier. Playing the victim, the nasty woman totally rejects the idea. She calls our heroine a completely insignificant artist with zero power. Just then, the assistant jumps in to defend her. He claims it was just acting, swearing this controversy will serve as great film marketing. Sighing, the old rich man warns he bought other headlines to cover it up. He angrily orders the stupid actress to be much more careful. Right at that exact moment, a henchman whispers in the leader's ear. The owner of the rival agency just threw down millions. Hearing that completely absurd number, the rich president slowly stands up from the table. He is paralyzed, totally shocked by that kind of money. The suited man points a finger in her face, demanding to know what kind of harm she actually caused this guy. Sweating in pure desperation, the disgusting woman frantically thinks back. She has been with plenty of powerful men, but cannot remember Jiang Chen. Looking incredibly dangerous, the old man demands a fast answer. Meanwhile, the assistant quickly realizes this massive mistake definitely involves the young redhead. Reading off his phone, the spy reports the financial backing given to the redhead. Furious, the boss snaps, calling his own actress a liar. Sobbing, the girl finally admits her massive mistake. She confesses she hid the truth on purpose, simply because that girl had severely humiliated her in the past. Desperate, the coward begs for help. The boss just breaks into a cold sweat, rapidly calculating the massive losses they owe the sponsors. Pushing back, the suited man orders a massive public statement they will offer $25 million just to protect their girl. Crying, the actress thanks him, but the old man gives a harsh warning mess up again, and the agency drops her for causing heavy losses. Over a call, the beautiful blonde partner warns him. The enemy agency just decided to drop $25 million on this little dispute. Sipping his coffee, Jiang Chen tells his ally to bump the budget to $100 million, promising to spend much more if necessary. Completely shocked, the two beautiful women can barely process the massive fortune the billionaire just casually named. Over the phone, the blonde tries to explain that the rivals just wanted to save face. She argues $100 million is an incredibly exaggerated expense. The magnate waves off the concern. He knows entering the business world swinging heavy will draw massive attention to his brand new agency. Always the calculating type, the young master is using this chaotic mess to make sure every rich guy remembers his name forever. Smiling, the blonde accepts the crazy order. She honestly feels a little jealous seeing her boss burn through a fortune for another woman. Word travels fast. Down at the nightclub, shocked onlookers are already scrambling to figure out who this mysterious young company owner actually is. Suddenly, one of the wealthy guys overhears that familiar name. The girl beside him asks if he actually knows the powerful billionaire. Recalling the recent auction, the guy warns everyone that Jiang Chen goes around blowing insane fortunes on completely random things. Breaking into a cold sweat, the blonde guy thinks back on the dangerous teenager. He realizes Jiang Chen is actually a remarkably ruthless man. A curious friend asks if the defendant actress is his girlfriend, but the preppy guy shakes his head. She is literally just an employee. Flashing an excited smile, the guy in the suit demands a massive party. He just really wants to get close to this mysterious young man. That same night, the rival executives meet. They complain the price is too high, suggesting they should just abandon the famous actress. A guy with glasses decides to collect on every single contract breach. He cruelly warns that this broke goddess will be forced into adult films. Showing zero mercy, the old president bitterly complains about her constant crying. He reminds her she wasn't shedding any tears when she ruthlessly attacked innocent people. Sobbing in pure desperation, she begs to keep her job, promising to drop to her knees and plead for the rich man's forgiveness. The older guy warns her that kneeling is the bare minimum here. He immediately orders his men to track down the billionaire's contact info. Cut to another day, his parents thank Jiang Chen for closing a massive deal, offering to buy their good son a brand new luxury car. Arriving at the high-end dealership, his excited dad tells him to pick any model he wants, but a saleswoman suddenly interrupts them. Totally confused by the weirdly good service, his father actually gets annoyed. He thinks the staff are idiots for not focusing entirely on him. Watch how he handles this. Laughing at the whole situation, our charming guy hugs his dad, revealing a massive early birthday surprise. Very politely, the beautiful manager extends her hand to them. She warmly congratulates the happy family on their brand new purchase. The canvas gets pulled back to reveal the stunning car. A sleek black vehicle emerges, shining so brightly it leaves his father completely speechless at its crazy beauty. Feigning jealousy, his sweet mom jokes around, calling Jiang Chen spoiled and complaining that he only ever remembers his old man. Give time. Running his hand across the sleek roof, his dad flashes a huge, excited smile, already praising the crazy horsepower of the new toy he just scored. Watching his father's pure joy, Jiang Chen decides not to mention he owns way better machines. He just focuses on getting the cars home safely. Picking up on the amazing family vibe, the stunning manager grabs a camera to capture this really incredible moment. The beautiful photo turns out perfect, our guy smiling bright, sandwiched between his mom and his dad, who proudly holds up those new car keys. Later on the phone, his gorgeous partner says she has to head back to Shanghai early. Hearing this, Jiang Chen tells his dad about his own trip tomorrow. Looking pretty disappointed, his old man questions the sudden rush. He complains about missing out on a ride in his new sports car together, but his wise mom quickly defends him, reminding everyone that he is a grown adult now. His dad just nods, agreeing the wife is always right. Watching this play out, Jiang Chen just smiles, amused by how his sweet mother still completely runs the show in their family. Cut to the very next day, the stunning goddess arrives at the airport, dragging some seriously heavy luggage right through the security checkpoint. Suddenly, she lets out a startled gasp. Someone bumps hard right into her back, shoving her in the middle of that massive crowd. Glancing over her shoulder, the beautiful woman is totally surprised. She sees our charming guy standing there and immediately asks what he is doing. Turning on the charm, he claims he just could not bear being away from her. He reveals he actually decided to join her on this flight today. Her cheeks turning bright red, she asks if he is actually going to work, all while her system loyalty points quietly tick upward. He confirms it is a business trip, happily noting that his beautiful partner already boasts a super high girlfriend score in his system. Just then, she finds his intense, fixed stare a little bit strange. Our confident guy responds without hesitating. He tells her straight up that he is just admiring her beauty. Dying of pure embarrassment, she turns her face away, telling him to hurry up so they do not miss their flight. Settled inside the luxury plane, our hero notices his partner visibly trembling. Shaking quite a bit in her seat, he leans over and asks if something is wrong. Trying to hide her panic, she confesses she is absolutely terrified of flying. Seeing this, our protective guy reaches over and firmly grips the poor girl's hand. Feeling the sudden warmth of his touch, the shy goddess blushes bright red. She softly thanks her attentive companion for showing such huge affection. Never wasting a perfect chance, our guy gently pulls the beautiful woman's face closer to his. Talk about making a move. They start a deeply passionate kiss, and the surrendered beauty closes her eyes, wrapping her arms tight around the millionaire's strong body. But that heavy, hot mood completely shatters. A flight attendant suddenly offers them hot towels, making the panicked couple jump apart in the biggest scare ever. Boiling with pure embarrassment, she is totally terrified that the other passengers just saw that scene. Meanwhile, the daring rich man jokes that kissing is not actually a crime. Trying to avoid any more awkward eye contact, she leans her head on his shoulder. She whispers that she will sleep a bit to cure her dizziness. Hours later, back on the ground, our guy offers her a ride, but the young woman politely refuses. She points out his house is way too far. Watching him, she quietly reflects that their relationship just is not ready to take that next big step yet. Sliding into her taxi, the beautiful young woman quickly waves goodbye. Standing there, our protagonist tells her to send a quick text message on her phone the second she gets home safely. With his hands shoved in his pockets, Jiang Chen figures he probably scared her back on the plane. He realizes it is definitely better to take things slowly. Back at his massive mansion, the beautiful manager warmly welcomes him, asking if he wants dinner. But the exhausted guy prefers to just take a nice hot shower. Staying completely formal, the employee agrees. Honestly, she thinks her boss is acting pretty cold after being gone for all those days. In the shower area, the manager actually thought their romance was over until this daring rich guy asks her to scrub his back. She doesn't even hesitate. The stunning employee starts stripping off her uniform, revealing her gorgeous figure right there in the steam. Giving him a seductive look, she confesses just how crazy she is about him. She will gladly take whatever affection this rich scoundrel offers. Calling his adorable manager over, our hero pulls her in close. He feels the soft skin of this absolute goddess beneath the water. Surrendering totally to his kisses, the beauty makes a confession. Spending these last few days alone at home was just unbearable. Gasping for air, the mature woman completely yields to his daring touch, pouring out all that built up longing from the long week. Playing it smooth, the young master playfully questions her total rush. Meanwhile, she suggests he should grab some food after his long trip. Hearing that concern, the charming magnate scoops the beauty into his lap. He asks if his crazy stamina is showing any signs of weakness. Dying of embarrassment, the blushing employee quickly tries to explain herself and apologizes, melting into the strong embrace of her beloved boss. Falling back onto the soft bed, the gorgeous manager lets out a long sigh, fully bracing herself for a wildly romantic night. The very next day, the stunning woman wakes up in panic, realizing she overslept and dreading her coworkers finding out. Frantically fixing her clothes, she boils with pure embarrassment. She remembers how the tireless protagonist enjoyed their romance all night long. Hugging his goddess tight, the hero tells her to just relax, but the dedicated employee warns him she really needs to sort out his lunch soon. Turning on the charm, the student states her only duty is serving him. Right now, this VIP client just wants to sleep, hugging his girl. Still incredibly shy, she fears the nasty office gossip, but the young man guarantees he doesn't care at all. Sleeping beside his woman is completely normal. The manager's heart skips a serious beat at that bold declaration. Now we have to wonder, is she finally considered the official girlfriend? Flashing a highly confident smile, the billionaire states that this coveted title depends entirely on his beautiful partner's own wishes. Getting totally sincere, the hero promises that as long as this goddess wants to stay by his side, she has his love. The beauty is completely stunned. Completely melted by his words, she happily ignores the boy's notorious scoundrel reputation. She asks if he actually likes her, even just a little bit. With a deeply affectionate look, Jiang Chen kisses his beautiful partner. He flat out guarantees he would never hold her like this without feeling true affection. Fully aware of the other girls, she simply asks the young man not to bring anyone else around. The rich guy immediately agrees to her terms. Right at that exact second, the radio buzzes loudly. It announces the VIP client's luxury car has finally arrived, totally shattering their romantic mood. Quickly adjusting her blouse, the beautiful manager asks the magnate to get up soon. They need to unload his brand new vehicle out front. Once outside, the highly attentive delivery guy asks the young master to sign the paperwork, officially confirming the massive transaction. They pop the massive container open. The workers are completely shell-shocked to see this incredible machine shining right in the middle of the crowd. Just look at this absolute beauty. The curious crowd drools over the famous super-fast Porsche, immediately deducing the owner of this spaceship must be filthy rich. A bit further down the road, the hotel president is trying to get to work. He complains about the dead traffic, demanding to know what is causing this mess. Glancing through the window, the hotel manager explains that the young student is unloading his vehicle, promising to clear everything very fast. Having zero patience left, the old man in the suit screams, ordering them to move that spaceship away from the front entrance. He honestly cared very little about who the automobile's owner actually was. Sweating bullets, the cowardly employee walks straight up to our protagonist. He suddenly remembers those strict orders to treat this boy like a king. Chilling in the driver's seat, the charming rich man notices the nervous guy. He calmly asks if there happens to be a problem here. Observing from afar, the furious president gets a massive scare recognizing our hero. He instantly blames his lackey for not warning him beforehand. Slapping on a big fake smile, the businessman lies, claiming he was actually just admiring the billionaire's impressive machine. The hotel manager slowly approaches, politely asking if our protagonist needed anything else. Just then, the rich young man asks for a local license plate. He warns them he wants a very special, highly exclusive model. Thinking fast, the old man in the suit remembers a client who recently won a beautiful license plate at an auction. He promises to talk to her. Relaxing back into the driver's seat, the magnate completely agrees with the idea. He figures an auction item should be seriously high quality. Exactly 1 hour later, the hotel manager calls our hero's cell phone, handing over the address of a super fancy restaurant for this big meeting. Arriving at the location, the billionaire finds it slightly strange that the man is sitting completely alone. The old man quickly explains that the mysterious woman is actually already inside waiting for them. Suddenly, an absolute stunning beauty approaches their table, leaving the young students seriously impressed by this wonderful woman. Jang Chung scans the system screen, checking out the goddess's flawless stats. Her loyalty is totally maxed out. The data on the screen completely shocks him. She is incredibly loyal to him, despite zero romantic connection. Beside him, the older executive says a polite hello. The result? Total silence. Cold shoulder activated. Leaning across the table, the long-haired beauty flashes a seductive smile and calls Jang Cheng president. He is clueless. His partner's jaw basically drops at this sudden intimacy. And honestly, watch closely, Jang Cheng is scrambling to figure this out himself. Flashing a highly provocative smile, the stunning girl asks if the rich boss somehow forgot his very own investment agency. Digging through his memories, it finally clicks. The system actually installed this gorgeous woman as the head manager of his giant company. Pouting dramatically, the goddess complains about his totally clueless attitude. She puts on an act. Total heartbreak. He forgot her. Getting bold, Jang Cheng gives her curves a cheeky little smack. He covers it up, claiming he just trusted her amazing work. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the older partner just stares. This woman is literally known as the market's ruthless ice queen. He remembers perfectly well that this talented girl is a total genius, easily tossing around millions in investment funds daily. Watching the two banter, the veteran businessman realizes something terrifying. This college kid holds an insane amount of power in his hands. He just laughs. What a coincidence. He basically tried introducing the gorgeous manager to her own boss. Raising his wine glass high, the older man toasts to the billionaire's massive success, predicting an absolutely legendary future for him. Taking a sip right back, Jang Cheng tells his old buddy to just relax and enjoy the delicious food on the table. Right then, the stunning manager flips her hair totally casual and asks if her boss actually read the financial reports she sent earlier. He dodges that question. Why? He spent all night partying instead. Instead, he hypes up the crazy $20 million in profit she generated. Smiling with heavy irony, the goddess agrees aloud. Inside, she is super annoyed that her lazy boss completely ignores his own business. Quickly pivoting, Jang Cheng asks if she owns that famous $5 million license plate his older friend brought up earlier. Sipping his wine, the older partner just smiles and relaxes. Clearly, he does not need to play matchmaker for these two anymore. The gorgeous manager agrees to hand over the item. Jang Cheng brushes her leg, promising he will finally visit the company headquarters soon. Her face burns red. A daring touch. She gives him a soft warning. Still, she promises to anxiously wait for the young master to drop by. Later on, the billionaire picks up his phone. A good buddy is officially inviting him to check out a highly exclusive art gallery. 2 hours pass. Jang Cheng pulls up to a massive mansion, where his friends are already hanging out by the entrance waiting. Checking out the luxury ride, his buddy in the brown jacket praises the flashy license plate. It seriously matches the boss energy perfectly. Leaning against his sleek car, Jang Cheng smirks, confessing he actually got that sweet gift from a very mysterious and wealthy beauty. Laughing hard, his friend tells him to use that wild charm on women to score them a discount with the gallery owner. The guy in the gray shirt totally agrees. He mentions the famous female collector is quite young, though she already has a kid. Sizing up the situation, Jang Cheng jokes that this sounds pretty complicated, but his buddy begs him to work his usual magic anyway. Chuckling, our guy admits his stomach is way too weak for hard work. He really needs a filthy rich sugar mommy to survive. Joke's over. The young blonde guy waves the small group inside. They all agree whoever spends the most tonight buys the drinks. Crossing the courtyard, the gray-haired guy notes the owner is a massive jewelry expert. He is hoping to see rare pieces. Reaching the giant front doors, a highly polite butler officially welcomes the squad. He lets them know that his esteemed lady is already on her way. Inside the high-end reception lounge, the guys crash on the couch as a maid serves out premium tea. Playing the perfect host, the butler pulls up a luxury item on his laptop, completely hyping up its stunning design. Very thoughtful, the wealthy young boss admires all the fancy options. Just look, every single piece here is of absurdly high quality. Getting hyped, the blonde friend questions his buddy about his choices. He figures a crazy expensive watch is the ultimate magnet for pretty girls. Chilling on the couch, the gray-haired guy totally agrees. He predicts a highly successful night if his buddy walks around wearing that exact piece. Getting serious, the blonde rich guy shuts down the teasing. He claims he only buys ridiculously valuable watches just to check the time. Listening in, Jiang Cheng suggests he just keep the extravagant accessory. He casually asks if the blonde guy actually wants a different piece of jewelry. Laughing out loud, the blonde buddy confesses his true target. He is really eyeing a super exclusive model that simply is not for sale. Sipping his drink, the other friend is totally impressed. He realizes Jiang Chen only evaluated items worth at least 10 million. Flashing a sharp smile, the blonde friend accuses Jiang Chen of wanting to buy the most flawless jewelry just to show off. Totally curious, the guy in gray asks him why. The old butler steps in explaining the blockage came directly from the owner's private collection. Admiring the piece on the glossy screen, Jiang Chen is completely blown away by its mysterious vibe, wanting it more and more. Trying to lighten the mood, his friend guarantees they will definitely come back here soon. A perfect chance for Jiang Chen to try his luck. But watch closely suddenly, a stunning woman in an incredibly tight outfit struts down the massive corridor. Immediately, the experienced butler bows deeply. He shows immense respect for the boss of this entire luxury empire. Smiling kindly, the gorgeous owner apologizes for her terrible traffic delay, hoping the clients are satisfied. The two friends quickly flatter the owner. They praise the unmatched beauty of this absolute goddess and playfully call her big sister. Right then, Jiang Chen just freezes. Pure shock. He finally recognizes the mysterious boss behind this massive business. Spotting him, the incredible beauty is left completely confused. She openly wonders what this dear young magnate is doing here. Catching that weird tension, the observant blonde friend gets suspicious. These two definitely share some serious, well-hidden history. Our charming hero just smiles. He had no idea this place was hers. Meanwhile, she asks what brings him to town. Totally chill, Jiang Chen says he was simply bored. The owner sighs, sad they had not traveled together after missing him so much. Seeing this sudden intimacy, the guy in gray is left completely floored. He quickly figures out these two go way back. Getting back to business, the beautiful owner brings up the requested jewelry, but Jiang Chen points out that the coveted item was not actually for sale. Flashing a gorgeous, blushing smile, the charming woman makes it clear. His desire is the only thing that actually matters here. Feeling incredibly generous, the wealthy boss gives an order. Her old butler must grab the valuable luxury piece, an absolute free gift for him. Hearing that, his friends are left completely jaw-dropped. A total fortune handed over for free, they just cannot believe it. Super envious, the guy in gray complains about her strict rules. Meanwhile, our spoiled hero gets handed everything with absolute ease. Leaning in seductively, the stunning woman calls him special. He can literally keep anything he wants from the store. This shocking revelation leaves his friends entirely perplexed. They realize the massive collection in this place is easily worth over $1 billion. Right then, the experienced butler mentions the exact name of the expensive brand watch. The owner agrees very thoughtfully. She promises to fetch the item, but our young master flat out refuses. He demands to pay market value, otherwise, no gift. Half confused, the manager questions this sudden formality. Jiang Chen guarantees taking something so valuable for free is just impossible. Accepting the handsome payment, the businesswoman decides to help the boy later. She casually invites him to view other exclusive collections. Wholly curious, his friends practically beg to see the items. This honestly breaks the biggest etiquette rules among high-end collectors. Giving a beautiful wink, the stunning queen of the gallery ignores protocol. She happily invites all the guys to follow her inside. Super relieved, the blonde friend is glad she took no offense. The group is finally cleared for this highly important private tour. Soon, the gorgeous owner touches a high-tech lock. An advanced security scanner instantly reads her beautiful eyes. The massive metal gate swings open. A hidden passage to her mysterious treasure vault is revealed. You guys are not ready for this. The guy in gray is totally impressed. This intense level of protection, it honestly rivals the security of a massive national bank. Going down the stairs, the manager warns her curious visitors. Do not mind the brute guards, it is just standard procedure. Arriving inside a huge luxury hall, the hostess displays her exclusive machines. She frees the group to walk around completely undisturbed. Taking it all in, the blonde guy is absolutely shocked by the sheer wealth. He heavily praises the incredible rarity of these unique global models. Drooling over the glass showcases, the friends even spot legendary treasures used in famous movies. They seriously admire the exquisite taste of every single expensive piece. Acting seductive, the billionaire tries to spoil Jiang Chen by offering him some shiny new accessories. But our charming guy politely refuses again. Thinking it over, the businesswoman decides to secretly deliver the reward on his upcoming birthday. This easily avoids drawing any unwanted attention from others. About half an hour later, the friend in gray finally thanks her for the grand, exclusive tour. But our hero scolds him right back, telling the guy to go hunt for his own girlfriend. Totally embarrassed, He waves his hands, denying the absurd gossip and pretending he hates that kind of talk. Resuming the teasing, the blonde guy insinuates he has a thing with the mature manager. But our guy quickly warns they just met. Totally envious, his colleague is shocked the rich goddess already fell for our handsome billionaire, coveting all his insane luck. Our young student tells his friends they are overthinking it, swearing that only the woman's little daughter actually likes him. Laughing hard, his buddy accuses him of not even sparing little girls. Furious, our protagonist orders all of them to get lost. Bringing over the luxury jewelry, she charges $23 million. Our magnate just asks for her help putting it on, promising to pay the full tab. With a whole lot of affection, the gorgeous manager carefully adjusts the accessory on his arm. He praises her soft touch, claiming it looks absolutely perfect. Completely melted, the beautiful goddess gives him a look full of pure affection while tidying up the billionaire's shirt sleeve. You really have to see this watching the spicy mood. His buddies are completely astonished by the feared owner's submissiveness, praising our hero's skills. Raising his phone, the young master confirms the massive transfer. He says goodbye to the wealthy woman and heads out. Already outside, the rascal in the gray shirt remembers their bet, warning that tonight's big spender is paying for all the partying. Getting a quick bonus from his system, our hero asks his buddies to pick the destination. One of them immediately suggests a bathhouse. Agreed. He hops into the car, ordering everyone to follow behind. Pulling up to the luxury nightclub, a sharply dressed manager welcomes the guests, introducing his most gorgeous employees. Super excited, the blonde guy pushes his dear friend right up front. He announces that the manager tells our hero to take his pick, but he just pulls up his system screen in surprise. None of these girls seem all that trustworthy. Scanning the digital stats, he spots an outlier. Just one girl with short hair actually has a noticeably lower score than the rest. He does not waste a single second. The charming guy points straight at the blue-haired girl to be his companion for the night. Completely startled, the timid beauty jumps at her boss's strict order. She nervously gets ready to entertain this high-profile VIP. His blonde buddy grabs a partner too, suggesting they all get some food before diving into the real fun. While the other girls happily pamper their clients, he notices his chosen partner acting totally stiff. He simply tells her to relax and eat up. Right in the middle of it, his phone starts ringing. It is a message from a gorgeous pink-haired girl. She sounds super clingy, begging to come over and see her young master today. Using a completely flimsy excuse, he invents a fake business dinner. His partner just laughs, asking if the girlfriend is keeping watch. Almost immediately, another woman calls and literally refers to him as husband. Caught red-handed, our scoundrel just lies and calls her a client. On the phone, the blonde executive really wants to see her man. The scoundrel just tells her to grab a nice shower, promising he will drop by the company tomorrow. Watching all this unfold, his friends totally catch that he is talking to someone else. The guys actually place a bet on how many more calls will ring. Luo completely ignores the ringing, tossing his phone aside so he can just kick back and enjoy the wild party with his buddies. The guy in the brown shirt is completely stunned, quietly cursing their powerful leader for being such a heartless, absolute scoundrel. Taking a sip of his drink, another friend silently agrees, deeply envying the young master's insane ability to manage his chaotic schedule. Hugging his own girl, the blonde guy warns Luo to be a bit more careful with his wild lifestyle, telling him to watch his health. Giving his companion a cheeky slap, the blonde jokes that physical stamina drops off a brutal cliff once sad old age hits you. Munching on some chicken, the brown-shirted buddy complains about his own age, confessing he barely manages a few fun nights a month now. The blonde bursts into laughter and tells him to cheer up, promising to ship him a literal truckload of pills to fix his stamina. Suddenly, switching gears, the blonde asks why the billionaire just dropped an absolute fortune to completely ruin that young actress's entire career. Caught totally off guard by the rumor, Luo wonders who leaked that. He swears he has never even met that famous girl. Nodding along, his friend figures the girl must have somehow offended one of Luo's girlfriends to make him burn through that much cash. Taking another sip, Luo flat out denies the theory, even as his buddy praises the young master for spoiling his women so heavily. Her blonde friend is totally buzzing with excitement. She tells the young woman to count her lucky stars and think carefully about how to please this wealthy guy. 20 minutes later, the young billionaire notices the girl shaking in the luxury suite. He gently tells the shy employee to hit the shower first. He takes off his shirt, putting his seriously muscular build on full display, while the beautiful young woman turns on the hot water. One look at his physique, and the shy woman is totally stunned by the sheer size of the guy. She honestly fears she won't be able to handle it. Right then, the handsome client suddenly calls out for the young woman. He wants to know why she is just standing there frozen, staring into the shower. The employee finally works up her courage. She confesses she desperately needs the cash to cover her sick grandmother's heavy medical bills. The young boss gets daring, He praises her hard work, pulling the adorable employee close and holding her soft curves. With the shower running, he promises he will treat her right. Then he leans in for a deeply romantic kiss on the stunning girl. Fast forward to the very next day. But look closely at the bed. The young woman spots a sweet note sitting right next to a bank card loaded with serious cash. Completely overwhelmed by his incredible kindness and help, the beautiful girl breaks down in happy tears, holding on to that lifesaver. Meanwhile, the young billionaire is on his phone. He tells his secretary he is taking the elevator up, admitting he feels pretty tired today. Out of nowhere, a super stylish woman in dark sunglasses pops up right behind him, calling out his fancy title. Recognizing his old friend immediately, the boss asks why she is late. She just jokes around. She claims she was literally dodging reporters to avoid crazy gossip. Laughing out loud, the billionaire thinks she is totally exaggerating, asking if the actress really got that famous overnight. The girl is glowing. The gorgeous model thanks the boss for his massive sponsorship, bragging that her acting career just completely skyrocketed. As they stroll down the hallways, the model playfully flirts with the boss. He just smirks, telling her to come find him whenever she gets lonely. Down on the main floor, his stunning blonde secretary greets him. She's definitely curious about the famous woman hanging on his arm. Keeping it simple, the billionaire says they just bumped into each other downstairs. The blonde nods, leading the magnate straight to his office. Catching the hint, the redhead model waves goodbye to them both. She playfully tells the blonde secretary to call her if she ever needs backup. The office staff are practically drooling over the handsome guy. They stare at his muscular build, totally assuming he is just a new hire. They step inside the gorgeous office. The young boss admires the interior design, pointing out how much detail went into those seriously expensive decorations. Thrilled by his sweet compliment, the charming blonde quickly prepares a drink. She hands over a warm glass to comfort the wealthy boss. The boss takes a sip and praises the great flavor, but he jokes that kids these days really just prefer drinking tea absolutely loaded with milk. Always eager to please, the blonde mentions there are plenty of cafes nearby. She offers to send an intern to grab that exact drink, but the daring magnate just pulls the beautiful blonde right onto his lap. He declares he does not need to leave for something tasty. A long while passes by. Blushing bright red, the stunning secretary hides her face. She stammers that her break is over and she needs to fetch some documents. Right then, the observant actress notices the secretary is completely missing her lipstick. The flustered blonde claims she was just drinking tea with the boss. The mischievous model steps right up and wipes the blonde's cheek. She smirks, demanding to know what kind of weird tea they were having. Absolutely dying of embarrassment, the beautiful secretary flees the scene, making up an excuse about fixing her makeup. As she watches the poor girl literally sprint away, the seductive redhead wonders why that beautiful woman is acting so completely desperate. The famous star rubs her fingers together, noticing a weird texture from the white liquid on her hand. It definitely is not your average drink. Catching a very familiar scent, the curious beauty tries guessing. What exactly were the secretary and the boss doing inside? Flashing a gorgeous smile, the actress casually opens the office door. She asks for permission to come in and keep the billionaire company. The young master tells her to make herself comfortable. Looking around, the actress praises the intense luxury, saying it perfectly suits a powerful man. Sipping his actual tea, the charming boss playfully teases her, inviting the model to enjoy all this wealth right alongside him. In no time, the daring actress slips behind his chair, offering a special massage technique she learned on set. Closing his eyes, the boss praises her magic hands. He just asks her to press down with a little more force on his shoulders. Leaning her weight onto the rich man, the redhead increases the pressure. The boss sighs with pure relief at the amazing physical affection. But suddenly, the famous model lets out a disappointed sigh. She realizes the young master has actually fallen fast asleep right there. Back at the office, his blonde assistant finds the silence pretty strange, so she asks the visiting redhead actress to wake the sleeping boss. Shaking his shoulders gently, the beautiful actress warns Luo that his top-tier assistant has finally come back with all the necessary paperwork. Waking up completely dazed, the magnate hears his secretary demanding a bit more energy from him since they have so much work to review. Ever the polite guest, the charming actress quickly says her goodbyes to them both, claiming she definitely does not want to interrupt their business. Walking out the door, the redhead reflects on how incredibly serious the assistant acts, feeling pretty silly for ever suspecting her motives. Hours later, when the work finally ends, the blonde assistant asks if Luo is exhausted from dealing with all his other girlfriends. Oh, he is not letting that slide. The scoundrel grabs her waist tight, playfully threatening her with a proper punishment. Flashing a gorgeous smile at his bold words, she admits she was just joking around, but still demands to know exactly how many women he sees. Luo calmly replies that there are really only two, prompting the deeply curious blonde to immediately ask if she knows who they are. Leaning back in his chair, the billionaire mentions the famous manager. from that luxury hotel, along with another gorgeous online creator. The blonde wraps her arms around his neck, definitely feeling a bit jealous, but our guy promises she will always hold the top spot. Completely melting at those words, the manager agrees to share him. Can he actually handle all three women? Never one to back down, the young master pulls her in close, suggesting they run a fresh test of his massive stamina. Despite claiming she was tired, the seductive beauty playfully provokes him, threatening to drain all his energy so he cannot sneak off tonight. 4 hours later, the young master slumps in his car completely wiped out from spending all that energy. He decides to stop for food. Parking right on the street, he asks the friendly seller if he can leave his expensive ride there, and the old guy happily agrees. Absolutely starving, our hero orders 10 skewers and 20 portions of oysters, while the excited cook gets everything sizzling on the hot grill. Watching this happen, the older guys notice the massive order, quickly figuring out the rich kid really needs to replenish his lost strength. Laughing at the whole situation, one man admits he totally envies that insane stamina, wishing he still had that kind of energy left. But wait for it suddenly, the humble merchant freezes in pure shock, yelling out that some driver just smashed into the boss's car. Sipping his soda, our guy calmly tells the old man to relax, only caring about when his delicious food will be ready. Utterly speechless, the old man realized this kid must be insanely wealthy to ignore a car crash and just focus on meat skewers. Right then, a super stylish young man awkwardly walks over, as the seller points out who actually owns that spaceship of a car. Pressing his hands together, the culprit begs for forgiveness over the huge damage. He explains that he swerved just to dodge a stray dog in the street. Happily chewing his meat, the billionaire notes that safety comes first. Damages? He can check those later. Looking at the two smashed luxury rides, the young master barely cares about the destruction, so the other rich guy makes a call. Seeing how incredibly calm the culprit actually is, our billionaire realizes this mysterious kid must come from a pretty powerful background himself. Hanging up his phone, the stylish boy mentions help is coming, genuinely sad about wrecking such a beautiful vehicle. Jiang Chen actually invites him to eat. Accepting the offer, this friendly newcomer takes a seat right at the humble table, calling over his savior who just pulled up. Stepping onto the scene, the platinum-haired man immediately complains about his driver's awful skills. He seriously questions why they aren't just using insurance. The driver nervously admits he stole the ride from his sister. Meanwhile, our magnet spots Jiang Chen and is honestly pretty impressed. Super polite now, the driver introduces our calm student, pointing out that Jiang Chen was the main victim of that brutal crash. He shakes the famous billionaire's hand, getting praise for his completely chill attitude. Who else just eats skewers right after losing a luxury car? Our guy totally brushes it off. The driver promises his men will handle the whole mess, even offering to buy him a good drink later. Bidding them a very friendly goodbye, the charming platinum-haired idol asks if the young master needs a lift right now. Jiang Chen casually declines, saying his ride is already coming. The rich guy just smiles, completely admiring the student's confident energy. Right on cue, a gorgeous manager steps up, announcing the car is ready. The billionaire immediately questions why his staff took so long. The seductive woman shows off her stunning figure. She promises not to interrupt their meal, confessing she actually just arrived. The scoundrel pulls her close, praising her incredible perfume. The goddess smiles back, explaining it is a famous scent known for being super addictive. He leans right into her neck. The daring magnate whispers, asking what exactly he should do if he gets totally hooked on her scent. Keeping that heavy tension alive, his partner fully admits this was her exact goal. She's just absolutely thrilled about provoking him. The older folks eating in the background are just seething with pure jealousy. They watch our guy recharge completely and instantly chase another girl. Safely tucked inside the fresh ride, our totally relentless hero shoots his shot. His gorgeous employee instantly reminds him about their prior little arrangement. Rules literally mean nothing here, but you have to see this. The bold billionaire keeps his private party going right in the back seat. Meanwhile, the poor driver is sweating bullets up front. He's absolutely dying of embarrassment while catching every single sound from the vehicle. The very next day, the stunning girl feeds her boss. He casually thinks how any normal guy would be completely destroyed by now. Right on cue, the tycoon gets a sudden phone call. It is a lunch invite from an old female friend, and he quickly agrees to pick her up very soon. Acting super sweet, our player gives the blonde a parting kiss. He heavily praises that perfect breakfast for reviving him. Once they hit the massive mall, the girl in the white top wants to head straight toward the restaurant. She playfully tries to keep up the casual chat, but the billionaire wants to spoil her, offering up luxury bags. She shoots that down instantly, insisting she needs 0 purchases. Flashing some serious charm, he firmly tells her to just relax. He claims dropping heavy cash on gifts is completely standard for him. She still looks incredibly anxious. The gorgeous girl knows this wealthy student hands out literal fortunes. It is just way too much money. Gently grabbing her hand, the young master pushes her to try on some high-end designer pieces. Looking super flustered, she finally gives in. Hyped up by how great the outfits look, our wealthy guy flags down an employee. He demands a whole stack of exclusive items. Getting genuinely upset now, his modest companion practically begs him to stop flexing. She threatens to walk right out if he keeps spending. Annoyed, our guy totally drops the plan to use his special cashback card. He realizes these items are actually way too cheap. Caving to her demands, the magnate simply hands the stash over to the cashier. He quietly pays the bill without making a huge scene. Riding up the escalator, he decides to treat his lovely date to his super famous dining spot. The woman breaks into a bright smile. Walking into the massive place, he spots a very familiar face. He realizes it is that petite idol, filming a video completely alone. The pink-haired streamer freezes solid. Her handsome sponsor is standing right there with an insanely gorgeous woman. Catching that weird tension, his date in the white top asks if he actually knows the influencer. Our guy silently panics about getting exposed. Keeping his cool perfectly, the billionaire steps right up to the famous girl. Now watch how he fakes his shock at this wild coincidence. Leaning casually against the table, our player politely asks if the pretty idol is actually live streaming this massive spread of food. Absolutely dying of shame, the famous idol issues a frantic apology to her chat. She cuts the stream off in pure, absolute panic. The second that camera goes dark, the pink-haired streamer gets straight to business. She bluntly asks if this stunning lady is his actual girlfriend. Full of manners, the cute content creator gives a super formal introduction. She claims she is just a really close buddy of the wealthy guy. Catching those subtle glances, our mature goddess definitely feels a tiny bit jealous, but she chooses to push it aside to prevent messy drama. Staying incredibly sweet, his gorgeous date mirrors that polite energy. She gently holds the famous artist's hand while sharing her own lovely name. Flashing a deeply mischievous grin, our scoundrel protagonist just watches. He finds the sight of these two absolute goddesses meeting incredibly fascinating. The lonely young streamer invites the couple to sit down, but the magnate politely declines, joking that there just isn't enough food to go around. Refusing to drop it, the influencer suggests ordering extra dishes. She loudly compliments the white-top girl's beauty, making her totally flush. The influencer drops a sad truth: she works way too hard to make friends. She practically begs the lovebirds to just keep her company. Thrilled about winning this little standoff, the pink-haired girl throws her hand up, waving a waiter over for extra food. Looking completely lost, his companion in the white top shoots our hero a desperate glance. He finally caves and accepts the bold artist's dinner invitation. Spotting that flashy accessory on his wrist, the pink-haired girl compliments his watch. She casually asks if that rare piece cost a real fortune. Our guy just smiles a bit. He amusingly notes that wherever multiple gorgeous women gather, massive drama is basically guaranteed to follow. Catching the drift of this chat, his date gets highly nervous. She's absolutely terrified that his hidden millionaire status is about to leak. Playing the humble student role, he completely lies. He claims it is a basic kids model worth maybe $1,500, leaving the idol highly confused. Checking out those materials, the sharp famous girl deeply suspects its true worth. Meanwhile, our smooth talker just invents a totally fake brand. She looks it right up. The shocked idol discovers the machine is actually worth millions, realizing our hero completely played her. The seductive idol changes the subject and tries feeding the mature assistant, but the shy companion flat out refuses. Still focused, the curious idol asks straight up how the assistant actually met our hero. The stunning assistant flashes a confident smile, calmly replying that they were just great classmates back in school. The pink-haired idol plays along and tastes her meal, while our calm hero keeps right on eating. But get this, our hero gets a massive scare when someone's leg suddenly rubs against him under that giant table. Glancing between the two women, he notices both are eating completely normally, hiding their sneaky intentions perfectly. Figuring out exactly whose feet those are, our daring hero smirks. He decides to play along with this dangerous game. Without even hesitating, he reaches one hand under the table and grabs her soft foot a firm grip with zero holding back. The startled idol instantly freezes in pure shock, feeling his strong, sudden grip. She never expected such a wild, aggressive comeback. Chewing his food, our scoundrel hero fakes total innocence. He finds the daring girl's double personality absolutely hilarious. Totally flustered, the idol tries talking to the assistant, while our sadistic hero cracks jokes to cover up the hidden action. Wearing a wicked grin, our hero realizes the stubborn idol is still holding out, so he cranks up the pressure. Putting his fingers to work, the ruthless hero starts relentlessly tickling the desperate beauty's highly sensitive foot. Unable to handle it, the pink-haired idol bursts into a sudden, loud laugh, completely startling the stunning assistant. Scrambling for an excuse, the idol claims she just remembered something hilarious, while our hero ruthlessly continues his tickle assault. Watching this weird scene, the mature assistant gets slightly suspicious. She, trembling and laughing from pure nerves, the poor woman begs to just forget a joke like that. She desperately hopes the billionaire will stop this little punishment. Her expression looks almost tearful now. The flustered influencer begs for mercy, and the compliant guy finally agrees to release her. Our charming student stands up from his chair and straightens his clothes. He casually tells the beautiful duo that he needs to hit the restroom. 3 minutes later, the magnate returns. He spots the two rivals eagerly exchanging contacts, completely wondering what is going on here. The idol hugs the stunning employee, loudly declaring they are now best friends and promising plenty of fun outings together. Jian Chen runs a hand through his hair and just smiles. He's totally amazed by the artist's ability to charm the strictest manager. A new text pops up from an old friend, so the boy gets ready to head out. The understanding assistant simply tells him to focus on business. Throwing him a pretty wink, the excited influencer promises she will handle the woman. She orders the wealthy student to just go enjoy his night out. Thinking back on tonight, our guy finds the sudden friendship between those two stunning girls pretty hilarious. Stepping into the massive luxury party, his platinum-haired partner waves our hero over. He tells him to come sit right down with his gorgeous companion. Announcing his buddy to the whole crowd, the rich guy orders the girls to treat their guest of honor like royalty. Taking in the crazy scene, a guest actually marvels at all the beauties surrounding this charming tycoon. One curious woman asks who this mysterious guy in the middle is, easily figuring out the billionaire must be a massive deal. Walking up to the platinum guy, the long-haired driver confirms the situation. He was already getting everything ready for a big apology. Staying completely cool, our hero tells him there is absolutely zero need to worry, but the guy insists on footing the bill anyway. To show his massive gratitude, the long-haired partner immediately orders 5 combos of insanely expensive drinks. Club staff are left totally speechless doing the math. This wild order costs nearly $500,000. The platinum partner finds this wild generosity hilarious, while the driver whines about being broke for ages. Checking his floating system screen, the student is actually shocked to see both guys already have super high loyalty stats. Putting a hand on his colleague's shoulder, the wealthy guy thanks him for throwing the party, earning praise as a genuinely kind man. The organizer barks at a waiter to go all out on the fireworks and the food. He demands they slap the protagonist's name on absolutely everything tonight. Soon, the entire nightclub starts celebrating this crazy, extravagant request. Even the hype crew starts shouting the billionaire's grand name. Carrying out those pricey bottles, the beautiful hostesses draw every eye in the room, leaving guests completely jealous of this massive wealth. Parading right through the massive party, one stunning woman carries a glowing sign flashing the young master's name. Playing the perfect host, the calm, long-haired guy calls all the partners together for a toast, kicking off the night with some serious fun. The beautiful foreigner steps up, introducing herself. Jiang Cheng doesn't miss a beat, praising the stunning blonde's impressive vocabulary. She explains her background, complaining about not having a visa since she's only here for work. Jiang Cheng questions her living situation. Leaning in close to the magnate, the daring blonde confesses she works as a model, clearly trying to provoke the highly coveted guy. He checks out her flawless figure, casually suggesting he could influence her career. She admits she's terrified of failing. Ever the visionary. The student guarantees her insane looks are basically a gold mine, just waiting to print rivers of cash. The seductive model admits she already shoots videos with zero payoff. The billionaire warns her the real secret is a totally different format. Sipping his wine with complete confidence, he breaks down famously controversial tactics to get incredibly wealthy. Totally blown away by this business plan, her eyes go wide. She honestly can't believe the method is that incredibly simple. Listening to this masterclass, his platinum-haired friend gives a slight smirk, totally suspecting that our hero wants a piece of this new industry. Swirling the glass in his hand, the daring young master fires back his only real interest is the massively valuable internet economy. The genius billionaire explains that the absolute biggest fortunes are hiding inside major streaming platforms. Toasting with his partners, the student suggests they unify this scattered market so they can completely dominate the financial space. Highly intrigued by this solid business vision, his platinum-haired buddy suggests they launch a massive talent agency. Jiang Cheng dismisses small-time agencies that barely make a dime. His blonde friend can only admire his crazy ambition to grab money from the source. Taking a sip of wine, our hero finds his partner pretty sharp, even as the guy asks if they plan to build expensive, saturated platforms. Keeping completely calm, the magnate quietly reflects. Get this, nobody here has any clue about the upcoming global explosion of short videos. The brilliant student suddenly remembers an internet giant that's about to hit an absolutely absurd market value of billions. All business right now, the rich man plans to drop heavy investments into their next financing round to rake in an absolute fortune. Right then, a cute bunny girl hugs his platinum-haired friend. She whines that the two men are only talking finances instead of drinking with them. Completely serious, the guy pushes the girl away. He warns her she doesn't understand adult business, ordering the young woman to play somewhere else. Jumping back in, his buddy asks him to continue. Our protagonist simply summarizes that they need to hunt down huge new platforms. Topping off the wine glasses, the charming young man decides to drop the boring business talk, preferring to just focus on partying. Excited for the break, his friend totally agrees. They toast the whole group, ready to keep drinking until they literally drop from exhaustion. 2 hours fly by. Our hero heads out, hugging the pink-haired young woman right after his blonde partner leaves for another hotel. Checking out the other girls, our scoundrel ranks their assets, quickly deciding his pink-haired companion is definitely the prettiest of them all. Saying goodbye to the group, the long-haired guy warns them that he called a driver, making sure to alert everyone about dangerous scammers nearby. Flashing a gentle smile, the billionaire thanks his friend for the solid advice, keeping the gorgeous influencer glued tightly to his side. Hugging his own gorgeous companion, the platinum-haired guy thanks Jiang Cheng for the top-tier finance class, agreeing to catch up later. With that settled, the young master says goodbye to his new party crew. While he walks down the street, those two pretty women are already driving the car. Meanwhile, the famous artist gets pretty jealous, wondering why this handsome young man is constantly surrounded by absolute goddesses. Fighting for his attention, the daring pink-haired girl grabs the student's hand firmly. She straight up orders the foreigner to back off her territory. Keeping things friendly, the pretty foreigner totally ignores the jealousy. She thanks him for the late-night advice and arranges to meet again. Finally alone in the vehicle, the rich man gently touches the driver's soft face and asks where they're heading. Hearing they're heading to her place, the influencer pulls a classic excuse. She acts totally surprised, claiming she thought the boy was going to sleep over at his other friend's house. Seeing through the drama, the calculating magnate scolds her attitude. He shuts it down, completely threatening to just find a new place to stay. Terrified of losing her prize, the girl quickly apologizes for her jealousy. The hero bluntly warns her that she is totally free to leave. Pouting a little, the woman confesses she's fallen in love for real. She begs for some affection, while the young man quietly reflects on everything he actually accomplished today. Always the manipulator, our gallant hero strokes the idol's cheek. He guarantees he'll never forget about her as long as she stays perfectly obedient. Gently stroking the young woman's head, the student confirms he wants her, finally calming the anxious heart of this little artist. Taking full advantage of this opening, his mischievous companion grabs her client's hand. She basically begs for a hot night to satisfy her desires. Stepping into the tiny apartment, the billionaire checks out the modest setup. Meanwhile, the owner invites him to take a seat. Wasting zero time, the gorgeous woman sprawls across the soft bed. She shows off those perfect legs, basically daring the scoundrel to step up. Completely giving in to his heavy touch, the beauty lets out a soft sigh. That officially kicks off one intense romantic session. Deep into the heated night, they surrender completely. Pure passion. They let wild desires take over the stuffy little room. The next morning, our hero wakes up energized and asks the pink-haired beauty if she is starving. Now watch his smooth move hugging his goddess tight. The magnate suggests grabbing food out, though the influencer wants something quick. Looking around the cramped space, the rich guy asks about her rent. Turns out it only costs $1,600. Honestly, the student thinks the place is way too tiny, but the girl explains how hard it is to find cheap housing. Jiang Chan asks why she avoids living on campus. She admits her roommates just get incredibly jealous of her. Stroking her hair, the charming guy thinks that makes total sense. With her insane beauty, of course people get pretty bitter. Right then, the billionaire simply tells the idol to pick out a luxury apartment. The young woman throws her arms up, absolutely thrilled. Thanking him for spoiling her so much, the stunning artist hugs her client tight. She promises to go apartment hunting tomorrow. Getting out of bed, he freezes. Her wardrobe is practically empty. So he decides to take his new partner straight to the mall. Being humble, the pink-haired girl actually turns down gifts, asking just for love. Meanwhile, the young man shares his big ambitions. She sees his scoundrel side. Game over, she accepts her fate. The smart student just tells her to get dressed. Arriving at the luxury mall, they stroll into a high-end store, greeted warmly by the management. Watching their VIP client, the two employees recognize him from a previous date, but they stay quiet and focus on the massive commission. Ringing up the purchases, the cashier mentions it totals nearly $500,000. The rich guy hands over his card without blinking. Thanks to his system bonus, the strategist instantly scores an insane cash back return. 48 million drops right into his account. Walking down the street, loaded with bags, the sweet influencer asks if her man wants something to drink. Right then, the couple spots a young beggar sitting on the sidewalk. He is begging for spare cash to treat his sick mother. Reading the heartbreaking cardboard sign, the pink-haired girl feels immense pity for the kid's awful situation. Showing some real heart, the beauty squats down and hands absolutely all her cash over to the little boy. Watching the good deed, nearby pedestrians start complaining, just an obvious scam. They claim the girl just wants to impress her boyfriend. But take a close look here, studying the beggar's face, the calm magnate realizes that pure desperation doesn't belong to an everyday scammer. Without hesitating a single second, our protagonist pulls even more bills from his pocket and hands them straight to the stunned kid. Deeply moved by this massive help, the poor boy bows completely forward. He presses his head to the concrete in pure gratitude. Suddenly, the system pings. Literal mind-reading powers are instantly unlocked for our hero. This intense new aura actually startles the kid. Meanwhile, the gossiping street crowd finally recognizes the rich guy's handsome face. They start whispering about his recent viral internet video. Tapping into his new secret skill, Jang Chan listens directly to the child's heart. He quickly confirms the pain is 100% genuine. Grabbing the boy's arms, the student gently tells him to stand up. He asks exactly how much cash is still missing for the surgery. Listening close, the young master hates how fake scammers completely ruin society's trust. Determined to fix this massive problem, the charming billionaire pulls the kid up. He tells the little guy to follow him, no need to be scared. Holding the kid's hands, the rich student drops 100,000 on him. That easily guarantees the surgery for his mother happens fast. Terrified by the massive stack, the poor boy warns him that it is way too much money. He stammers out that the procedure only costs 28,000. Watching all this crazy generosity unfold, the pink-haired goddess is left standing there, completely confused. She really tries to understand her rich guy's logic. Stroking the kid's head, the hero explains the rest of the cash covers recovery and basic comfort. Sobbing hard, the little boy swears. He will pay back the debt someday. But the young master just tells him to focus purely on studying. Then, the system instantly rewards the good deed. It grants a danger sense ability, plus a golden information card for the stock market. An hour later at the hospital, his sweet partner reflects on the crazy spending. But the rich guy just tells her to relax. Right on cue, the charming student gets an incoming call from a buddy. The friend mentions an upcoming race and invites him to a wild party. Arriving at the luxury event, his partner immediately praises the protagonist's heavy influence. He tells her not to get too attached to the supercars here. Looking pretty confused, the long-haired guy asks why the billionaire keeps so many luxury machines locked in his massive garage. Jumping into the chat, another rich guy compares supercars to high-end designer clothes. He claims it all just comes down to one thing, pure style. Smirking ironically, the platinum-haired guy defends his point, asking if there is even a real difference between the two anyway. Jang Chen finds their whole silly debate hilarious, just smiling while his gorgeous companion holds tightly onto his arm. She gazes at all the sleek machines across the hall, totally blown away by the insane lineup they have here. Playing the perfect host, he casually mentions he rented out the entire venue. He adds that the girls get their very own special race later. Looking down at his partner, the young master suggests she take a spin, leaving the idol completely thrilled. Heart-pounding, the pink-haired beauty eagerly accepts the invitation, absolutely ready to show off her skills out on the track. To speed things up, his friend waves down an event staffer to help guide the idol through her driving test. A gorgeous woman in athletic gear quickly walks up, flashing a massive smile as she confirms the VIP service. Once she leaves, the long-haired guy rubs his hands together. He stares at the supercars, crying about being too incredibly broke to buy one. Jang Chen just looks at him. Totally confused, he figured his partner definitely had a massive pile of cash stashed away safely in his account. The guy explains his tragic reality. His dad totally cut off his allowance after a few really terrible driving accidents ruined everything. Giving some solid advice, Jang Chen tells him to make his own cash. Meanwhile, the rich kid whines about investing being way too boring. Adding fuel to the fire, the silver-haired guy totally roasts his friend's lack of patience. Profit, he claims it is basically impossible for him. Listening to their bickering, our brilliant MC quietly pulls up his glowing blue system interface, hiding it right in front of him. A subtle smirk crosses his face as he realizes the system's divine hint points straight to a massive spike in the foreign market. Looking completely unfazed, Jang Chen defends the stock game. This makes the long-haired guy ask if he actually traded on the big exchange. Right on cue, the system drops a brand new mission: build wealthy friendships and absolutely dominate the global market for a huge reward. Here's where it gets crazy. Tapping his phone, the billionaire claims he has highly privileged insider info guaranteeing a massive return. Shocked by the promised numbers, the silver-haired rich kid looks completely suspicious. He immediately assumes the whole thing sounds like a giant scam. The long-haired dude is super skeptical about the investment too. but our hero smoothly guarantees that it is a completely safe bet. Getting heavily invested in the chat, the silver-haired guy asked what kind of company could possibly offer such a ridiculously promising return. Breaking down the details, Jiang Chen calmly explains that his own firm will actually handle everything. The broke friend agrees to throw in just 100,000. Being completely chill about it, the young master reassures him that modest amount is already enough to buy a sweet luxury car. Getting completely hyped up, the young guy asks exactly how much cash the young master actually plans to drop into this deal. Checking his screen, the billionaire casually mentions dropping 600 million, making the terrified long-haired dude think he literally robbed a bank. Running a hand through his hair, the silver-haired kid praises the MC's insane fortune, basically crowning him the actual wealthiest guy right here. Keeping things super friendly, Jiang Chen reminds them he is not forcing anyone. He asks them not to let money ruin a great friendship. Trusting the tip, the silver-haired guy goes all in. He casually drops a cool 100 million into the pot like it is nothing. The broke friend panics. He whines about his empty wallet and begs for just a little time to scrap together a few million more. And the pink-haired idol? She just stands there completely paralyzed by the bizarre amounts of cash her charming client is casually throwing around. Staring at his back, the stunning girl quietly wonders about the deeply mysterious and genuinely massive wealth this handsome guy actually possesses. The silver-haired guy steps up to offer a quick loan, but his long-haired friend flat-out refuses to use someone else's money. Pride takes over. The stubborn dude promises he can raise the funds himself, practically dying of embarrassment standing next to these incredibly wealthy guys. Smiling softly, our relaxed protagonist completely respects his buddy's firm decision. He simply asks them both to send over their account numbers later. Fully backing this wild idea, the silver-haired friend thanks him right away. He waits eagerly to see some insanely good returns from the market. Walking up quietly, the pink-haired idol praises the racetrack. This leads the passionate billionaire to ask why she hasn't bought a beautiful car yet. Looking right at her, the young master plans to use his discount coupons. He secretly pushes himself to drop tens of millions on the purchase. But staying super humble, the sweet idol says she prefers taking taxis. She flat out refuses to blow her hard-earned money on something so useless. Remembering how tiny her apartment actually is, Jiang Chen stops pushing it. He clearly notices that his girl just doesn't enjoy exaggerated luxury. But right then, the announcer's voice booms over the microphone. The massive track is finally open, and all drivers need to gear up immediately. As they walk through the venue, the long-haired guy asks for some advice on the grand prize. But our rich partner? He openly admits he couldn't care less. Looking for ideas, the poor guy turns to Jiang Chen. Our billionaire quickly asks how the crew usually handles bets for this kind of game. The friend counts on his fingers, explaining the standard rules. The racers always throw in 10 grand, and whoever comes in dead last buys dinner. Suggesting a little twist, our wise magnate proposes something new. Take the whole betting pool, along with the prize, and donate it all to charity. Deeply impressed, the platinum-haired guy calls the beautiful idea absolute genius. Now he feels completely motivated to race too. Chuckling out loud, the excited organizer pulls out his phone. He sends the new noble rules to every single driver. Already rocking his racing gear, our hero shifts into competitive mode, telling the crew to get into their cars. Lined up at the start, these gorgeous machines roar their powerful engines. All this happens as the announcer kicks off the event. Lowering the flag, the judge officially starts the fierce race, letting those cars launch forward at full speed. Thinking it over, our protagonist decides to play it totally cool. It is his first time here, and he doesn't want to upstage the veterans just yet. As the cars tear up the track, the announcer screams into the microphone. They proudly declare the winner for the very first round tonight. Throwing her arms up, the hyped announcer begs the crowd to cheer loudly. They need to congratulate the undisputed champion, Han Anning. The stunning driver pulls off her helmet, revealing absolute beauty. She instantly grabs the attention of everyone watching. Flashing a provocative smile, the girl brutally mocks the long-haired guy. She asks if he is still completely useless behind the wheel. Making a weak excuse, he blames his lack of practice, then demands a rematch to prove his worth. The daring champion accepts the challenge. She demands a formal bow. Jiang Chen finds her fiery personality pretty amusing. Wasting no time, the young announcer calls the start of the second stage, letting the drivers rip it up again. Back on the track, the seductive racer spots a mysterious car closing in fast. She really wonders who this random newcomer could be. Naturally competitive, she slams her foot on the gas. She mutters out loud she absolutely hates it when anyone tries to pass her. The massive engines roar out violently. The two racers fiercely battle for every single inch of asphalt. Keeping total focus ahead, our protagonist senses her absolute fury. He finally decides to show off his real skills. With one wild move, the charming guy nails an impossible curve, drifting his luxury ride with absolute precision. Tires scream loud against the asphalt as his car slices through the air. He completely leaves the skilled girl eating his dust. Hitting max speed on the final stretch, the dark-haired hero crosses the finish line. He casually locks down a massive victory. The crowd is left totally stunned, loudly praising a flawless technique that honestly rivals any professional on the track. Seconds later, the heavy loudspeakers blast out a name, Jang Chun. They officially declare him the winner of the second heat. Stepping out of his car, the platinum-haired guy hypes him up like crazy. Meanwhile, the long-haired friend points out how our rich boy totally hid his driving talent earlier tonight. Taking off his helmet, the modest billionaire just smiles. He explains he really didn't want to draw too much attention on his very first lap out. Right then, the beautiful racer walks up, praising his driving skills. Introducing herself formally, she wants to be friends. Taking her hand, the young master introduces himself. He is genuinely shocked by how soft her skin feels, especially since she spends all day gripping a steering wheel. Feeling the magnet's lingering touch, the seductive woman smirks to herself. She is totally convinced she just wrapped this rich boy around her finger. Playing right into the tension, the daring pilot asks for his number to swap some racing tips tonight. The silver-haired friend just stands there, jaw completely dropped. I mean, watch this closely. He cannot believe the newcomer hooked the local goddess so fast. Curious to test his brand new divine power, our strategist commands the system to read the girl's true feelings. The woman's mind is already playing out some seriously romantic scenes between them. The intense thoughts leave our hero totally speechless. But despite her strong desire, the wise billionaire realizes something fast. This beautiful racer actually toys with the hearts of plenty of guys here. Politely refusing the offer, the clever hero points out he is already in great company. He says they can chat later. Feeling the heavy sting of rejection, the suddenly jealous racer glares right at the other woman. She immediately wants to test what his supposed girlfriend is actually capable of. Pointing a finger right at the pink-haired girl, the rival declares that the next match is for the ladies. She straight up challenges the beautiful partner to hit the track. Pointing right at herself, the beautiful pink-haired girlfriend just blinks. She asks, totally surprised, wait, is this challenge really for me? Feeling all that pressure, the beautiful pink-haired girl thinks about her rival's crazy skills, totally terrified of getting humiliated out there. Being super affectionate, our hero just hugs his kitten, telling her to relax. And the girl practically begs for his company in her car. Whispering right in her ear, the daring magnate actually accepts the request, but he demands a seriously hot reward for tonight. Watching these lovebirds, the jealous rival frowns, locking in her total focus to crush them on the main track. Quickly, those massive vehicles line up on the starting grid, roaring their heavy engines right before the big race begins. Already inside the machine, his jealous girlfriend figures out the rival wants to steal her man, while the hero plays totally dumb. Sounding pretty ironic, the pink-haired girl questions the scoundrel, but the rich student swears he feels absolutely nothing for the other pilot. Playing around with the whole situation, the young master cracks a mischievous joke, leaving his beautiful partner completely terrified. Completely embarrassed, the stunning pilot begs the boy to just stop with the jokes, terrified of everyone staring at them. With cars screaming down the track, the hyped announcer breaks down the intense chase between the two absolute goddesses of this place. Cutting right through the wind, the skillful rival racer blasts across the finish line, completely locking down first place today. Hopping out of the car, his happy girlfriend leaps right into his arms, hyped on adrenaline even after losing the big challenge. Walking over, the confident champion actually congratulates the girl, but the humble pink-haired driver thanks her for the chance to compete. But right at that exact moment, the victorious pilot gets completely spooked. She suddenly feels a strong guy grabbing her bare arm. You guys know how these systems work. Analyzing her, it exposes all those daring intentions, showing her loyalty is dangerously low. Reading that floating screen, the calculating billionaire realizes this goddess feels absolutely nothing, only wanting to conquer him right here. Trying to please the rich student, the young racer suggests he buy a car, but the boy flat out refuses the invitation. Jumping into the conversation, the long-haired guy gives a daring wink, joking about dating the rich guy if he was into men. Laughing it off, our hero rejects the weird offer, tossing the joke to the platinum-haired guy, who also turns him down flat. Being super sociable, the long-haired driver kills the jokes and invites his great colleagues to go enjoy the luxury party. Inviting his girl along, the magnate gets a sweet refusal because the dedicated influencer actually needs to work today. Arriving at the massive restaurant, the group runs into an arrogant rich kid who immediately starts provoking the protagonist's friend. After getting totally ignored, the chatty rich guy gets louder. He calls the calm, long-haired guy a massive cowardly loser. Keeping his cool, the offended friend orders the aggressor to get lost, remembering the recent brutal punishments this heir went through. Crossing every single line, the villain starts insulting the long-haired guy's brand new friends. This finally forces the powerful student to step in. Finding the billionaire's attitude completely hilarious, the arrogant brat smiles wickedly while snatching a really sharp object off the table. Totally out of his mind, the crazy guy raises the weapon, threatening to attack our hero just for talking back. Thanks to his crazy divine reflexes, the agile young master easily dodges the dangerous strike, leaning his body straight back. Giving the enemy absolutely zero chances, the ruthless protagonist fires back with a massive slap right across the coward's face. Holding his stinging face, the spoiled brat questions the newcomer. "You actually dare to touch me?" Saying absolutely nothing, our ruthless hero raises his leg, fully prepared to teach this foolish guy a brutal lesson. With one massive kick, the rich student caves the coward's chest in, sending the aggressor crashing onto the restaurant floor. Bleeding heavily from his smashed nose, the spoiled rich brat just groans in agony, really feeling the weight of that crazy blow to the face. Still on the floor, the crazy guy grabs another sharp weapon, threatening to end the protagonist while screaming his powerful father's name. Completely blind with pure rage, the coward charges again with the weapon aiming straight for the young magnate's chest. Relying on his divine instincts, the young master avoids the lethal strike, dropping low with serious style. Almost instantly, the agile hero reaches out, grabbing the aggressor's collar with completely terrifying strength. Panicking at the scene, the long-haired friend begs the hero to stay calm. "Please don't dirty your hands on this total trash." The platinum-haired partner thinks about how powerful this villain's family actually is, which forced them to swallow those insults earlier. Super worried, the long-haired guy understands the huge risk of this fight, knowing the spoiled brat has extremely dangerous connections. Finally, letting go of the collar, the protagonist listens to his friends, while the humiliated coward desperately promises revenge. Pulling out his phone, the battered aggressor decides to call his family. The long-haired guy isn't having it, demanding a total apology. Right then, his kind partner tells Jiang Chang to run, promising he'll somehow smooth this whole mess over. But the rich brat screams out nobody is going anywhere. He wants blood, even as the loyal friend steps up to defend Jiang Chang. Pure arrogance. The spoiled kid mocks them both, crossing the line completely by insulting Jiang Chang's mother. Patience gone. Our ruthless protagonist promises a brutal lesson and casually delivers another absolutely beautiful slap. A direct hit. The violent smack connects right on the coward's cheek, twisting his entire head back from the sheer impact. Zero mercy. Jiang Chang unleashes a relentless slap combo, forcefully teaching this spoiled brat what respect means. The platinum-haired guy watches the beating in pure shock. He cannot believe this crazy courage. Nobody else here would dare try this. Grabbing the brat by the collar, Jiang Chang orders him to think before speaking. He just spared his miserable life, after all. Watching this complete chaos, the long-haired partner is totally lost. Why did Jiang Chang just ignore every single warning they gave him? The platinum friend assumes Jiang Chang's wealth comes from a pretty weak, minor company. Right on cue, the divine system rewards the billionaire's bold attitude. It drops a brand new, ultra-high privilege card. Clutching his swollen face, the rich brat screams about grave consequences. Meanwhile, the long-haired friend still desperately tries keeping the peace. No truce here. The humiliated villain demands absolute revenge, while his protective friend takes the blame. Glaring, the coward aims all his bitter hatred right at our magnet, swearing this entire city will make him pay dearly. Ever loyal, the partner tries defending him, but Jiang Chang stops him, ready to test his contacts. Panic setting in, the long-haired friend grabs his phone to call his own dad for backup, but our billionaire completely waves the offer off. Flashing a deeply confident smile, the powerful protagonist simply closes his eyes. He triggers that special new item from the system. Answering the sudden call, Jiang Chang confirms his name and curiously asks who exactly is speaking. The elderly voice claims to be his second grandfather. He immediately complains why hasn't the young man asked their powerful family for help yet. Completely confused, our hero searches his memory. He has literally never heard of this guy. Sighing heavily, the old man realizes his own ungrateful son hid the truth. As Jiang Chang accepts this suddenly affectionate family, the old gentleman gives a warning. They worked incredibly hard to provide for their heir. The intelligent magnate notes that power. The wealthy relative promises an assistant will handle everything. His one rule: smack the face of whoever annoys you. Gotta love that energy. Wrapping up, the old man invites his young master to visit the great-grandfathers in the capital, really pushing this whole strong, united family vibe. The charming student promises he will visit soon. Meanwhile, his long-haired friend just stares, finding this casual phone chat totally insane amidst the chaos. Right then, uniformed police officers finally hit the scene. They immediately step up, loudly demanding a detailed explanation. Playing it cool, our peaceful protagonist tries calming things down. Just a simple misunderstanding. No way. The beaten, spoiled brat screams out, "Arrest him right now." Holding the injured heir, the officer demands answers about this terrible assault, and our sincere billionaire, he just calmly confesses to the whole thing. Whipping out shiny handcuffs, the tough guard declares him a suspect, ordering him to follow. Standing tall, our brave rich man doesn't flinch. He looks right at the officer and asks, "What happens if I refuse that order?" Breaking out in a cold sweat, the highly tense guard raises his voice. He simply cannot believe the daring rebellion coming from this kid. Terrified of making a massive mistake, the police commander leans in, quietly asking his colleague who exactly this mysterious young man might be. Suddenly, the humiliated villain's elegant mother bursts onto the scene, fiercely scolding the team. She demands the immediate arrest of this brutal aggressor. Absolutely panicking, the police chief orders his slow subordinates to drag the violent boy away. Gently stroking her son's badly bruised face, the rich woman suggests a hospital. But the furious heir wants his bloody revenge right now. Flashing a cruel, sadistic look, the spoiled brat plans to use his massive influence to completely destroy this student inside a prison cell. Beyond arrogant, the elegant woman threatens the officer's jobs, demanding a brutal, fair punishment. Getting desperate, the long-haired friend wants to call in his own family, but Jiang Chang casually mentions his kind relative is already handling it. Right on cue, a majestic luxury vehicle rolls up to the dark street, and it instantly grabs every single eye in the crowd. Staring at the incredibly expensive fleet, his surprised friend figures something out. Countless men in dark suits pour out of those huge, beautiful cars. Seeing this massive army of guards, the platinum-haired heir finally realizes Jiang Chang's family is here. A serious squad of bodyguards marches straight down the hall. Leading the pack is this sharp-looking guy rocking glasses and a clean brown suit. He flashes a VIP badge and introduces himself right to the cops, completely freezing both officers in pure, unadulterated terror. The big shot department chief can barely get his words out, gulping hard as he desperately asks why they decided to show up today. The assistant bows deep to our main guy, saying he was sent here by the old chairman. Our wealthy hero casually thanks him. With absolute politeness, the suited guy drops a massive bombshell. This teenager is actually the sole heir to the entire family. He makes it perfectly clear he is entirely at the future boss's command. His two wealthy buddies just stand there frozen with their jaws completely on the floor, trying to mentally calculate their friend's insane net worth. But this furious mom absolutely loses it. She starts screaming at the police chief, threatening to get her husband on the phone right this second. Our rich guy actually finds this hilarious, and honestly, so do I. He mocks her, asking if she owns the city, while she promises absolute destruction. Not backing down, our hero flashes a pretty sadistic smile. He is honestly excited to see exactly how this spoiled lady plans to handle him today. That is when the suited secretary cuts her off entirely, asking who she actually thinks she is to throw her weight around in a city this massive. Stepping up, he officially introduces himself as the right-hand man to a mega-corporate president, putting our hero's insane family background right out in the open. The arrogant madam turns totally ghost white. She shakes with pure fear, refusing to believe the name of the mega-corporation she just heard. Taking it all in, his platinum-haired buddy finally understands why his friend acts so incredibly confident. He is the single grandson and heir to a literal billionaire. On top of the insane cash, the grandfather had serious pull, holding massive connections straight up to the national military. Radiating a seriously scary aura, the assistant faces the villain. He asks exactly how she plans to explain this whole nasty mess to the young master. Utterly shell-shocked, the desperate rich lady cannot even speak. She stands there trying to process how her entire world just flipped completely upside down. Her spoiled kid yells out, blaming our guy for the beatdown. But the secretary immediately brings up video evidence, proving the bully actually started the whole fight. Offended, the little coward points right at the secretary. He cries about how they somehow turned a poor, innocent victim into the main culprit of this whole situation. Catching on to the terrible danger, the terrified mom orders her son to shut up. The kid finally realizes this stranger must have some truly godlike connections. Hoping to somehow save her own skin, the woman forces a nervous smile, claiming this whole thing was just a silly little misunderstanding between kids. Pivoting his focus, the secretary glares at the police commander. He casually mocks the severe lack of actually competent staff in this district. Sweating bullets, the cowardly chief frantically tries to change the subject. He brings up that one time he had the absolute honor of attending a party hosted by the great-grandfather. Adjusting his glasses, the ruthless assistant just coldly warns him the chairman would be highly annoyed if he knew a guy like him was even there. Right on cue, the spoiled madam answers a call. A superior from out of state starts mocking her old claim about her family running the city. Her husband is getting absolutely chewed out on another line, warned strictly to never do a single thing that might upset this terrifying new family. Gulping hard, the terrified rich woman slowly realizes that every bit of this top-level backlash is all thanks to our guy. Shaking like a leaf, the crushed mother accepts the harsh orders. She promises to swallow her pride and beg for our hero's forgiveness. The police chief just watches this entire meltdown in silence. He finally gets it. This young student genuinely holds the ultimate power across the entire massive capital. Showing deep respect, the secretary says goodbye to our unfazed young billionaire, bringing up the mountain of work waiting for him back at the luxury office. The arrogant rich kids freeze in pure terror. Watch this reality check. They finally realize their lives are about to become an absolute waking nightmare. Looking completely crushed, the mother yanks her son forward. She openly begs for mercy, blaming herself for raising such a cowardly little brat. Staying ice cold, our ruthless tycoon calls out their absolute stupidity. He makes it pretty clear that everybody has decent connections in this crazy modern world. Offended, the spoiled brat whines, asking what else he could possibly want. But our sadistic hero demands he physically mark himself to settle the debt. Hearing that crazy demand, the mother immediately tries shielding her precious boy. She screams that the hero is purely malicious, but the strict secretary aggressively steps up again. Desperate, the crazy kid tries dropping his dad's name to save his own skin, but his terrified mom clamps a hand over his mouth, barely dodging another tragedy. Totally beaten, the woman and her son bow low to the floor, practically crying for forgiveness. Meanwhile, our rich guy completely ignores them, just playing on his phone. The panicked rich kid begs to know what our hero actually wants to happen. The calm student just repeats his pretty brutal demand. Screaming in absolute despair, the little coward cries that doing that is perfectly impossible, swearing he already apologized to every single person here. Watching this play out, the long-haired guy thinks the punishment is way too harsh. He really hates how this whining villain acted, but the young master warns him the coward is free to walk away as long as he can survive the brutal consequences of running. The young master reminds everyone that if an ordinary person took a beating from this spoiled rich kid, they would have been totally destroyed. Hearing that, his platinum-haired partner totally agrees. He knows all too well how society only crushes the weak and poor. Our billionaire heir casually warns that he has more than enough money to permanently stop this coward from hurting anyone else. Holding his phone, the desperate aggressor just breaks down. He listens in pure shock as his own father completely abandons him. Over the line, his dad explains that this rival family is completely untouchable, a terrifying bloodline packed with military legends. Frozen in absolute shock, the pale, spoiled brat finally realizes he just messed with the single most dangerous guy in the capital. Accepting his pathetic fate, the terrified boy lowers his head and prepares to face his punishment. Gripping the blade and shaking uncontrollably, the defeated rich kid asks if this one injury will actually clear his massive debt. Sobbing heavily, the humiliated guy begs our young master to honor his word once this brutal payback is finally over. Standing tall and completely unfazed, our protagonist guarantees that he always keeps his promises. With zero way out, the coward screams in agony, driving the sharp blades straight into his own leg to pay for his mistake. Seeing her precious son suffer, the desperate mother wails and screams for an ambulance. Bleeding heavily, the defeated villain takes a ragged breath, announcing his debt is officially settled. More than satisfied with this fair punishment, our hero agrees to end the revenge right here. He lets the cowards go. A medical team quickly rushes onto the scene, throwing the injured guy onto a stretcher and rushing him to a top-tier hospital. The long-haired partner immediately apologizes for causing such a massive problem on a busy night. Touching the heir gently on the shoulder, the elegant secretary invites him outside. He gestures toward a luxurious black vehicle. Settling inside the machine, the wealthy student praises its comfort, learning this beautiful car is an incredibly rare model. Then, the assistant hands over a priceless black card. He explains that the grandfather saved up a massive fortune just for the boy. Taking the gift, our curious protagonist really wonders just how huge the fortune hiding inside this tiny item is. Arriving at the drop-off, the suited man bids the billionaire farewell, reminding the young master to call for help absolutely any time. Lying back in his modest room, the young guy decides to call his dad, annoyed by their total lack of communication lately. Right then, his beautiful business partner walks in, and the confused boy starts asking questions about his grandfather's past. Helping him slip out of his coat, the stunning woman quickly guesses that the heir just caught a major scolding. Over the phone, his dad casually confirms the grandfather's insane power, telling the student to call them if he faces more trash. Hanging up, our hero actually finds it hilarious that his dad views a filthy rich capital heir as nothing but simple trash. His seductive brown-haired girl leans in, asking if the young master wants to take a relaxing bath or eat dinner first. Smiling at that, the bold rich man pulls his gorgeous girlfriend close. He guarantees he isn't interested in any normal food tonight. Wasting zero time, our hero pulls the beautiful woman in. kicking off an incredibly intense romantic session right there in that warm room. By the next morning, the charming student casually strolls down the sunny city streets looking completely at peace with his life. Meeting up with his platinum-haired friend, the young billionaire notices the guy is still totally paralyzed by the sheer power of his family. Enjoying some modest street food, our calm protagonist looks over in surprise, asking if the polished blonde guy was really that terrified. Pushing his food around, the nervous friend says he is just relieved the hero is safe, warning about the insane danger avoided yesterday. But the calm tycoon tells his buddy to stop exaggerating things so much. Honestly, he laments not being warned about this massive wealth sooner. Reflecting on the total madness, the silver-haired guy concludes something. Honestly, it makes sense. True billionaire dragons always prefer hiding in the shadows. Flashing a slight smile, our cheeky boy claims he really doesn't care about any rival fortunes. He guarantees he's already the richest man around. Changing the subject, his partner brings up the hero's plan to buy properties. The young master confirms he wants a massive new office soon. Finishing off the meal, the excited heir jumps up from his chair, grabbing his buddy to go check out some beautiful luxury buildings. Arriving at the massive sales center, this powerful duo gets a very warm welcome from the suited managers running the high-end property. Laying out the best building options, the wealthy friend genuinely surprises our protagonist. He actually understands the business world incredibly well. Staring down at a huge model of the metropolis, our young master points at a stunning building, asking if it's sold yet. The friendly realtor warns him that this huge area is still blocked off. Naturally, our curious billionaire asks for a proper look. Checking out the whole layout of this luxury project, the tycoon praises their security setup. Then he immediately asks for the total price. His platinum-haired partner pushes for the maximum market rate. No way, our hero demands their absolute lowest friendly price right away. The tense salesman breaks a cold sweat, revealing the internal price sits around 18 grand to close a solid deal with them. Some excellent friend. His companion suddenly pulls the realtor aside. He drives the cost down even further, guaranteeing his partner a completely absurd discount. With those massive profit margins in mind, the student takes the bargain. He calculates that the final price tag is going to be wonderful. Company rules. The nervous salesman tries to block this crazy discount, but the powerful heir resolves the whole thing, swearing he will personally handle his father. Completely paralyzed by fear, the employee accepts the absurd order. He is terrified of crossing his boss's aggressive and heavily spoiled son. Getting back on track, the excited kid asks which exact floor the rich man wants for his new company. Here is where it gets crazy. Our hero stays completely calm, pointing to the model to ask the total value of that massive commercial building. Wide-eyed and frightened, the realtor cannot believe the sheer scale of this powerful young master's crazy request. Stuttering hard, the tense employee calculates a price of $6 billion. Meanwhile, the calm tycoon is already asking for a major bank branch nearby. His silver-haired companion suggests taking the paperwork straight to the bank. Our highly intelligent hero wonderfully agrees. The highly efficient blonde guy orders the salesman to call the financial manager ahead of time. They need everything fully prepared. Making the call and celebrating hard, the realtor finally realizes his amazing luck. The commission from this single massive sale will change his humble life forever. Once they arrive at the bank branch, the manager receives these two rich kids with extreme politeness. He quickly invites them inside for some good tea. Then it happens. The platinum-haired guy introduces our protagonist, warning the staff that his business brother is an incredibly powerful client. The experienced suited man breaks into a cold sweat, feeling incredibly surprised. He notices the huge respect coming directly from this normally spoiled, silver-haired heir. He quickly greets the tycoon with a firm handshake, insisting he is fully ready to serve him faithfully. Meanwhile, a beautiful secretary guides the illustrious guests, sweetly asking about their massive negotiation for the day. The hero settles back onto the comfortable sofa to explain everything. He bought a massive building and just wants to handle the transfers here. Leaning over the table, the director asks for the student's bank card. He totally thinks this deal is going to be just a few million. Pulling out his mysterious black card, Jiang Chen calmly asks the man to transfer over $5 billion. Completely shocked by that absolute absurdity, the suddenly pale manager asks if he heard that value correctly. Checking his phone, the billionaire notices the manager looking surprised. He deeply laments it if this agency cannot actually make the transfer. Holding the precious item, the worker just stares at the wealth. He cannot believe his massive luck today. Snapping back to business, the suited man warns him. A massive payment like this simply takes multiple trips. Trembling quite a bit, the director explains their great lack of cash inside the vaults. He begs to schedule this very long process. Listen to this guy. Our super bold hero promises to deposit over $10 billion if the manager solves his little problem. This highly valuable proposal almost gives the shocked employee a literal heart attack. his eyes widening at such purchasing power. Meanwhile, the platinum-haired guy just sweats cold, observing the immense wealth of his business partner. Pure confusion. He tries to understand where so much money came from for this boy. Clutching some papers, the director feels completely terrified by the world of the mega-rich. He realizes this young man is a living legend. Incredulous, the worker tries to confirm the value. The calm student guarantees to put the money in for his help. Deep in thought, the strategist focuses on his great system. He starts calculating all the huge returns on his massive purchases. A little afraid of his friend, the silver-haired guy knows even his father lacks those liquid funds. Meanwhile, the humble manager quietly celebrates. The tycoon playfully flips some coins and demands a single-trip transfer, expecting true agility from this powerful bank. The blonde guy touches his friend's shoulder, suggesting they send the profit in batches, but the rich man absolutely hates delays and counters him fast, dead serious. The impatient billionaire stands completely firm. He deeply laments the system's major losses if the whole batch ends up being too installment-based. Recognizing a true golden opportunity, the dedicated employee snatches up his phone. He promises to find a way to handle that entire situation right now. With a polite wave, the heir releases the man. He expects some great results, fast. Now, entirely alone, the silver-haired kid admits he is completely dying of envy. He praises Jiang Chen's insane luck. He plays it quite humble, confessing he feels completely useless. The bold billionaire warns him this is just starting. Reflecting on the cash, the student gets it. Real billionaires rarely keep cash on hand. The blonde kid bursts out laughing, asking if the tycoon wants a new brother. His calm colleague just smiles. Shocked by that sharp response, the boy suddenly panics. Adopting him like a toddler? Pretty much. Returning excitedly, the manager says the bosses approved the huge transfer. Just wait 1 hour. The experienced worker flashes a massive smile, thanking them and promising to serve the tycoon with absolute loyalty. Right then, the suited man introduces his gorgeous niece. He points out she will manage the VIP card and become his personal assistant. Her amazing curves on display, the stunning secretary steps up politely, absolutely thrilled to assist the wealthy man. Completely hypnotized, Jiang Chen takes in her immense beauty. He figures this is just another perk of his rich system. Visibly annoyed, the platinum-haired kid questions why he got zero assistance during his last negotiation. Damage control time. The clever director swears he personally handled the blonde guy, promising to find a new hire soon. The silver-haired heir waves it off, finding the excuse hilarious. The suited man promises him someone gorgeous, too. Leaning seductively over the table, the new assistant asks the billionaire to check it. That incredibly sweet perfume hits him, and the calm student completely loses his cool. Total panic. He tries controlling his wild instincts. Maintaining her strictly professional pose, the secretary hands over the cards with a starting limit of 20 million. Jiang Chen smiles, thanking her for the flawless work. The young lady insists she is simply doing her duty. Just seconds before entering, the old man told his niece to leave a perfect impression. Factoring in their ages, the director planned on using her beauty to forge a powerful connection with him. The clever man cheers internally as he watches them click. His family will gain some serious strength from this setup. An hour passes. The excited manager brings the contracts, announcing the long process is done. Right then, the system flags a return of 27.12 billion. The rich man feels frustrated by the low margin. Celebrating the massive win, the blonde kid congratulates him, totally confused by his sudden sadness. Panic sets in. Sweating bullets, the manager fears the boy will cancel the massive 10 billion deposit after all. Letting out a heavy sigh, our protagonist finally relaxes his posture. Money problems? Not a concern anymore. The tycoon checks his screen, celebrating the system level up and a massive automatic daily income. Frozen in place, the terrified manager stutters wildly. He tries getting his attention, expecting the absolute worst. "Oh, you are not ready for this." An employee bursts in screaming about a massive vault transfer. Silence. The panicked woman reports a 27.12 billion deposit, completely freezing the room. Hearing that pure absurdity, the silver-haired heir's eyes go wide. He cannot believe his friend's massive power. The pale worker's jaw just drops as he turns his head slowly, finally grasping this young man's terrifying level. President Xu cheers, his face totally flushed. Betting on Jiang Chen? The absolute right move. It even smashed his entire 3-year goal. The protagonist's two-tone-haired friend just smirks quietly. He realizes his buddy moved billions in under a minute, genuinely wondering who the hell he really is. Looking completely serious, he remembers asking if his buddy's family secretly owned a literal bank. Jiang Chen answers with a relaxed smile, resting a heavy hand right on his friend's tense shoulder. If his family actually owned a bank, he says, the transferred cash would be significantly higher. Behind them, President Xu and Xia Yan look shell-shocked, unable to believe those crazy words. The wealthy friend demands to know what he means by small. Jiang Chen genuinely expected a higher number. Blushing hard, the friend admits he thought Jiang Chen completely regretted the whole deal. But the truth? He just found the payout entirely too small. He remembers his father's old saying. His father was right. Someone better is always out there, operating way beyond normal human understanding. Jiang Cheng turns around, dropping a dead-serious request on President Xu. He asks for the remaining 1 billion yuan to be moved into his new account. Without missing a beat, President Xu completely accommodates the young man. The president confirms he will wire the funds to Mr. Jiang immediately. Left alone, our guy starts plotting his next financial move. Now that the whole Douyin shares problem is totally resolved, he is ready to rake it in. His plan: take all that cash and make an absolute killing on the American stock market. He is planning to double his money again in just a few days. Then his friend reminds Jiang Cheng about that stock deal they discussed. He actually talked to his dad and now has 400 million ready to invest. Jiang Cheng drops a friendly hand on his buddy's shoulder. He tells him they will hash out the details over dinner. They can definitely get rich together. The protagonist says his goodbyes to President Xu, letting him know they are heading out. The manager waves them off, insisting they call if they need absolutely anything. Meanwhile, the friend with the two-tone hair smiles and begs Jiang Cheng to leave with him. He claims to be a super loyal friend, suggesting they go eat and chat. Back in his office, President Xu totally collapses on the sofa with a heavy sigh. After all the crazy tension today, the guy looks completely drained. Xiao Yan walks over, casually sitting down with her laptop on her lap. She asks her uncle why he is sighing so hard after landing such a massive deposit. President Xu drags himself up to grab a glass of water. He says it is absolutely nothing. He just feels like a total failure for being over 40 years old. Xiao Yan quickly scolds him for putting himself down, pointing straight to Jiang Cheng. She warns him not to compare himself to a guy complaining about 20 billion. Taking a sip of water, he changes the subject entirely with a quick question. He needs to know if there are any red flags with those transferred funds. Xiao Yan checks her laptop screen and responds with total confidence. She tells him not to worry at all, since the funds came directly from the American Stock Exchange. President Xu looks incredibly relieved by his niece's report. He knows that if anything was actually wrong, the government would have already stepped in. Then he drops a bomb. Xiao Yan is going to be Jiang Cheng's personal assistant. He begs her to do her absolute best and fulfill every single request. The manager casually admits he has some sneaky ulterior motives here. He hints that staying close might just spark up a little dating opportunity. Xiao Yan is left completely speechless and flustered by her uncle's wild idea. She looks away, only managing to stammer his name in weak protest. President Xu just smiles, stepping closer with the glass in his hand. Clients like Jiang Cheng are incredibly rare. He says they are beyond lucky. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a private room at the Peace Hotel where a young guy greets him. He is genuinely shocked to see that Jiang Cheng actually knows Old Wang. Nearby, a young blonde man smiles and casually brings up the protagonist's recent car accident. He mentions their social circle is pretty small, checking if everything is okay. Jiang Cheng explains that everything is perfectly fine, the car has already been fixed up. The friend next to him wonders if Old Wang was the guy who hit Jiang Cheng's car. Old Wang laughs out loud, denying he is that terrible of a driver. He explains he was just helping out a friend, and thanks to that, he actually met Jiang Cheng. The blonde young man takes a very thoughtful sip of his drink. He finds it super weird that Old Wang, a massive figure in Shanghai, would ever say something so negative. And this is where things get pretty surreal for our guy. Jiang Cheng smiles at his friends, admitting he never imagined having dinner with Shanghai's emperor and the nation's husband. Old Wang quickly tells him to drop that ridiculous title. If women found out he just dropped 6.5 billion, they would definitely have a brand new target. The other friend sitting at the table is completely floored by this massive revelation. He literally cannot believe Jiang Cheng actually bought the whole office building. The same young guy asks Jiang Cheng what kind of crazy investment he is planning next. He just does not get why the protagonist bought out the entire building. Old Wang steps up and answers for Jiang Cheng. He explains how they hit the bank earlier and paid the entire massive amount in straight cash. Hearing this, the two friends immediately offer to help out with his projects. They admit they do not have much capital, but they definitely want in. Smiling,